Good morning. Today is 24th of May 2025 and we are going to be racing today. Today we are going to be racing at Doomben. This is in Queensland and we've got 9 races here. The ground rating is soft. The last finishing mile from the last bend to the finishing post is about 350 meters. We have raced here a few times. This is one of the most prominent tracks in Queensland, and today it's a cup day here. It's Doomben Cup, which is here today. So we're going to be racing here, and we'll see what we can do here today. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing 5 days a week, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we stick to our picks and place our bets. But if we find that there are circumstantial changes or there are better horses at the paddock, we often step out or we make changes with our bets. It's horse racing, so we need to be vigilant. We need to be making decisions that are worthy and in favor of us. And that's exactly what we try and do. I've got 3 tabs open in front of me. The first one is where we get to see the races. The second one is RaceNet, where we refer to the odds and the scratching. And the third one is PalmerBet, where we take a look at the official winning numbers. And that's all that we have. So we'll see what's going on with the feed.
Numbers 8, 5, 1, and 9. So he's got the favourite Slay Queen on top. So that runner will be on top here. Slay Queen, who's had the 3 career starts. He resumes from the spell to beat the 5 Diode. Also another one runner resuming. XL Moon is the debutant at the $3.30 quote and the 9. So moving on to race 2. For race 2 here at Wagga will be, as I just click over, the quick sprint Wagga maiden plate. So at the top of the market here, we've got River Bend Unicorn, $2.50, just out to $2.40. Shades of Sheriff, $6.50. Swamp seen good support this morning, 10 into as short as $6.50. Track and Field, 10. Close the Door, Darcy, $10. The Stern Torch, 12. The 7 there, $13. And Z Dance, 11 out to 13. But the favourite has been a little bit soft this morning. So as I said, 215 out to as much as 240. If you're looking for the firm, it has to be the 5 Swamp. So it's been quite well supported here. Graham's numbers in race 2 are 8, 2, 5, and 12. So Graham does have the 8 there, Close the Door, Darcy on top. So we're getting good price about that. $10 about Close the Door, Darcy for Graham there to beat the 2 River Bend Unicorn, $2.40. Swamp, $6.50, and Z Dance, $13. So the 8 for Graham, bit of each way value there for him. Let's move on to race 3, which will be at 2:15 p.m. today. And we're still on that heavy night track if you just tuned in for the Wagga preview. So top of the market here, Emon's Memory. So sorry, I shouldn't say Emon's Memory. Just ticked over here. Mojo Music is $4.20 this morning into as short as $2.80. That's 7 to 4 quote. Smarter Than You, $4. Big day out, $3.30. It's been a significant drifter this morning, now $4.60. Carl Wadi, it's found its way down to Wagga, $5.50. Apollo Creed, $8. Emon's Memory, $8.50. The Herald, $31. And Bree, $71. So though Mojo Music, very well supported this morning, $4.20 into a short as $2.80. Graham's numbers here for race 3 are 2, 5, 7, 8, 1. So he's got big day out on top. Has been that drifter in the market, but you're getting $4.60 about that runner. To beat the 5 Smarter Than You, the 7 here in for third pick, Mojo Music, as I said, the well-supported favourite now, and the 1 Emon's Memory. Moving on to race 4, which will be at $2.50 over the 1,800 metres, which is a benchmark 50 event. And the top of the market is the top weight, which is Sorry Sunshine. So $4 about that runner. Juliet's Joy, $5. It's been a big drifter. So it's a good changes here in some of these markets. Some big firmers, some big drifters. And Juliet's Joy is definitely on the drift, 30 all the way out to 5. Spritzy Lass, $6. Diamond Carrot, $6.50, has been a good firm since they went up $13. Kisses for Jody, $7. Madam Dosefly, $9. Mayfair Hotel, $12. And Basso Caruso, $14. So looking at the good firms, I'd have to say the 10 Diamond Carrot and the 11 Kisses for Jody. They've been Really good firms and a bit of odds here. Race 4 numbers for Graham, though, 8, 1, 9, and 7. So he does have the 8 here on top. Basso Caruso, who has it wasn't on that first page, but I must say it was 41. So maybe Graham got a bit of that $41 about that runner, now into as short as 14. Sorry, Sunshine, $4. There is no water, 17, and Spritzy last $6. So some good value again there for Graham White in race 4. Moving on to race 5 is the Southern Cross Contractors Class 1. Over the 1,200 metres here, and this will kick off at 3:30. So this will be the third leg of the quadrella. Remembering the quadrella will start at race 3 today at Wagga. And your favourite here is Rowdy Anthem. So $4.80 about this runner. They opened up 7 this morning. Struti has been a bit of a drifter, $3.90 up to 5 now. EG Pans, $5.50. Spirit Lake, 6. Diveron, $5.50 now, 6. Team America, it's been the good firm and good odds. So 15 this morning, into a short now, $6.50. Freddie Shock, 12. So Kiss Me, $14. So to give you the best lead here at odds, would have to be the 13 Team America. So, and also Rowdy Anthem, who is your favourite now. But I must say, Team America holds good support and definitely a losing way through the tab book. Let's see what Graham has selected here. In race 5, he's 2, 1, 4, and 7. So the 2, he's got the favourite on top in a Rowdy Anthem. To beat the 1, Japan, $5.50. His third selection is the 4, Spirit Lake, and also the 7, Sturdy. So Rowdy Anthem for Graham White goes on top. Moving on.
Right, I'm going to be out from the first one. We'll see how it plays today here. But here is what's happening with the first one. So if we look through the odds, it's 1, 13, 6, and 4. 1 is the favorite, then 13, and then 6 and 4, right? So if we look through the rails, then we get exactly these 4 horses, 6, 4, 1, and 9, out of which 1, 9, and 6 are well within the rails. The 4 is not there. It is an EW, and that's the EW. There are 2 EWs. Now, that 1 is the favorite, and that's a 349. It's the linear. It is the linear. The pressure is highest on this horse, but this may not be the best horse. So the 13 is way out of the rails, so this is difficult for this to get in this one. That's what generally happens. If it is here, then a linear. If it is not a drift, it becomes difficult for this thing to get in. So that 1 and 13 both are in questionable positions. So we are left with 6, 4, and 9. 9 happens to be the largest outer, which is here. We'll see what happens with that. But 2 of the very, very strong horses are definitely, one is 6, the other one is 11 here, right? And we had something very similar at Sandown the last week when we played at Sandown, or this week when we played at Sandown. 7 and 12. The 12 won, and the 7 came in second. And this is exactly the same situation here today. But I'm like I said, I'm going to be out for the first one. We will see how this thing works. Now the one is, it's a good one. It is not that one is bad and one is well within the rails. Will one get through is Definitely it'll get a position, but winning is difficult because this is with 65, this one is 62 with a 34, and this one is a 67 with a 25. So the kind of all connecting gates that brings in the 10 as well, which is a 63 by 9. But that's that. And this one is a 53. It's one of the lowest, I think, here. So that's where it stands. And then there are these horses with a way more advantage that comes up. So that's the thing, but it's a good horse, should get a place. Where and how we can only figure out after the race is over, but I like the 6 and 11, both I like. And we'll see how it plays. Basically, it's a 1100 meter benchmark 85. It's probably 6'11", 1. It's probably that, or 6'1", 11, anything. But you know, these two, 11 is a very large inner drift. It's a very large inner drift. So we'll see how it plays. It's a very large inner drift. It's a 350 straight, and the ground reading is soft. A lot of things will matter, and we'll see how it works. The odds, 1 is the favorite.
Randwick for our second event here. This mountain yard brought to you by Harvey Norman for all you need in furniture, bedding, electrical and technology. This is the Midway handicap over the 1400 metres, 3-year-old benchmark 72. You can take out a stack, vintage choice, Llewellyn, Rush Attack, Missile Seeker, Trap, Trafalgar Square, Wee, and Bonus Tempest. We'll start off the yard though. Brad Gray and Corey Brown alongside me with Hellfire Express, Chad Schofield, Nathan Doyle.
Led as a loose leader at Newcastle last start, run down in the final stride. So it was a cruel way to get rolled, but he handles wet. I don't mind the drop back to the 1400 metres given the conditions, and he should give another sight from right on top of the speed.
He's tried well so far. I couldn't really find a negative for him. He's walking out well. His attitude seems to be good. He's got a nice healthy coat on him, so yeah, he looks well.
5 is Flying Embers, William Stanley claiming 3, barrier 7, John Thompson.
I've won 3 of her past 4 starts, and the defeat was in a photo finish. So settled handy at Kemper Grange last start. That was on a heavy track and justified the price to win well. Ran out the strong 1400 metres, was on trial at the trip. So easy case to make for her, given the form she finds herself in, and should be in the finish again.
She's paraded super since being in the yard. She walks out really freely. She's a really long barrel type of horse. She's a bit of a funny shape, but she looks very healthy as far as coat-wise goes. She looks good.
Lunars, so $71 was bet, $23 to $18 today, having bottomed out at 12 Adkins and Lloyd.
Sneaky little go for this mare. So fresh in 4 weeks since scrambling home at Newcastle last start, just edging past Strawberry Impact. So good strike rate, 5 wins from 15 starts, untried heavy, but does have a soft 7 win to the name.
Deep into the preparation, good few runs this time in, but still looks really, really well. She's still very upbeat. She's fresh and bright, but holds really good condition.
8, She Has Attitude, drawn 1, Ash Morgan Mitchby.
Wick is off first time, improved second up as she builds into her preparation. So did return from a 42-week spell this time in. I think she's trending the right way. And you go back to her 2 wins last campaign. She beat Lulamont and Know Thyself. So she's certainly good enough. It's just whether she's quite ready.
She looks an unassuming type of horse. She doesn't really jump out at you as far as her parade goes. She looks nice and healthy as far as coat-wise goes. That winter coat hasn't come yet. So, yeah, looks well.
To first mission, tabs lay of the day, the 9, Zach Waddick, Barrier 8, Ryan and Alexia.
And true to their word, they're really taking this horse on. So he's getting out to what looks like a big quote now for a 3-year-old that's still got it all in front of him. So he's lightly raced. He returned as a gelding at Canterbury. That was over the 1,200 metres. Landed good late bets and won like a horse that should go through the grades. Only had one soft trial going into that. This looks a nice stepping stone out to the 1,400 metres, second up. Gets through the conditions and gets in with 53.5 kilos after the claim.
He looks really, really well. They couldn't have him looking any better, or they couldn't have him any fitter as well. He's a horse. He doesn't carry a lot of extra condition, but he's paraded great.
The 10 is Danish Prince. Good to see Jace McMurray here, the 3-kilo claimer on 98 career wins and has been in New South Wales since early May. Has had wins at Hawkesbury and Scone in recent weeks. Mark Connors trains.
He's a tough older horse. What you see is what you get. He's found his level now, but he makes his own luck and he handles all conditions. So he did enough first up. That was behind secure, and record suggests that he does improve with a run.
He's another one. He doesn't really jump out in any of his parades. He's always upbeat. He's always up in the bridle as he parades. Yeah, so there's no negative towards him.
From Danish Prince to Strawberry Impact, Visor's first time, Braithnock, Barrier 11, Blake Ryan.
Still in his first campaign, but he's doing a great job. Was no match for good prize at Kembla Grange last start, but we saw the winner come out and frank that form line at Warwick Farm on Wednesday. He is mile back to 1,400 metres, but that might prove to be a positive given the testing surface.
He looks terrific. He's another one. He's been up in the bridle since getting into the parade ring here. He's got dapples up over his hind quarter. This time here, he looks well.
13, Callista Mon, Reece Jones, Barrier 5, Kerry Parker.
She raced well last campaign without winning. Did enough there first up at Kembla Grange. I actually chased her there last campaign. And although she didn't get home, she was knocking on the door. So Heavy appears okay. I think the form guide's a little bit deceptive with her. She's going all right.
Her parade's been terrific. She's another one. She seems very upbeat, feeling fresh and well. She's been up in the bridle. I know she's only stepping up, so she's probably entitled to be, but she's obviously feeling great.
14, Bend the Knee, J Ford, Kim Moore.
He looks the best roughie in the race, to my eye. Made up late ground to run third at the midweeks last start. The run was better than the form guide reads. It wasn't easy work for the back markets in that race and across that meeting. So the better for him. He won at Wyong on a heavy 10 just 2 starts ago and really put his rivals to the sword.
Deep into the prep, still looks really, really well. Holds good condition, still looks nice and bright and fresh. So, yeah, big tip.
16, Allegro Miss. The emergency gets run. Winona Costum, Barrier 4 for Con Caracatsanas.
Up in grade, but did win on a heavy 10 at Newcastle last start, which has to count for something. So that recent heavy track form should hold up here and does drop 3 kilos.
Nice style of horse. Got a little bit of an awkward walk on the horse as he parades. No real negatives though.
And the 17, You're Not the Boss, Tyler Schiller in the saddle. A few of the early race books would have had Ash Morgan. Barrier 9, Mitch Beard.
Kept finding the line there behind Flying Embers last start. That ties in here, given she is one of the main hopes in the race. So he was in the market on that occasion. Handles heavy, gets some weight relief, and he's third up now, so maybe a sense of timing.
Looks really, really well in the yard. Nice and upbeat, very fresh and bright. So, yes, big tip for mine.
Okay, Blake Ryan arrives here with a Strawberry Impact. Gilda, we talked about at length in the past, and you were so excited to get her up to the mile. Now we drop back to the 14. What do you consider her chances today?
Good chances, I think. Continues to please well at home, he does. You know, it's his first race in preparation. He's after his 6th run today, but he just keeps going home and eating his feed. And you know, apart from his first start when he was beaten a length and a half, he hasn't missed top 2s. The other day, I thought he ran up to win, and I wasn't sure whether it was the ground or a mile, but looking at the form on Wednesday, it might have been just a better horse. So I thought, you know, headgear on, come back at furlong. Is a heavy track, so I don't think that's going to That might have helped him, if anything. But he's just got to get a bit of luck from a tricky draw. But he's continued to hold his own at home. I can see him running well again, but he's very honest forward.
I thought you might have scratched your head that start, Briar, and then when you saw Good Prize come out and win well on Wednesday, I figured there might have been a smile there and the confidence went back up.
Well, I saw Gracie Velo at the races, I think at Canberra a couple of days later, and he gave me a good rap for his also. That made me feel a little bit better because I went to Canberra pretty confident. So, you know, he ticks all the boxes except for, you know, heavy 10 and heavy 9 and drawn out. So,
There are a few that haven't ticked that box. Good luck.
thank you.
Thanks to Blake. All right, let's get to Corey. Who do you like?
Yeah, I'm actually with him as well. Strawberry Impact, I thought he paraded really, really well. Obviously, first preparation, but still holds terrific condition. Yes, he's going to need a bit of luck from that bad draw from Braith Knock on board, but if he gets any sort of luck and gets over the going, on looks, I think he'll run super.
Late mail numbers 9, 14, 5 and 16. At what point do the punters step in here with first mission? Getting out to a $3.80, now $3.90 quote, first mission. So I quite like him. He's still got upside. He was good there first start with natural improvement to come, given he had just the one soft trial going into that. 14 bend the knee. I think he's the best roughie. I think the market's just keeping him safe at around that $15, $16, which I think is fair enough. Now, given the times there in the first, 1:15.44, and on last 600 metres, that suggests that the track is quite a testing surface. So last 600 metre official, 37.41. So that brings Ben the Knee right into this, given how impressive he was on a heavy 10 2 starts ago, and I thought he had excuses last start. He ran as well as the race shape allowed and how the pattern of the day allowed. So he's a good roughie. Flying Embers, she's been the big firmer. She is now an outright favourite. Really firm at the top of betting, $3.30. She's come back particularly well. She's won 3 of her past 4. She's airborne, no real knock there. Allegro miss down the bottom. So up in grade, but another proven wet tracker. Gets in with a nice light weight. And I think she gets the right setup, potentially run a touch better than the odds do suggest. You're currently shopping at $31 or thereabouts, so you can throw her into your trifectas and first fours. But 9, 14, 5 and 16. And the second year of Randwick, Nick.
Yeah, I'm 5'11", 9 and 13 here, Brad. I'm happy to be with Flying Embers. Good to see that support. I thought she returned improved there. First up, ran good time that day. Stayed at the 1,100 metres at Canterbury. Hit the line with the race shape against, and then finally got to the 1,400 metres there last start. Thought moved well through to the line. As you just suggested, this is a very, very testing surface. So happy to be with Flying Embers. To beat the 11 here in Strawberry Impact, I do think he's quite well weighted. So he goes in for second pick. The 9 first mission. It was just the knock of the prices this morning, but that has been corrected, which I'll get to soon. And the 13 Callistamon. It's been a bit of a firm as well. It's got good wet track form and also improved a second up. But on the market, it was the tap.com.au lay of the day, the 9 first mission. So they went up $2.60 this morning, and they are true to their word. They pushed it all the way out now to $3.90. So it's on the drift, and it might not end there. Flying Episode's been the good firm, $3.40 this morning. It's been rock solid all the way through, just in that roll. $3.30. Back to the 9 first mission, $3.90. The 11 Strawberry Impact's been solid enough, $7.50 at 7. Now, Callistamon, that runner I speak about, it's just come in the last 5 minutes. So it was 14 this morning. It was as much as 12 about half an hour ago. Now 11.10, and now it's into as short as $9. I think this horse might firm again the way it's trending. So Callistamon, very well backed at odds.
I'm going to be back in a jiffy from the washroom.
$11. Hellfire Express, 14. The 14 there, Bend the Knees, been solid enough. And also the 7, $19. But just going back through the firmers here, Benny, Flying Embers, very well supported. First mission on the drift, but Callistamon, if you're looking for one at odds, that's who they want to be with.
And you have an update for us as well on Aggerwood regarding the JJ?
Yes, Aggerwood, so $51 it was prior to that win there in the first race, now 11. So very good firm there for Aggerwood. Money speaks all language, 51 into $11 for the JJ.
Yeah, still no confirmation they'll head that way. We did get word from our stats man, Wayne Bristow. Thanks for sending it through, Wayne, that Gay actually won the 1,200 metre 2-year-old on this program back in 2014 with Alma Ladd. At next start, won the JJ Atkins. But there are 3 weeks between runs, and it is over a fair bit further, so we'll see. But you certainly wouldn't doubt that stable. As we get to Darren Flindell ahead of a race number 2.
Now Strawberry Impact, Flying Embers, a very firm commodity in the market, whilst First Mission's been very soft. Out to 420 now, First Mission. So this is the tap lay of the day, First Mission. The 420 is the caller. They're locked and loaded, and we're good to go. Stand by, the gates are back and they're off. Bend the knee, show pretty sharp speed out of the gates, but there's First Mission showing great muster. Danish Prince is deeper out, rolling forward at First Mission, looking to get to a clear lead, with Danish Prince striding up on the outside to join it, then Bend the Knee. Hellfire Express improves on the rails, and Deep Out Flying Embers, the favourite, is 3 wide in the early part on this heavy track today. Then came You're Not the Boss in front of the Nurse to list them on. Then She Has Attitude, Allegro Miss, and Strawberry Impact, the last one. So First Mission takes the front here in the hands of Zach Waddick. Out by neck on Danish Prince, and Flying Embers, the filly, caught 3 wide. In a relaxed mode there in that position. They're followed then by Hellfire Express, 4th the rails. On the inside of Bend the Knee. You're Not the Boss, 3 wide with cover. Further back to La Nurse and Callista Mon. She Has Attitude, Allegro Miss, and Strawberry Impact. So First Mission's had a pretty soft lead. Danish Prince hasn't taken it on, and Flying Embers has been parked 3 wide the trip. Hellfire Express, 4th the rails, then Bend the Knee. Into the straight now, and First Mission being tackled here by Danish Prince, and Flying Embers the outside. So the filly's been 3 wide, Flying Embers, and she races to a length lead on Danish Prince, First Mission, and then came Bend the Knee. She hasn't put them to bed here, Flying Embers. She's a half in front. Callistamon at big odds is making some ground. Flying Embers just in front of Danish Prince is trying to rally. Flying Embers is going to do enough and win. Flying Embers, good tough win, beating Danish Prince. Callistamon got up to 3rd. First Mission, the market got it right, weakened out at the end. Hellfire Express, Allegro Miss, good through the line, then Bend the Knee, Strawberry Impact. A gap back to You're Not the Boss. And La Nurse was about the last to finish. Now, unfortunately, She Has Attitude broke down approaching the home turn.
Okay, so we'll try to get our viewers an update on that galloper later on, but Flying Embers has ultimately taken it out. Has done so brilliantly. That was wide throughout, no cover, and the 3-year-old daughter of Shalaz made it back-to-back winnings, 1400 last start, stays at that trip here, albeit on tougher grade, and it was too good. William Stanley, he never panicked. I mean, I'm sure he would have rather get a little bit of cover at one point, but he never panicked, tried to keep it comfortable as long as he could, and they've proven too strong by a touch over a length in the end. The 10 will run second, Danish Prince, stuck on okay. The 13, Callistamon, has run well too, but you can take nothing away from the winner there. A few of those from the back, like Strawberry Impact and Co., they just never really got into it, Brad.
It was a mature ride, wasn't it, from William Stanley? As you say, he didn't rush, didn't want to push the button, happy to just keep her in a rhythm. They didn't look like they were going hard, so he was just happy to sit there, keep her balanced, and she toughed it out well. It looked like hard work there, that last 400 metres. Danish Prince, he's such an honest horse. He has run well, took natural improvement from that first up showing. Callistamon working home quite nicely, looking for targets over a touch further. And no real excuse for your favourite. Looked to get control there in the early stages. First Mission towards the inside, just knocked up over that last little bit, Corey.
Yeah, no, I thought it was a terrific ride there by Will Stanley. Like you said, he didn't panic mid-race. Some kids coming to town, having their first few rides, they could sort of get to that position and push the button and try and get up over and try and sort of get to the fence, but he didn't. He let the horse balance up, let it go through its gears, and it was a good tough win.
5, 10, 13, 14 in 129.39. The margins are length by a long neck. We'll head up to Doomben, record our interviews. You can catch them hopefully on STC, otherwise on our socials through the day.
Well, welcome to racing at Doomben. It is Doomben Cup day, and the horses are in the yard for race number 1, a benchmark 85 over 11.10. Let's start with our favourite, Maxi, Metal Art, Kelly Tweeder and Cody Collis.
Very genuine, this guy. I think he's the big improver on that first up run at the Gold Coast, where he just had too much weight, but much better today.
National Choice is looking good. Rob Heath got National Winner.
Well, it was off a long break, but I think it was okay over an unsuitable distance first up. A positive jumping booking with Nash here, and indicates confidence on a drier track here today.
The first of the Tony Gollan runners is the 4, Brereton, with Blake Shin.
Overdue to get a bit of luck, this fellow, and I think it sets up perfectly for him today. Good last start at Eagle Farm, went very wide, up on a hot speed. He battled on strongly.
Here is Holy Racket from the team from Team Curry with Noel Callow.
They were hell-bent on leading that bat out of hill at Ipswich, and there was a roughie there that sort of annoyed him. He was a bit unlucky not to get away with it. Inside gate, I think he's got a great chance.
Desley Forster has He's Heaven looking in tip-top shape with Sammy Collett.
Yeah, he's got a bit of speed, this fellow. He just might get caught in an awkward spot early, but he's going well, He's Heaven.
Where do we put Ralphie in the mix? Gary Dougherty and Damien Thornton.
Well, on paper his form looks pretty well exposed, so I'm not really sure about him.
All right, what about Gumdrops, Ronnie, from the Chris Waller stable with Mark Zahn?
Yeah, she's an interesting mare now with Chris Waller. She's off a long break for the new stable, 1 week. She's a Group 3 winner, but that was in March last year, and her trials are hard to read, so she's a late yard market watch here.
Stuart Kendrick trains the 10 Views with Kyle Wilson-Taylor.
Yeah, fresh here. I can see the map looking good in that he should get smothered up, probably around about midfield. And I loved his recent trial. He did it easily.
Well, Ronnie Acres Away is glowing down in the weights today as well for Mark Curry and Ange Jones.
Yeah, very dangerous. Has speed to take up a good position. From an inner draw, back in distance might be a positive. Love the gear change of blinkers back on. So, right amongst the chances.
And here is Sicilian, a hot second favourite, Emily Lang for Tony Gollan.
I just like her off a month freshen, back to a drier track, no weight on her back, pushing forward, and I think she'll be hard to run down.
All right, there are plenty to choose from here for pick of the yard, but I'm sticking with my form pick as well, which is Sicilian. Just wanted to see that she was looking at her tip-top best here today, and let's hope she can get home today with just 51.5 kilos on her back. Sicilian.
Well, this betting's all over the place here. We've got 50 cents covering 4 horses at the moment on the QOP. Brereton has been one of a number of horses solid in the market here, and I think the map looks good for him. He needs a hot tempo. If he gets it, he's going to be right in the thick of things at the end. Metal Art is ever consistent. He's definitely a winning hope. Others, Holy Racket, and also Gumdrops to run on. 4, 1, 6 and 9.
Yeah, I'm 13, 1, 4 and 6. I'm happy to be with Sicilian. I just hope she gets left alone to a certain extent. She's got to show a little bit of positive out of the barrier. And, just hope maybe Holy Racket doesn't pick up underneath her. And if it doesn't, I think she can control things to suit herself. I think Metal Art fits in, forgivable on the wet first start. Lowen Brereton, who's got to have a good look at him here, just off the speed, running on strongly. And best of the rest, I think, is Holy Racket, number 6. 13, 1, 4 and 6 in what looks an even race, Bern.
All right, thank you, Ronnie. These horses are just starting to move in, so let's head south to Nick Burney and get a market update.
Yeah, they've really found their the marketplace here, Bernie. Metal Art, $5, and Brereton, $5 each or two about those two runners. The one down the bottom here, the 13 Sicilian, it's been very well supported, $7 into $5.50, and has been quite well back there, especially late in the trade. Holy Racket, 6, Acres Away, $6.50, and Views is $7 out to $8.50. To give you a lead, I'm trying to give you one. It'd have to be Sicilian down the bottom. That's the one that they want to be with late and also early.
All right, thank you, Nick, and I'm sure it will be handlebars down for Sicilian out of the barriers here with perhaps horses like Holy Racket kicking up Acres Away, and who knows where He's Heaven might end up after they've gone a furlong or two. Last one is loading. Here's David Fowler.
As He's Heaven comes up to complete the line, weather in Brisbane perfect, and already before noon a good crowd, a big crowd rolling into Doomben. There's the red light. Starter picks up the button. They're set in the first. Ready to break. Stand by. Racing. Holy Racket jump well on the inside, showing good early speed for Brereton. He's right up there early. It's Sicilian's going forward as well, but caught deep. Acres Away slots in behind the leader. He's Heaven on the way forward, but 4 and 5 deep as they hit that first bend. Views just behind that division. Then came National Choice, no speed from Metal Art, third last of the tail end pair. Gumdrops outside of Ralphie. Down the side, 650 left to run. Holy Racket and Sicilian pair off in front. He's Heaven working hard, 3 wide, 4 wide in fact. Very wide is Brereton, Acres Away just behind them. Views for me up on the rail, just behind the leading division coming to the turn. Then came Metal Art. He's trying and sneak inside runs. Well back on the turn, National Choice, Ralphie and Gumdrops whips them in. Homeward bound, 300 left to run. Holy Racket the leader. He's Heaven to spot a White on the outsiders challenging. Sicilian still there. Then Acres Away. Views can't get a runner. Metal Art trying to force a passage. And Brereton and Gumdrops right down the outside. Where to look here? Acres Away got to the lead. Driving from the inside. Metal Art. It's got him. Metal Art went through and won. The Acres Away. He's Heaven. Ralphie probably fourth. National Choice not too far away. Then came Gumdrops, followed by Brereton, Holy Racket and Sicilian. They both dropped off, and Views out towards the tail in 1, 4 and 38.
Yeah, Bew's badly held up there in the home straight. We'll have a look at the head-on shortly, but Metal Art has been able to get through to win from acres away. Looks like he's heaven. Over on the inside, we'll get that
111.7.
third spot. And just waiting on the official fourth, 111.7. Ronnie, as we have a look at them turning into the straight, and Metal Up with the white cap is searching for a run. It gets pretty tight. Those inside horses behind the leaders have had to take hold.
Yeah, it was a bit of a messy with off the horses on the inside, but a lovely, cool, patient ride by young Collis here. Gets the job done on Middle. Really appreciated getting back to that drier track, acres away. It was a good ride, and he's heaven. That's a pretty good first up run from him because he covered a little bit of ground in the run. So maybe a couple off the fence first impressions, but that's not set in concrete.
All right, let's have a chat now with winning trainer Kelly Sweeter, who has a bomb of a stable going at the moment, and many chances here today, which we'll discuss shortly. But firstly, Metal Art, this horse just turns up.
Yeah, especially when he gets back on a nice track. I was a bit concerned when he was back like that. I thought, geez, we're going to need a bit of luck here, and then it got a bit tight down the run. But he persevered and got the run, and he was strong late.
He's a great rider, this kid, Cody Collis.
He is now.
He certainly was before, especially for a 2 kilo claimer.
Yeah, I was a bit worried. I was really worried about the weight, and Michael normally rides him and does a good job, but he's got a good record here. Like I think he's had 12 starts for 7 wins in a couple of seconds, so he's a good little boy. He's like a little kid's pony. You could go and tie him up to a float and leave him there a week and come back, he'd be standing there. But very unassuming, nice horse, good owners, so they'll be tickle pink.
Sunrays is the tableau of the day, which has disappointed me. Surely you're not as worried about her as the tab are?
No, well, Tommy Berry thinks she'll run 13.50. It's always, I suppose that's why they do that, you know, but she's certainly got the right form and she likes Doomben.
The runner in the cup, got hella fast.
Yeah, hella fast. Depends on where he gets suit from that barrier. Noel Keller rode him the other day at the Gold Coast. His run before that was good. And he said, look, I couldn't see him, neither could the horse. So on a good track, if he sits 3 deep, he's in trouble. If he slots in, he'll run on. But nice horse.
Well done, Kel.
Thank you.
There he is, winning trainer Kelly Sweeter. What a great start to the day. Let's have a chat with our winning jockey, Cody Collis, now. This is a young boy.
So what happened is it's a 349 and the pressure was good. That came in. Then this one. Then the lowest. And then 9, which was there within the range. So 6 and 4 did not work. And the 13 was here, so it is difficult. We'll go to the next. Seven, 19, and 24 scratched. Thirteen, 5, 10, and 2.
wide in a relaxed mode there in that position. They're followed then by Hellfire Express, fourth, the Rouse, on the inside of Bend the Knee. You're Not the Boss, 3 wide with cover. Further back to La Nurse, then Callista Mon. She has Attitude Allegro Miss. And Strawberry Impact. So First Mission's had a pretty soft lead. Danish Prince hasn't taken it on. And Flying Embers have been parked 3 wide the trip. Hellfire Express, fourth, the Rouse, then Bend the Knee. Into the straight now, and First Mission being tackled here by Danish Prince and Flying Embers the outside. So the filly's been 3 wide, Flying Embers, and she races to a length lead on Danish Prince, First Mission, and then came Bend the Knee. She hasn't put them to bed here, Flying Embers. She's a half in front. Callistamon at big odds of making some ground. Flying Embers just in front of Danish Prince is trying to rally. Flying Embers, though, is going to do enough and win. Flying Embers, good tough win, beating Danish Prince. Callistamon got up for third. First Mission, the market got it right. Weakened out at the end.
Congratulations, John. Fantastic performance. She was so brave there, deep throughout, but did the job.
Yeah, look, she's a really nice filly. I actually think she doesn't like the wet, but she just tries so hard and pushes her way through it. But I think on top of the ground, she'll show a better turn of foot. But she's a lovely filly going forward. She'll go through her grades, and a nice filly to have. A great ride by Will. Yes, he got caught 3 deep, but he didn't panic. He just sat there, let her travel, help her through it, and got the job done.
Okay, so she's 4 runs into the prep now. She's had a couple at the 1400. Do you have a plan of attack from here?
Not really. Just see how she pulls up, and we'll go from there.
Well done.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Phil. First city winner.
Yeah, it's good. Big thanks to John and the team. They've given me a lot of support throughout my moving to Newcastle, but no, I couldn't be happier.
You wouldn't have been happy where you're positioned.
No, I planned on being one out, one back, even 3 pairs, one off. But just the way it folded, she travelled really well through the wet. And I believe we're up at the favourite was laid up, so I thought I don't want to give it too much of a lead, but she bounced along nicely.
Well done, first of many.
Thank you.
All right, this is the second one here at Doomben. If you look through the odds, it's 13, 5, 10, and 2. The 13 is the favorite. Now, that's a swell horse. It's well within the rails, but if we look at two, I think the odds have changed. Odds have changed. 5, 13, 10, and 2. So if we look at that, then it's a good horse. It's not bad, but it's a 1350. You need the pressure, which here 1100 meter. This one was a linear. This is something that is very difficult to beat. Here we have another lead. This was a 349. We have a 377 here, which is a 2. But this one is out of the rails from both sides. So winning is difficult for this one. The second linear is this one. 5, which is now the favorite. And that's the right favorite. That is the right favorite. Right now, the odds changed. This is with pressure. This is a very wide gate. It's a very wide gate. So are these. So that's something that we know is there. The 16 is touching the roof. It's it's there. It's touching the roof. That 16 is a check. This one is okay. Then we have this one, the 15, which is also within the rails. Last time what happened? Here, we had all these horses within the rails, 6, 4, 1 and 9. 6 and 4 did not do anything, though 6 was touching the roof. But that was a 60 to 34, and the 1 was the linear, which actually went through. So you have to be within the rails. Then the 9 also got their 4th. The 11, with that advantage, came in 2nd. So here, if we talk about this one, the 5, then we'll talk about, something that has the advantage, and the highest advantage is here, 3, which is the largest outer drift. Which is the largest outer drift. That is how it should work, actually. I mean, the largest outer drift is always the second horse pool. Though that's not the largest drift, there's another one which is here, which is the inner, but then that comes from a very wide gate. But this is the only horse which has actually got through with, which is a winner of a Group 1 race. So that's a 46, this is a 50, 17. So this is definitely in a better spot. And this one is very wide. I don't know what it will do, but with that gate, that 3 is a check, right? So that's gate number 9. Now this is bigger than this one, so 16 probably is not the thing that we are looking at, but that stays a check because it is a Group 1 horse. I mean, this is good. This horse is not bad. This is good. Plus, this one has a dedicated jockey. It comes from gate number 5. So we'll see how it works. But 5 right now, as the odds suggest, 5 is good. This one is also, this one is the linear, but that linear is in a very tricky position because it doesn't have both sides of the rails. That's the first thing that it doesn't have. And the second thing is it is coming from gate number 15, 16. The distance is only 1350. So that's going to be a little difficult. And 15 has the best jockey, right? 15 has the best jockey. If we look at the pressure, that is how it is working. 5 has the highest jockey pressure. Then it is 2, all that is happening. These jockeys with that pressure could be tricky, we know that. So 5 has the highest jockey pressure, and it is one of the best jockeys. It is so there are 2 ways the jockeys are measured here. One is how the jockeys are handicapped, and then the adaptability of the weight on the jockey. In clear language, the horses, they get handicapped, and because of the jockeys, that handicap depends. I mean, if the jockey is an apprentice, the horse is going to get handicapped in a different way. So this is the way the horses are handicapped. So this is best. And this is after the horses are handicapped, what is the situation? So this brings the horse home, and after the handicapping is done, we know which jockey is in the best position apart from this. So you have the best driver, and the best driver gets the best car. And after all the cars are distributed, then depending on the car, you can identify which driver has the highest advantage. So it is like that.
Influence, but I'd imagine Chemtrail is going to bounce out and put himself in the first couple
Araman,
of the scratch.
welcome back.
If he's a horse that has led race hand over 1,000 metres,
8 or 11 will win.
any trouble bouncing out, putting himself right there. And then you've got Spirits Pert Deep, who
Randwick.
she beat last start, but she does have some tactical speed. She's actually raced really well in the past, having led Highway Company. So they look the two here, and maybe Bakita is the other horse that can slide forward. But I wouldn't say it's changed a great deal. If anything, might be a little advantage for Super Norwest. Originally, the map looked a little bit sticky, but after scratching, she might be able to slide across and be a lot more prominent than we saw a few weeks ago.
Do you have any read on the track if you need any at this point? We're 2 races down, and they have been walk-ons, but they've been slogging it out late in slow time.
Frank, welcome back, Frank.
If anything,
Yeah, but I think that's just a product of how testing conditions are, isn't it? So to this point, I wouldn't say there's any pattern as far as you want to be up or in, but yeah, those times speak volumes. So what do we get? 1:15.44 in the first, then 1:29.39 in the second. So it's a very testing surface. So I think first and foremost, you just need to handle the conditions.
absolutely. This 1200 is going to feel like 14 as we get the Darren Flindell for the call of race number 3, the Tab Highway, for another week.
2, 3 more to move in. In club colours here, we've got Vicar Talk. Vicar Talk and Super Norwest is moving into line. So we're getting close now to the Tab Highway. Very open betting race, and there's the light. Stand by for a break. Set now. Starter says go. They're off and racing here. And the favourite Super Norwest was one of the first into stride. My Last Array jumped well. Wide out, and there's another on the outside. The one in the club colours, Liquid Talk, is up there pestering the leaders. Never fails right there with Spirits Burn Deep. Then Cyclone Rupert. Now, Super Norwest is easy back for cover as Chemtrail slices through the middle. They're followed after length to Plenitude from Bakita, and on a wide path is Atchison. A gap then to a pound of sod. Last of all is Snow Star. Spirits Burn Deep not getting up the fence. Held out Liquor Talk the outside, and My Last Hooray out 3 wide. Followed by Cyclone Rupert, then Never Fail. Super Norwest just jogging behind the Atchison the widest. Further back to Plenitude, Chemtrail. The Keita's not travelling well as they come around the turn. Into the straight now, and Spirits Burn Deep just in front from Liquor Talk. My Last Hooray. Super West has had a good trial and is starting to lengthen on the outside. Cyclone River towards the inside. Pound of Salt's ducking and weaving, looking for runs. It might be a hope here. Super Norwest wide out, Cyclone Rupert, and a Pound of Salt charge through the middle. A Pound of Salt takes the lead, kicks away Plenitude late. A Pound of Salt ducking and weaving performance, won it by a length and a half. I think Super Norwest wide out second, just in front of Plenitude. Cyclone Rupert, My Last Hooray there, and Snow Star hit the line really well wide out. Then Liquid Talk, who gave a good account of itself. Atchison further back. Spirits Burn Deep got quiet. So did Chemtrail. Never Fails. And Bakita didn't handle the conditions.
A pound of salt. Well, nothing really went right last start. Over the 14 in Highway Company, they were kept deep throughout, but was really good through the line on that occasion. On this occasion, not having to mount that huge run, was able to slice through the middle and was soft late. The 10 has done that and done that well. Congratulations to Todd Howlett and Zach Lloyd. The 10 beats the 7. The 1 in the 8, I should say, in for third. 10, 7, 8 across the line there. Brad, a fantastic win, beautiful steer.
Yeah, it was a nice steer, wasn't it? So just ducking and weaving through the pack. He deserved that. He'd been knocking on the door in Highway Company. This horse, he'd run 4th, 3rd and 5th all campaign in this grade, and on the back of a lovely patient ride there, you can see there are a few very tired horses coming to the 200. He was the one that went to the line full of running. Plenitude didn't get the clearest of passages. He worked the line quite nicely, and Super West travelled sweetly. I think she'll be better on top of the ground, yet despite that, she's still run well.
A terrific ride there by young Zach Lloyd. Obviously, he was back in the pack. He drew a fraction awkward, but went back. Like you said, Brad, the way that he ducked and weaved and kept the horse balanced, and actually a really good turn of foot from this horse.
Welcome back, Lee.
It certainly was. It's through again.
Yeah, we're going to go to the race too.
The last 6, 1:16.26 the time, 1 1/4 by a long head to margins as we head up to Queensland.
Lee, that was a brilliant job yesterday. You were the only one who actually won something.
Race 2 on the card, a benchmark 85 handicap. This time over 1350 metres. Your favourite is Tabs, narrowly ahead of the Inflictor. Gotti is the first mare to have a look at here. Mark Curry, then John.
We haven't seen her since January. She's now back with Mark Curry. Just want to watch her today. I think she's got too much against her.
Here is I Am Artie. This is a usual parade for him, just up on the toes, jig jogging from the Paul Jenkins stable with Michael Rod.
Nice big horse, and he's a good
But
horse.
great job,
Have a look at his
Lee.
record. 7
Brilliant
wins,
job.
15. If he doesn't win, he runs second or third, so can't knock him at all.
Here is Swiss Exile, Annabelle and Rob Archibald with Emma Lang.
It's well placed back in grade in a race like this. It's been more consistent. His premise got that big weight to carry.
Here's Bet to the Crown, Sammy Collett and Desley Forster. They're at it again.
Yeah, I don't mind him. I look over. He placed in a recent trial, and he loves the track and distance. He's a very good fresh horse. He looks great. I can't believe he's 20 to 1.
Number 5 is the Inflictor. Not an overly big horse. Can he carry the 61.5 Nashua Willa for Craig Cousins?
Well, to offset that big weight burn, he's got Nash and he's got the inside barrier, so he's not going to spend a penny early, and he's pretty tough, this horse.
No, that has changed, Lee. Right now, 5 is the favorite.
Here is Hype, number 6, Aidan Dunn.
5 is the favorite.
We see him come here each year. Damien
13.
Yes, he's first up. He's had a couple of trials, but just waiting for him.
Matty Dunn trains Cranky Harry.
Comes from a very wide gate.
He's
I don't know what it'll
first
do.
up, 28 weeks, 2 trials, winning the latest. I'm a little wary at him. Just watch any late market moves.
Peter Will Holbert trains Zoology with Martin Harley.
Another one first up with a big job to do from a wide barrier. Lots of gear changes as well.
Rhapsody Chick is the 10, Anthony and Sam Friedman, Mark Zara.
Yeah, I'm tipping him on suspicion. I know he hasn't won in a while, but more speed up front suits him here. I'm expecting he's coming out of some solid form lines, and I'm expecting a big finish from him.
Charles Doma, Jeff
He's
Dunn.
lying.
He got the money last start in a much less competitive race than this, and he's got
That
a
9
gate to deal.
is the only one with advantage.
Ethan Brown.
Yep, he's an interesting horse. He's had 32 weeks off. He's resuming off 2 wins. Another one, we should monitor any late market, see if there's any confidence about him first up.
Well, here's Tabs from Barrier 15, Mark Curry, Noel Callow.
Well, a couple of negatives are the rise in the weight carry, up 3 kilos, and barrier 15. But the horse is just low flying at the moment. Big tick for him.
Without Revenge is from the Gearan stable, Jay Guffman-Chester.
Got ability, probably wants something a little further, but respecting late in this race.
Chris Lees trains Hell of a Dancer with Andrew Mallion.
She's had a couple of soft trials. Just not sure that she's fully wound up as yet.
Heroic Miss, Team Munts and Talia Fenn.
Well,
Why he sees a good run on that horse is because of the advantage.
Style. So with no weight, we could easily entertain her.
And the drover rounds them out, Paddy Buston and Robbie Dolan.
Yeah, just the 1 star for his new trainer, this fellow. And it was okay at the Gold Coast, but probably requires something easier.
Alrighty, from the yard, I am sticking with the...
Yes, Adaman,
That is an
Doomben.
absolute PB for him here today. He is just glowing in the yard. He looks super fit. It's just a matter of, can he carry 61.5 kilos?
Yeah, well, the punters reckon he can. He's been the best back runner clearly here, the Inflictor. I'm just going the other way. Tabs, number 13. He's had plenty of admirers as well. To beat the 5, the Inflictor, so no surprises. Then I've got Heroic Miss with the lightweight, and number 2, I Am Artie.
I'm 10, 13, 4, 3. Just so one at odds here. Rhapsody Chick, just different.
Okay, sure.
Finisher, and I think we'll run a race. So Tabs, the way he's going, he's hard to deny, but needs.
Frank, 13 wins.
Here. Bet to the Crown. a little concerned there's no money for him at 25 to 1 chance.
I'm going to go with
Fresh
5.
ball away. I thought he looked superb. And Swiss Exile just has to lump that big weight. But 10, 13, 4 and 3.
All right, let's get to Nick Burney for a quick market update. Race 2, Doomben.
Yes, you have a team, the Inflictor or Tabs. Though the Inflictor has been a good firm for tab.com.au. 4.20 this morning, now into as short as $2.90, holds 36% of the trade. Where Tabs has been $3.20 out those 2 rolls to $3.40.
13,
Looking for one of
3
those that
and
has to be Rhapsody Cheek, 13 into
15.
$9.50. But from a Tabs perspective, the Inflictor best back and the worst way.
Yeah, and the best parade by far. It was a stunning parade for him. I mean, there were others that looked great in the yard as well, but for him, an absolute PB. So he's going to get a beautiful ride, isn't he, from Nashville Willow, drawn down low in barrier 1. We've got about 3 or 4 more to low, but you can see the appeal by punters for the Inflictor because he already has a slot in the Stradbroke, and he's just, sort of making his way there by different paths, obviously, because he doesn't need to, get his rating up to get into the races. He's already got that golden ticket. Here's David
Lee,
Bell.
go with 13.
The Drover being one of them goes up. Hype and Cranky Harry to complete the line. Number 5, the Inflictor, is the tap fixed favourite at $3. Number 13, Tavs, breathing down his neck in the betting market, $3.20. They're all in. Ready to jump in the second? All clear from behind.
I don't know, Lee.
Mr.
We'll see.
Switch on the red light. The Inflictor will jump from the rail stall. Expecting to be in a forward spot. Where will Tavs end up? We'll know soon because there's the
But I am glad that you actually spoke like that. It's a trap.
Fidgety.
Good observation, Lee. Very good observation. We'll see.
The Inflictor jump well on the inside.
Super trap
Going
promo.
early heroic miss. Swiss Exile's got a good turn of early speed, and they're the first 3. Without Revenge, 4th away, then Bench in the crowd. Now he played his hand Callow on tabs and went forward. He is 3 wide along the back, straight in 6th position. I am Arnie 3 wide early around Hell of a Dancer and Sir Arnie the Rail. 2 to the Drover inside of Cranky Harry. 2 to Shower of Gamer. Then came Rhapsody Chic. 3 away Connie Zoology. And Hype settles in last. Into the first bend, 800 left to Rana. Swiss Exile pushing on, but can't cross the Inflictor. Rawilla is currently protecting the rail. Heroic Miss third, without Revenge in 4th and Tavs. He is exposed 3 wide, no cover, as they head towards the 600 metres. Then Bench of the crowd, I am Arnie 3 wide with cover, then Sir Arnie. First split 44.71, a genuine tempo, followed by at the head of the others, Cranky Harry, Shower of Gober on the way forward. Nearer the inside was the Drover, Rhapsody Sheep, Connie, Zoology and Hype. There the tail enders in the straight, 300 left to run. The Inflictor again railing up inside of Swiss Exile. Tabs trying to get the pair there without Revenge, Heroic Miss and Shower of Gomer. The Inflictor, the favourite, is trying to grip on. Tabs can't get him. Swiss Exile battling away. The Inflictor's in full flight. The favourite is home. That's it. It's to the line. And the Inflictor wins from either Sir Arnie or without Revenge. There's a stack there for 4th. Heroic Miss prominent with Rhapsody Chic. The Drover of the Sir Arnie not too far away. Cranky Harry.
5 wins.
Tabs who just peaked late. Followed by Zoology, Hype, Bench of the Crown, Shower of Gomer, Connie, Hell of a Dancer. And the last 2 were I Am Arnie and Swiss Exile pulling up very quickly in 1:19.28.
5, 12, 14.
For Craig Cousins and Nash Rawilla really lifting him the last 200 metres, and he's won by a little over a length. Sir Arnie probably second, number 12, and Without Revenge running well second up, and then there are a few of them there battling out 4th, Ronnie, but Barrier 1, Nash Rawilla, he humped the big weight. He did get a few favours in the run, but he's had to carry the 61.5 to victory.
Yeah, hard to knock him. Got half length on the outside and just withstood that little bit of pressure, but Nash knew what to do. And like you say, Maxie, he did have 61.5 kilos there and he whacked it away really, really well. So, yeah, I don't think we can make too many excuses for the rest. Rhapsody Chick was going to charge up and he was running to dead ends there late on the inside, but no way in the world would have beat that winner. He was, I thought he was quite dominant, actually.
All right, it's time to have a chat with our winning trainer, Craig Cousins. And this horse's rise to fame, and for you, Craig, has been absolutely phenomenal. What sort of confidence did you feel Nash with today when you lead him up?
Nash had it all worked out. I said he got barrier one, he worked it out. Said the only thing Nash, I said if you ride him too cute, he gets caught up in behind, he tends to over the race. Anyway, he's riding a treat.
He was sort of pretty quick to give him a little push out of the gates and get up into a prominent position.
Yeah, I did let him know that. I said he's in for the
5,
fight.
12,
So I said,
14
if
and
they get to him,
13.
He'll fight on, which he's done again today.
Of course, his next start is going to be in the Group 1 Stradbroke.
Yeah, can't believe it. Can't believe it. I'm still fit.
Definitely this one, the 2, but very wide gates for that kind of a pressure. The 13 was within the rails, but it lacked this side of the rail. It had one side, it lacked the other side. So that did not work. Actually, the physics was lacking on this horse. So the horse was definitely a good one. There was no doubt that 13 was good. The problem was here on the physics. So 5 happened. Then it was 12. 12 came in. They had the same pressure. 13 and 12, they had the same pressure, but 12 was again from an inner gate with a very good hands. So that happened. 14 happened. Ooh, that's the lowest, one of the lowest weights, one of the lowest pressure from one of the inner gates that happened. The other one was here, which was from gate number 21. This one was gate number 19, the 9, which this guy was talking about, but that just did not work. 1350, 50, it'll focus on the inner gates. It's very difficult to come out from those gates. That's there. Now what happened to 3? That did not work. So both of them were drifts. This one worked because it is a better one with lower pressure. So that happened. We'll go to the next. Six, 7, 10, and 13 has been scratched. One, 11, 2, and 3. One, Sandown. I don't have the feed for Sandown. If they show it here, then it is okay, but I don't have a separate feed for this one. Right, this is the third one here at Doomben. If we look through the odds, it's 1, 11, 2, and 3. 1 is the favorite. 1 basically is the second linear. Now, the difference between the... So if we look from the rails, that's the first thing that we need to do. So we get 2 on top, and that's the linear. Here, that linear was down here. It did not have the rails to support it. That's why 5 went through with the jockey, right? Now, here, both... I mean, all of them are within the rails. This is a very, very difficult race. This is not going to be easy. It's a very difficult one. So the 11 has the best jockey. This is more or less, there are horses which are maiden horses and all that. There are 2 horses with immense amount of advantage which is given to them. 24, 21, both of them are EWs. Then we have this drift which is here, which is coming from gate number 2. That is that. And but now that's the highest spell horse. That is the linear. And the difference is this, that the 1 has never been into a group 1 race. This one has been into a group 1 race and actually got placed. And that's what the thing is. It's in very good hands. It's not in bad hands. So that's that side of the story. The other side of the story is this, that it is a difficult one. So these 2 are with same pressure line. These 2 are with same pressure line, 31, 63, 63. This one is less, probably, which is the largest outer, the largest inner. That is the largest inner. That's from gate number 3. That's the lowest out of all those that is happening. It is one of the highest spell with one of the lowest, with one of the highest volume, and they are also in good hands. That is gate number 3. Now, all that is okay, but here, if we look at the jockey pressure, then we definitely get that thing is happening. But that's a 31. It lacks this side of the rails. So the 2 is the next, right? In jockey pressure, 2 is all of them have jockey pressure. 2 is the next. But if we look at that jockey who is riding 2, that is something that we need to see. Who's riding 2? Damien Thornton. And 11 is being ridden by J Mac. This is J Mac. So obviously he's the best jockey, best handicap. All right. This one is J Mac. 11 is J Mac. This is Damien Thornton. Now, these are the top 2. J Mac is the best. And here the problem is Damien Thornton is one of the best jockeys. So whatever that number shows is his here is here, who's riding 1, Berry, T Berry. So yeah, so that is what is happening here. It is the handicapping is definitely this is written by written by Damien Thornton. That's one way of looking at it. The other thing is that this thing lacks this side of the rails, so it's a problem with the physics. It's a problem with the physics. This is a better horse with the physics, and this is Damien. About 1 is the second. 1 is the second. 1 is the second linear. So eight. That's Tim Clark, rightly placed. So the chances are very, very weird. This thing can go anyway, any direction, but I'm still going to go with the linear, which is 2. It's got the physics, it's got everything. The pressure is adequate. We've seen the first one with a 349 moving through. There was no problem. This is a 277. There's no reason for this to lose. And it's also a spell. The 1 is the favorite. It is going to get a place. There is no doubt about it. But I'm still going to go with the linear. The linear is a linear. I mean, that's how it is. Problem is how he's been handicapped. Problem is how that weight distribution has been done. This has got nothing to do with. The winning percentage of the jockey or the average of the jockey or the ROI of the jockey. It is simply the weight distribution the horse has in comparison to the others. So that's what it is. So that's a tricky position, but I'm still going to go with that.
Should suit, especially off that last 200-metre split there. Why on the Roddy Gillett, yes, had every possible chance. It was suited by the pace of bias there last up. But ran good late splits, good time. Gets in well at the weights here. Giovanna ready to peak third up and also for fourth. No knock on the favourite, getting out to, I thought it was more, its price now, $4 on that. It has been a bit of a drifter this morning, though. Hurstfield's is rare, but the team there back in the office did want to take this runner on late. It was $3.30 this morning. Now out to as much as $4. Sisu Spirit. It's been going up and down like a bit of a yo-yo. So there's a bit of $5 about it, then $4.80. Now back into $4.60. This has been the good firm there in Roddigilla. So $9 you could have got about this runner this morning. Into a short, now it's $5. So really good go there for the 11 Giovanna. Also coming closer there together with that Hurstfield Greb form line, that $8.50 now into $6.50. She's a dealer. There's a lot of spook about this horse earlier in the week. That money's dried up though. Now the New Zealand visitor $6.50 out to $8.50. Singapore Rock 14. The two last command $16, and also Lagana, one of the speed influences, $16. So just going back, Hurstfield Greb, I don't think it will stop there. I think you might get a bit of a better price about that. You keep your powder dry, and just on the hold on Hurstfield Greb, it is holding 42% of the trade. So it does hold a lot of money, but a bad break in the tab if he does log. But the firm I must admit, is Roddigilla. It might start shorter than that $5. It has been very, very well back to the bet.
Okay, $7 to $5 on the NOPs. Still a little better than that on the tote, but you would imagine that's going to shorten up as a result of that push across the fixed odds and across elsewhere. George Rook, I mentioned him earlier. He's here aboard She's a Dealer, so he was getting limited opportunities in England. Switched to New Zealand in October on a recommendation from the two-time equestrian gold medalist in Toddy. He's won 55 races since, so it's been a remarkable acquisition for the Saddle. He's essentially their stable rider now, and he's on board at She's a Dealer for the James and Wellwood team, and we certainly wish him well. Nice to have him here at Randwick today. Race 4 not too far away. Let's get to Darren Flindell. Let's see how they...
George Rook here for the ride on the filly, who's heading up to Queensland. In fact, this race...
Frank,
big daring
3-win Randwick.
on the Oaks and the Derby coming up.
Best of luck, bro.
Queensland. Very solid 3-year-old race here. Rodigilla's been well back. It was good winning recently here on the midweek meeting. Now She's a Dealer and Elavina, the last two to go in. This is over the 1,800 metres with a rail out 10 today. Open betting race now. There's the light. And the 3-year-olds are on their way. Last Command really wound up off the inside draw, but doesn't have the pace really to hold it. Wide out Logano zipping across the entire field, and Logano will take the lead. Sisu Spirit's right there. So is Hurstville Zagreb settling third. Last Command back on the inside as Let's Fly goes forward. Then came Sacro Catino. Rodigilla's midfield along with the New Zealand filly. She's a Dealer. They're racing side by side. 2.5 then to Divana. On the outside of Autumn Tree, Segura Rock and the Ruffy. Elavina is back last of all. So Logano leads the way and Let's Fly sustain that run. Moved up to sit on the outside. This gives nice cover now to the favourite Hurstville Zagreb, who switches off in third. On the outside is Sisu Spirit. 2 off to Sacro Catino. Last Command the fence. A length then to She's a Dealer. Half the inside to Rodigilla. 2 further back to Divana from Autumn Tree. Elavina and Segura Rock are the last two as they start the run down the side. 800 to go. And Logano leads the way by a half length on Let's Fly. Hurstville Zagreb getting a better run today in third. Then Sisu Spirit, Sacro Catino, Last Command. She's a Dealer is next about midfield from Rodigilla. And then came Divana coming up to the turn. 600 to run. Logano drop right out. Divana. Couple of these are already getting off the track for an early shower. Sisu Spirit and Sacro Catino.
Oh, she has made an absolute mess of them, Let's Fly. She's bolted in at a huge price, $38 on the tote, $41 I saw fixed. It's been up for a little while now. That fitness has clearly been beneficial. You can see TS on your screens of STC. He's pleased with the work of Richard and Will Friedman's galloper being connected to this horse, but has absolutely bolted in. As for the Beaten Brigade, I thought, Hurstville Zagreb looked to get every chance. The same applies to She's a Dealer. Over to you, Brad, but really, miles too good, Let's Fly, miles too good.
Well, where did that come from? A Let's Fly, $38 on the tote, and she's won like $1.50 favourite. She just travelled so sweetly, and the way she let down, she has put them to the sword, hasn't she? She's won by a gap, and 1,800 metres, absolutely no issue, and the heavy track, no issue whatsoever. She swam through it. So your Kiwi filly, she ran well, closed off over the concluding stage. I think we're still waiting for confirmation, are we, for that third pick? It looks like Hurstville Zagreb with Elvina prominent, but no doubt about the win. Huge margins there, Corey.
Oh, it was massive margins, and she wasn't given the race neither, Brad. She had to do a fair bit of work there, getting down to about the 1,400 metre mark when she ended up settling outside of lead. But when they started to really put the pressure on, coming to about the 400 metre mark, when Braithwaite pushed the button, the acceleration on that type of game was super impressive.
12, 3, 5 and 15, 37.98 and 158.42 the race time. We'll head up to Queensland. We'll record those interviews, and I think you're going to hear from a pretty happy Will Friedman.
Well, welcome back to Doomben. It's time for a listed race. This is the Bill Carter Stakes for the 2-year-old fillies over 1,350 metres. Top weight and favourite is Sunrays, Kelly Schweeder and Tommy Berry.
Yeah, we've only got 3 horses in this Bill Carter that have won races, and she's won 3 of 4, so she's beautifully handicapped with 56.5. There is a school of thought that she hasn't met a lot in the way of depth competition. This is a lot harder. There's more depth to this, but there is a lot to like about her as well. She's got a nice draw, and Tommy Berry knows it.
Here is Hackney Hatch. She's always sort of up on the toe and a little bit busy in the yard. Paul Shayla, Damien Thornton.
She's 1-2, and then she ran second to the Handy Dragon Rouge last time, so that form's certainly good enough.
Don't Doubt the Lady is the 3, looking very strong and powerful. Clinton Taylor, Justin Stanley.
Could be the leader here. We've seen her down here in the past. She's got enough ability to run top 3 for sure.
Sweet Pretender is the 4 from the William Crop stable.
Lee, I like the 2.
She's still a maiden, but she's got the
I like the
form
2.
to run well if she has a touch of luck from an awkward gate.
Shayla again with on point Pixie, Kieran McAvoy.
4 starts for 2 seconds and 2/3. A little bit unlucky last start because they changed the distance of the race and she was desperate for the original 13.50. It was brought back to 12.40. She's in good form.
Carbonara gets blinkers today and those earmuffs pre-race. Rob Heathcote, Timmy Clark.
Well, the first start she started favourite against Sunray and didn't do anything, so she's had a couple of runs back and that read okay, I think. I'm now on a drier track here with blinkers on and good support. Like she was $26 Wednesday, and she's sort of continues to firm just little bits and pieces, 13 to 12 in the last hour or so.
Coolatar Queen is the 9, Chris Anderson and Noel Callow.
Yeah, just needs to turn that form around. I think we'll wait till she shows up.
There is the 11, Chris Waller, James McDonald.
Yeah, well, Chris Waller ran Lady Shenandoah in this race last year, and so you think he runs a filly-like, so she's had a tick-over trial since an encouraging debut at Canterbury. The best trial was on the dry, so I think that's a really big point here, and obviously the McDonald and Waller factor is very popular.
High Grove Road will be the 12, Jack Bruce, Rachel King.
Yeah,
It's a dangerous one, Frank. It's a dangerous one.
Moon Jewel rounds them out. Freakin' stable with Ethan Brown.
Yeah, it needs improvement from what we saw.
The 3 is a dangerous one. It's going to be very difficult, this race.
Alrighty, pick it up for me. I'm sticking with the favourite here, Sunrays, and it was actually a tip-top parade by her. We're used to seeing her sort of up on the toe and getting a little bit busy. I suggest the run over the 1200 last start has just taken that edge off her, which is just perfect for the 1350 here today.
2 should
Sunrays has been very,
2 should get it unless it gets tailed on.
So a lot of them have drifted. Others that have remained reasonably solid, Shatterley and also Carbonara. I'm with Shatterley here. There's enough runners to play each way to beat Sunrays. We're thinking the 230 might have been a little bit short, but she's now $1.80. Hackney Hatch, and then I've got Don't Doubt the Lady, who's likely to go forward. 11, 1, 2, and 3. Ronnie?
Yeah, well, those might have to 440 on Wednesday.
They're keeping J-Mac on top.
She is off the map. 180 now. 111, 2, 3. I'm with her. Just we've seen some good fillies in those colours in the past. Shatterley looks the improver. Just might be one short, maybe. Half penny patch and Don't Doubt the Lady. 111, 2, and 3.
All right, 4 to load. Let's get to Nick for a market update.
Might be late in the day, but yes, that's right. There was $2.30 this morning, now into as short as $1.80. As Rod said, she is absolutely off the map, heavily backed. If she wins, it might be a long day for the tab traders here and there at Doomben. If you're looking one for at odds, you got something on Carbonara, 23 in the 13, just out the road of 14, but it's all about Sunrays.
Out of States racing. Sunrays was one of the first to go. Overall, it was a good line out. Chadley's got good early speed, and the roughie Moon Jewel from out wide is trying to navigate a path towards the rail. Halfpenny Hatch being ridden with purpose early as well. Well, this is becoming very keenly contested in the early part. 4 or 5 abreast as they reach the 1,000 metres. Coolatar Queen, Carbonara, Don't Doubt the Lady, Halfpenny Hatch and Moon Jewel 5 wide. Meanwhile, Sunrays drops in behind that Hurry Scurry. Chatley going ahead of it, but 3D. Highgrove Rose over on the rail, then On Point Pixie, and Sweet Pretender is last. Down the side, 700 left to run. Moon Jewel left stranded. Don't Doubt the Lady briefly reached the lead. Coolatar Queen easing back. Carbonara, 4th one off. And Halfpenny Hatch is in a fairly hard run. 5th and deep, the first split, 44.35. That's a genuine tempo. Emerald Chadley was next, followed by Highgrove Rose. Sunrays playing the patience game. Berry, he's 3rd last coming to the turn, but he hasn't spent a cent of the run. Will try and swoop late. Then Sweet Pretender and On Point Pixie. Head the straight by the 300 metres. Halfpenny Hatch, Don't Doubt the Lady. Grabbed by Chadley. And here comes Sunrays. Thundering up the centre of the track. Berry happy to ride hands and heels. She claims the lead. Now she's in full command. Goes for home. As I said, they put a stack on her. And they'll pay dividends.
1.
Bolted in.
11.
Generally the best of the rest and red second.
Buck.
Over the line was Don't Doubt the Lady. Then Highgrove Rose, followed by Coulatar Queen.
111.
Point Pixie Carbonara. Wellback Sweet Pretender and Moon Jewel, who had a devilishly hard run, was a distant last in 121.28.
Well, Sunrays has justified the heavily support in the last 5 minutes or so to run at $1.80, $1.70 there on the tote as well. So the market said a big yes, and a lovely confident ride by Tommy Berry. He obviously had a lot of faith in this filly, getting the one right on her. She wins, she beats Shatterley. Don't Doubt the Lady will get third. I think David mentioned maybe number 12, Highgrove Rose.
Yeah, she's a sweet filly. There's no doubt about it. She's got a lovely race sense. I think most people had her probably on the speed box seating here, but he just played his cards cool there at the 13.50. He ended up finding Shatterley's back and just out-sprinted her. And the market was 100% right.
111, 3 and 2.
Filly that might get over a mile in time. She just got caught wide there and out-sprinted. And
So what happened is 1 11 3 and 2. That happened. We'll go to the next. Six and 8 has been scratched. Two, 7, 10 and 5.
Probably fourth at worst, but the speed was really on for that first sort of 2 furlongs, and she's very versatile. She's got a great turn of foot, and she was just a different horse on this ground today.
Much calmer today.
She was, I think, just a little bit nervous. Probably first time away from home too, being at the Gold Coast. She's done all of her racing here or at Eagle Farm, so yeah, she's a bomb-proof sort of filly. She's very adaptable, and she put into the stall quite quickly, and still had a bit of a stargaze when she got in the front, so she's got more improvement left.
Great stuff. Well done, Tom.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
All right, there he is, winning jockey Tommy Berry, Kelly Schweeder, one for the Queenslanders. Well done to the Morans too, Morans, the breeders and owners, I believe, of this filly. So 1 beats 11, 3 and 2. 121.16 the total time. And the last 600 was 36.9, if that's correct, which it probably was because they ran out at 44.35. But she's come from, I think by the time they got to the sort of 500, she was, back maybe in the last 2 or 3 runners. So she's obviously run much quicker final 600 than at 36.9. All right, that's it for the third race here today on Doomben Cup Day. Off to a break. Our next is the Chief de Beers at Mr. Level.
I went do it without without making them do too much, and I thought we got there. She used a little bit, but once I got there, I gave a good breather and knew that I had something there when I was going to go for it.
She was electric the last 400.
Yeah, really. I just went down and bide my time once I knew that she was building right up underneath me, and I had that 54 kilos, so I was able to skip a little bit on the bend.
No problem going further?
I don't think so. Really good.
Well done.
That's correct weight there at Randwick. So just recapping those numbers, 12, 3, 5 and 15. So let's fly. Huge odds there. $38.30 there on the toes. Beat the 3, she's a dealer. 5, Huntsville's a grab. And the 15, Elvina. So 12, 3, 5 and 13. Our attention though now goes to Wagga Riverside. So we're on a heavy 9 surface for race 1, which is going to be a maiden handicap over the 1,065 metres, and obviously with that Newcastle meeting being abandoned today, we pick up the Riverside meeting here on STC. So having a look at the market, XL Mood went up $3.90 this morning, as much as $2.90 I should say now at the top of the market. The 8 Slay Queen has been well supported, just got back out now to the $3.20. The 5 the Odie $6, 14 the Bay Box, 9 Collapstein $12, Mo Spirit as well $19. Now Graham White's numbers here in the first are 8, 5, 1 and 9. So Slay Queen, I should just correct myself, did go up $2 this morning, now up to $3.30. So a little bit of a drifter there for Slay Queen on Graham White's top pick selection. The 5 Diode, his second pick there is $6. The 1 XL Moon $2.80, and the 9 obviously Collapstain $13, which did go up $41 when they first opened up there. So there's been a couple of good bets if you're looking one for a bit of odds there. Maybe that runner with only a 6 cent deduction, but that's the market for race 1 at Wagga. So recapping Graham's numbers are 8, 5, 1 and 9. Let's head up to Matt Jones, who'll be your race caller today at Wagga.
Stall now. Got these stablemates to reiterate. It's an orange cap on Anger Play, black cap on Girl, green cap Heroes 5, and Just Be Trying was a yellow cap. Now the Bay Fox about to link up, Peter Clancy and rider Kane Stewart. So going forward there, DOD, trained by Dan Beasley, who's certainly plying his trade these days as a trainer rather than a highly successful jockey, which Dan was for many, many years. Now, they continue to load, so the first of the program, Midway Industrial Maiden, waiting on the stablemates here, which is Heroes 5, the Bay Fox, along with Just Be Trying and Slightly Queen as well. So 11 to go in the first. Conditions here pretty decent, given that it's about 30 mils of rain. Heavy 9, but an improving track, I'm told, on the Wagga Riverside today. So just waiting on the Bay Fox now to link up. Peter Clancy had a big day. Peter, local legend up there, leading weight, took out the Elite Cup about a month or so ago with these colours. It's the Bay Fox, who now links up with Kane Stewart. We're just waiting on Slade Queen and also Just Be Trying. Just about with your story here, Slade Queen, trained by Doug Gorrell, and Violet Soulsby, who's got some nice rides today, and working with this one and taking the feet out of the irons at the moment, standing in the wrong direction, straighten up. So waiting on Slade Queen. It was just a little bit flighty down there at the start. So still waiting on the last couple to go forward. Just Be Trying, still away from the gates. Excel Moon $3.10, Slade Queen at $3. There's not much between them. DOD at $6 and the Bay Fox at $8.50. Okay, so this one's carrying on a little bit over at the start. That is Slade Queen, the rider Violet Soulsby out of the saddle, and they'll attempt to load it riderless. Big crowd building up, perfect weather conditions, the sun's out. Far cry from the gloomy day we had yesterday as Slade Queen is holding things up big time here. Now, it's 3 minutes behind time in our first, and Slade Queen not doing us too many favours with Just Be Trying looking on for Great Vale from afar. So, it's just a waiting game at the moment. Newcomers here, we wish connections well with the first starters. Manga Play was $150, it's now under 41, so someone was interested there. 150 was an offer at one stage. No Spirit 21, another newcomer, Excel Moon. What's the latest scenario over there? They got this one in. Still working with Slade Queen. Still working there. It's a bit of a drawn-out process, this. They've given up. Not sure. They may well have given up on this one. It's now being led away from the gates. Not a great sign. Unless it's going to do a U-turn and come back, but it's heading in the wrong direction at the moment. Late stretching, refusing to load. Slade Queen is out. Makers asked to rule a line. Number 8, Slade Queen, has been withdrawn, refused to load. And that reduces the field down to 10. And one of the leading hopes is gone. They certainly gave it plenty of opportunities. Got out to about 4 minutes past start time. Just about ready to go now. The day's Industrial Maiden Handicap. Good luck at Wagga today. It's Ladies' Day on the Riverside. They're set and away they go. So the field on their journey, recapping that Slade Queen was a late scratching. And first away here, up on pace, DOD began well. Just Be Trying, and the Bay Fox begin nicely, followed then by Moon Girl going up fourth. Excel Moon over on the inside, about a length away, then to Mo Spirit. Then Calver's starting, and then came Mankipla, who's out wide. Being followed by Mavan, and back in last there is Nero's Fire. So up on the outside is Just Be Trying, and on the rails there is DOD. They're the first two as they run down to the turn, about 500 metres to go. The Bay Fox are clear third. They've gone well clear of the Moon Girl, Mo Spirit. Then came Manga Plant, and it's outside also is Nero's Fire. Mavan back in traffic. Excel Moon's got a lot of work to do. It's over near the rails from the back of the field. Calper starting down the straight they come, and it's Just Be Trying, but here comes the Bay Fox and DOD paddling away. Excel Moon still making ground on the inside, but it's the Bay Fox who's now got the front. Mo Spirit starts to make ground clear of Calper starting, but the Bay Fox in the first has got the front, and the Bay Fox has won it over Mo Spirit, Calper starting, Mavan fourth, and further back Just Be Trying, DOD. Then Manga Player, Excel Moon further back in the field also. We had...
Right, this is the fourth one. It is back to this distance, which was the first one, 1110. This one went through the linear, which was here, 1. with 65. All right, this is back to that distance. Now this one was a 349 and this one is a 471, so definitely this one is exposed. But if we look at this one, the 2 is an exceptional case. This one is, I don't understand what is going on with this. I've not, this is that's the highest jockey pressure on this horse. And last time here, you know, this was a tricky position. They all are good horses. They were all good horses. The jockey pressure was highest on 11, which is J-Mac, definitely, which got him to the second. And then this one came in fourth with that thing, probably because it was gate number 9. It is gate number 9, so that definitely had the advantage. So here this is the pressure. This one is gate number 6. They are tailing each other. That is there. This is happening. They're the top 2 pressure lines. This is well within the rails. This is not. So ideally, I would never go with a winning horse here. Ideally, I do not want to go with a winning horse here, because this is a tricky position. If the horse is not within the rails, I generally don't put money on that horse. It has to be within the rails. Here, the ones which are actually within the rails are these two, 5 and 4. Then it is 7. Now, this is gate number 6. This is gate number 7. And we've got the 10, which is from gate number 1. But that's got problem with physics. It's not within the rails. So we are left with these two and this. Now, if we look what's going on is this is an EW horse, okay? This is an EW horse. This doesn't need the rails. The drifts do not need the rails. It's an EW horse. That's the highest advantage on that horse, which is number 1. 2 is the favorite. I go with the this one, which is looking difficult because of the rails, or I go with the linear, which is this one. Now, I definitely would like to go with this one, but this is a 471. It is kind of exposed, and this is also not the best jockey. This is the jockey. Last time here that thing played is the jockey handicapping is weird, and that's where things got difficult for this horse to deliver from gate number 9. Here also it is the same situation. That is what is happening here. This is one of the best jockeys. This is here. The best is here on 1, and then 2 has the highest pressure. 2 is being ridden by, again, J-Mac, but it's here, so winning is difficult. Last time this thing came in, the 11 came in second, all right, because it is here, it is not within the rails. No matter how good the jockey is, if it is here, it is a problem. So out of here, then there is the only thing left, which is probably going with the lowest pressure here. This one is not in a position to win. This one is not in a position to win. This is a little weird because the jockey is kind of like that. This comes from gate number 10, but it is well within the rails and the lowest pressure. So we'll take a look at the horse. Most probably I'll step out of this one because I don't have a clarity in this one. PC, welcome back to win Randwick.
Well as ever. A couple of wins there in Queensland before. A couple of decent runs in Sydney thereafter, albeit the form guide is a little bit misleading. I thought he was okay at Gosford last start, where he just got a long way out of his ground. He was chipping into the margin late. We know a heavy track holds no fears for him. 10 Woods, I get the case there. He comes into this, a last start winner at Warrnambool. The stable obviously very happy to run him in testing conditions where he comes into his own. And 18 as good as so begets. Got the tick off from the yard there from Corey to say that he bounced off that last start victory where he almost travelled like the winner and really put the field away. So not surprised there's some money around for him as well. But 7, 5, 10 and 18, looking at $4.80 to field.
Yeah, I'm 10, 7, 18 and 6 here. This is probably the race in the morning where Scratchings really took hold of my selections, but I haven't ended up with Woods. The 10 here who is a superior wet tracker. So on this very testing surface, it will relish it, and I think that's why the market has started to gravitate towards Woods, giving it that last start figure, which was on heavy ground. In for second pick is Hariri, but you have to be a little bit scared about this drift. To beat the 18, as good as Sober gets to. It gets a run now and looks quite well fenced in the betting, and the 6 Delayus with that different form line as well. But as we turn over to the market, that is Woods who does hold the call, and there wasn't that much money this morning when we did the preview, so it's come in the last 30 minutes or so. So $6 this morning, now into $4.80. It actually holds 19% of the trade now. Sun God, $6, solid enough. $5.50 is out to 6 now. It might get slightly better about that runner. The 18 now, as good as Sober gets, does start to firm into as much as $7 now. So good bets for it. Hariri, as Brad spoke about, $3.80. Now out to $8.50. It might keep getting out there as well, Hariri. I think it might get longer than that $8.50. Schutberg, $9. Casual Connection, 11. And 2, I must speak of that they've chipped on at odds. It's a 16 St. Vincent's Garden. And Phillipsburg is the worst way, holding 9% of the trade as a $23 chance. So Ben Woods, solid $4.80. Best bet in the last half an hour. But the one that's at odds that they've chipped at is the 16 St. Vincent's Garden and the 5 Phillipsburg.
And Phillipsburg just making its way up now. So to the 4, that being Casual Connection, one of a couple for John Sargent, with the 9 Steve Blaze still left alone because Suki will pretty much round things out. Let's get to Darren Flindell for race 5 at Randwick.
So Dazzling is one of the last to move in, along with Steel Blaze. So we're just about right now. There's the light. The PF Civil Handicap, a mile and a half ahead of them. Gates are back now. They're off and racing, and June Bug anticipated the start brilliantly. Sun Godwin away a lot better today, and Casual Connection being sent forward. So is as good as Sober gets. Galileus in the thick of the action as they find their positions. St Vincent's Garden next as they prepare to turn out of the straight. In the orange jacket, they've got Spirit of Gaylord plonked down on the rails. They're followed then by Steel Blaze looking for a spot in advance of Phillipsburg. Watts has been very well back here. It's back in the field on the fence on the inside of Hariri. Then So Dazzling and Kasuki is the last one. So June Buggers, a late scratching of the gates at Warwick Farm on Wednesday. Again, brilliantly here and controls the race. Casual Connection goes up to a clear second, and Sun got much closer in the run today. Now Steel Blaze is on a bit of an exhibition looking for a spot in. Yep, it'll get in now. So Perseverance has paid off there for JBO. Steel Blaze is one out, one back now as they head to the back of the course. They're followed after 3 lengths to So Dazzling on the outside of Galileus. A couple further back then, the Spirit of Gaylord is down on the inside running rail as they work down the back. Now there's a run from back in the field. Kasuki not content with the pace up front, and it starts a very fast run around the field. So Tyler Schiller pulled the trigger a long way up there, and at the halfway mark, Kasuki's gone from near last to charge to the front. From June Bug and Casual Connection, and the field really starts to string out somewhat. 3 further back to Steel Blaze on the outside of Sun God. A margin of 3 lengths then to Hariri, followed by Galileus. Further back then to St Vincent's Garden, from as good as Sober gets, has been back today. Further back, Spirit of Gaylord. Now Watts is well back on the inside of Phillipsburg, and So Dazzling sees them all. So Kasuki comes back to Casual Connection, and they eyeball each other at the 700 metres. June Bug 2 lengths away in third. They're followed then by Sun God plonked down on the rails. Now starting a run deeper out St Vincent's Garden. Steel Blaze gets going. As good as Sober gets, starts his run. Phillipsburg gets under his back. Watches and St Vincent's Garden got his second win. They're the top 4. They've absolutely gapped the rest. Phillipsburg may run 5th. Beaten 10 off the 4th horse. Then So Dazzling, Steel Blaze, Galileus, Kasuki. Now the horses that are in a rush to get back for the early shower, they include June Bug, Spirit of Gaylord, Hariri, the market got that right, and Sun God has finished tailed off.
4, 10, 18 and 16. Casual Connection has been up for an eternity. That's went through this preparation but has had a stack of runs. The fitness was telling there late. Molly Burke has a habit of stealing 1 or 2 here at the Metros, and she's done so once again. You can see she was sitting up, giving a pat along the neck, and that was about 25 metres out. Such was the dominance there. As for the minors, the 10 Woods has really hit the line gamely. Fantastic run. And I know there were thoughts of potentially heading up to Queensland for a cup up there. If they get a wet track, you'd think Henry might push on off the back of that late close. The 18 will ultimately run in for 3rd, that being as good as Sober gets, and the 16 in for 4th. It's funny, at the top of the straight, as good as Sober gets was travelling a treat, but they were no match there, Brad, for Casual Connection.
He's gapped them. A couple of extra carrots for Molly's favourite horse tonight, the pat down the neck. A good boy. She seems to just get along so well with him. He's a momentum style of horse, and once he gave a kick, you knew he was just going to stay and stay and stay, and he's put a margin on them. Good run by Woods. Just had a bit of a checkered passage there in the straight, but he's found the line well. But no real excuse for the rest of them, and you can see them really strung out there, so it was a real test like.
It was a test there, Brad, like you said. Once this horse gets up and rolling, he can sustain that. Like, that was a good 600 or 700 metre run there that Molly had made on the horse. She attacked the leader early, and she's setting for home a long way from home. So
Big bet 10.
4, 10, 18, 16 as we head to Queensland.
Well, welcome back to Doomben. Time for race 4 on the card. This is the Chief de Beer listed level over 1110 metres. And
Okay, Bucephalus is here.
Let's kick off with number 1, Cannonball, from the Tony Gollan stable, Blake Ship.
Yeah, he's always been a good looking horse. Good luck to the punters. They put the wrong price, pressed the wrong button on Wednesday. $51 for under 2 minutes. There's something on. So, look, he's a dry tracker, set to lift, although he can be a little tricky to catch.
All right, let's look at Spacewalk. James Cummings, James McDonald.
Busting to win another race. It's just been a while. James McDonald might be just what he needs to throw him over the line after 566 days off the winning scene.
King Kappa is from the Tony Gollan stable with CJ Graham.
He's been in very good form, King Kappa. 8th last start in the victory. He should have finished a bit closer. He was held up in the straight, yet still only 3.5 lengths off the winner. He's a big player.
Then we get to the big goodbye, number 4, Robbie Tommy Berry.
He remains reasonably solid at $12 on the QOP. He's first up here. He's had a trial, and I think he's had a jump out as well. So I think the market's probably the best guide first up.
And Natuno will be number 5, Tony Gollan and Craig Williams.
He's ready now, third up. He keeps hitting the line. I see him blending into this race 3 deep with cover and having last look at them.
Here is Appen Girl, Matt Hoysted, Nikita Berriman.
She's looking the part. Good to see her nice and relaxed for a first up assignment. She was very good in the recent barrier trial. It tells me that she's come back in very good order, and she's got a big weight advantage over the boys here at the top. She's just got to be good enough.
Master Showman, he's up in grade a little bit today. Stewie Kendrick, Cody Collis.
He's a bit sort of hard to follow, this fellow. No real pattern to his form, but this just might be a bit rich today.
Here's Manhood down in the weights, Annabelle and Rob Archibald, Rachel King.
Yeah, he's nice and fresh here. He's 5 weeks off. He won't know himself for 53 kilos. And I think he gets the run of the race from that draw.
And Economics rounds them out. Also Stewie Kendrick with Jake Bayless.
Yeah, I think he'll probably lead here. He's pretty quick, but just a little concerned about the last 100 metres.
Alrighty, really hard to pick who looks the best here in the yard. I mean, it was very hard to go past Cannonball and Spacewalk, I must say. However, one of my old favourites is Manhood. As Ronnie mentioned, 5 weeks between runs. He's glowing here today. And again, won't know himself with 53. So I'll stick with Manhood.
Speckled support here for King Kappa. I'm with the 7. She's been solid Appen Girl to beat 3 King Kappa, 1 Cannonball and 2 Spacewalk.
I'm 7, 10, 5 and 2. I'm with her as well. Nice and fresh Appen Girl here. And she's going to have last look at them.
Alrighty, King Kappa is about to take his spot with CJ Graham in the saddle. That just leaves, I think,
I know.
Natuno out. So let's get to
Coffee 7.
Cannonball. Natuno goes in. Economics the last one up. Economics goes in. They're set to go. The listed chief to be is 11.10 metres. The red light flashing. Stand by for a break. Racing. Economics missed the start. The expected leader, the big goodbye, fast out. Manhood drives inside of him and takes the lead. Master Showman third away. King Kappa fourth on, settling down. Economics now roaring along the rail after the clumsy start. Appen Girl settling in the second half of the field on the inside of Cannonball. Then came Natuno and Spacewalk last. About 6 off the lead. Down the side, 6.50 left to run. Manhood the leader and a clear leader. A length and a quarter to the big goodbye. King Kappa third, Economics fourth the fence. Behind that pair, Master Showman, then Cannonball. Appen Girl near the rail, third last coming to the turn, and needs some luck with Natuno and Spacewalk beating the last pair. On the corner, 400 left to run. Manhood's had a good run in front. He's straight for the lead and he goes for home. Manhood leaps away from the big goodbye. Then came on the outside King Kappa. Where are these backmarkers? Appen Girl still with 5 lengths to make up. Down below the 200 metres, Manhood's the leader. The big goodbye and King Kappa are trying hard. Manhood is short next stride, but he's still in front. 50 to go. Manhood is gripping on. He'll do it all. Manhood third. King Kappa second. From Joe third. Cannonball on the big goodbye. Spacewalk not far away. Appen Girl never got into it. Then Master Showman to Tuno. And Economics last home. 404.
Boom. Busy.
Yes, when Economics missed the speed, Manhood pounced on it, and that's where he's at his best, where he can get total control. And he did there. King Kappa picking up the second spot. Cannonball and then the big goodbye back in fourth. Just waiting to confirm at third and fourth. But Manhood, ridden by Rachel King, trained by Annabelle and Rob Archibald, has been able to take out the chief de beers.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. When Economics did miss the start, it made life so much easier.
10, 3, 1.
There. He's run 550. Pretty well second favourite there, and he's just has enough in hand there and holds off the pack who battling on well. King Kappa and Cannonball's running on, but once he got that soft lead, he was off and on.
Oh, what a result. Manhood, Annabelle Archibald rather joins us now. And
huge run last start.
Listed grade is sort of where this horse has always been at, but he's always in those benchmarks a lot of the time, most of the year here, isn't he? And he's always lumbered with those big weights.
Well, Todd actually just pointed out to me that I think it's actually the first stakes race we've ever run him, and I don't know how we've avoided it with his rating, but great ride by Rachel. Once Economics missed the kick, I thought we'd probably have the lead, and maybe we've just been spacing his runs, but great job by Todd and the team up here. He's a real stable favourite. He's a real flag bearer for the team up here. Normally off to win a stakes race with him in Carnival's fantastic for all the others.
10-3-1.
So good looking.
He's very good looking. He's very well named. He's very good looking, and just great ride by Rach as well.
The time's pretty brilliant.
10-3-1 and 4.
33.5 neat.
Yeah, well, we'll take that, and we'll find another race in a couple of weeks.
Are you going to be winning another Doomben Cup today?
We're going to be trying. We've got a three-pronged attack, and hopefully, obviously the crowd are going to want the other two to win with the free beers, but I'm sure we can shout a few people a couple of beers if we can get the job done.
I'll remind them of that throughout the day. Well done on the win.
Thank you.
Yeah, there she is, Animal Archibald. We'll have a chat with Rachel King after she unsettles manhood, but he has been a bit of a favourite for a few of us ladies here in Queensland over the years. As I say, he's just been lumbered with those big weights, and he does prefer a track that has a slight give in it as well. So he is sort of a comfort horse. He knows what he likes, and he just performs really well at that level. And just with 53 kilos, barrier 1 on his back here today, there was certainly plenty to like. And the punters liked him as well. I think he, rolled into one of the more well-supported runners here, Rachel King. I got very excited when I saw you were booked to ride this horse.
He's a beautiful horse, isn't he? Yeah, first time obviously sitting on him, I just said to Annabelle, it's like riding a big armchair. He just does everything right. He jumped well.
So what happened is that 2 did not get through. Peasley was spot on that 10, which was the second linear. This one was exposed.
33.5 neat.
There you go.
And
He's
this
flying. Well done.
actually worked.
There she is. Rachel King, like the smiling assassin, wasn't she? She knew what
This
she'd done
is
throughout
good,
the early and middle
actually.
stages of that race, and she knew that this horse had a wonderful kick left in him.
3 was the largest
3, 1
outer.
and 4, 103.92.
1 had the lowest advantage, highest advantage.
Wasn't it? It was a sprint though. Right,
4
that's it
was
for
the
race 4.
highest
That was the Chief
inner.
De Beers. Next up, we've got the Darby McCarthy for the 3-year-olds.
We'll go to the next. Eleven, 16, 17 scratched. Three, 1, 5, 9.
How long he can keep staying.
I feel as though we've seen this movie before. We've seen this horse on this day do the same thing before you headed to Queensland. Is that the ambition again?
Oh, I've always wet. I wouldn't take him again. It's getting older now, unless it was wet. Went last year and it was rock hard and he didn't like it. So we'll just check away for a few weeks and see how the weather does.
Okay, quick comments on Molly Burke, who's doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, great for her to get one back in the premiership. She's trying to win the apprenticeship, so it's a hard yakka, but get wins like this helps a lot.
Well done. Here she is with Corey.
Congratulations, Molly. Gee, it's tough.
Isn't he what? He absolutely thrives in these conditions, and he was really tough today. He just needed everything to go his way. He's a momentum horse, so as long as there's nothing in front of him coming to the straight, he's usually hard to run down.
The stains would go for a long way.
100%, and that's what we've learned with him. You can't hold him up and then say go. You've got to start going a long way from home, and then he just holds that high cruising speed.
Well done.
Thank you.
Very dominant win there by Casual Connection. So just recapping those numbers, it is correct weight for race 5 at Randwick, numbers 4, 10, 18 and 16. So Casual Connection beat home Woods, who was a flashing light runner there, paid $2 to place on through the tote. The 18 as good as so begins $2.10, and the 16 St. Vincent's Garden. 4, 10, 18 and 16 there for race 5 at Randwick. Now we move to Wagga for race 2, and they actually are starting to move in here. So I'll go through the market quickly here. It's the maiden plate over the 1,675 metres. And Riverbed Unicorn, look, it's been $2.15 out to $2.60 at one stage, back in the 64.
No, Precy.
It's quite solid.
Don't have any of the Victorian feet today.
It's been the other one that they have backed 8 into a short of 6 now. A stern touch, just minus $8 in that one roll. Swamp, solid all the way through that 9.
None of the Victorian feeds are available. I stayed away from the Randwick because it's a heavy ground.
Truth, $15.
And
even though Riverbed
here
is out
it's a
from that
cup day,
before,
so
it has been a solid favourite here. And the 4 is the other one, Shades of Sheriff, but they have backed in from that early quote. But the best lead, I think.
right. So what's going on here in the 5th? If we look through the odds, it's 3, 1, 5, and 9. 3 is the favorite. All right. Now, that's the largest. That's the largest outer here. This one was the largest outer, which came in second. This is generally the second horse pool. Ooh, and the 10. PC was spot on. This one was exposed. This one was also exposed, but this one from gate 1, it just did that thing. All right. So if we look here, what is happening? So that 3 is from gate number 15. It doesn't matter where it is when it is the largest drift, but this is not the largest. Actually, it is. I mean, it's not a very like this one was a 4-figure number. This is also a 4-figure, but that's a little weaker. This one is a little weaker, but still that is the largest. This one is an 1818. This is a 1740. That is the largest. This one is a 1348. So this is the largest, and that's the favorite. So that's basically what it is, and it is well within the rails, and this is exactly where they do foul. From gate number 1, we have this guy, which is the second linear. The linear is here, so it is very difficult for the linear to climb up. That's not going to happen. Here, the linear was there within the rails, but it was exposed. And the jockey is definitely an issue. Here, jockey is not an issue. The jockey is not an issue. Here the jockey is good. This jockey is also good. So they are okay. These two are problematic, but that's that part of the story. The second thing is the advantage, which is gate number 14. Here, this thing, the one came in where? Second? No, third. The linear, the drift got in third. Second. It is generally the second horse pool. And this one, which was an EW, came in third. So here, this is the EW, which is again with the advantage. Here it was with one of the best jockeys. Here it is one of the pressure jockeys. So in that case, it's generally the highest pressure. It's still coming there. Group 1, so it definitely, that is a check. It'll work like it's the same distance. It's the same distance. This one is in good position. Then this. Then we've got this one. So 8 is a check. So that I like the arrangement, but having said that, yeah. So yeah, that is there. What else is possible is this one is still lower. Like the 9, We'll see how it looks like.
Last time,
Easy.
fine for her. Just whether her fitness blows out late.
I think, yeah, she'll definitely improve on today's run. She's obviously feeling well. She's nice and bright. She's been up in the bridle since getting into the parade ring. So, no real knock, but I do think she'll improve on today's run.
The 8 Poker Jack, Ben Osmond claims not to attach early.
He bounced back to winning form at Point Farm last start. Wasn't a deep race, but he did get the job done. He loves wet. He's always with a great record over 1,000 metres. Now he's found his form again. He should hold it.
He looks okay. I couldn't really find a negative for him.
Okay, winning proposal beyond Baker and Ash Morgan. We might have a chat to Bjorn in a tick.
An awkward getaway proved costly at first up. That saw her settle in the second half of the field, like the way that she found the line. She was 6 weeks between runs there, and that was her first run for the new yard for Bjorn Baker. So earlier in her career, she handled heavy tracks okay.
Couldn't find a negative for her. She looks really, really well as far as the parade goes. Yeah, she might take slight benefit out of today's run, but no negative at all.
What do you make of Storm the Ramparts, Brad?
Yeah, all these are coming through the same race. So Storm the Ramparts, blinkers again. He loves wet ground. Joe Bride throws the shades on. And he had them on the last time that he won. So not beaten far first up. And top 3 in 10 of his 13 starts. That suggests that even if he doesn't win, he's not far away.
No real knock, but he's just starting to get that little sort of bit of a wintry look about him. But again, no real knock.
Okay, we've got Mitch Jennifer, the Earmarks pre-race off for the first time. Jay Ford, Danny Williams.
Another one coming through that Lulamon 1,000-metre race. She went to go through the field, but just struck traffic, zipped home in pretty fast closing splits, and that was despite being 38 weeks between runs. So handles went okay, but it just dulls her turn of foot a touch.
Looks great again here today. She looked great first up as well. She's a casual type of horse that goes about her business. Yeah, so big tick for mine.
Then Molly Berg looking for a race-to-race double. She's on board the 15 Oceans one. Synthetic Hoof Filler again, Fred O'Rourke.
He was okay last start, a much better run. So third at Kemper Grange, he's got great heavy track stats and carries just 51.5 kilos after the claim.
Looks really well. Couldn't find a negative for the horse. Paraded super.
Okay, that's a look at them in the yard here ahead of race number 6. We're going to catch up with Bjorn Baker. He's got Dame Commander running around in the roses up north, and I know a start in the BR6 Sprint. But here today, he's got Winning Proposal in the next, Hollywood Hero coming up, and Thunderlips a little later as well. So to Miss Kim Carr in the last. Let's not worry about last race, Bjorn. We want race 6, Bjorn, please. Winning Proposal, how do you consider the chances?
Yeah, so do I. Race 6. She's very well. She was very good first up. I'm lucky to get a very well performed filly, and I think she can run well today. Always a bit of a question mark on these tracks. You never quite know, even though she has pretty good wet track form coming in.
So if you have concerns, if there are any, it is the wet track, and it does appear a severely wet track, heavy 9, heavy 10.
Yeah, and it's always demanding, and you always wonder maybe you'll be better third and fourth up, but her work at home's been good. I think if anything, she looks a little bit better today.
Then of the others, Hollywood Hero, Thunderlips, and Miss Kim Carr, it's the chances.
Yeah, I think they're all good sort of each way chances, so it's always tough. I like Thunderlips. I think if we know he gets through a wet track, he'll put himself right there. Hollywood Hero's very well. He's capable on his day, just second up over a mile might be demanding. Miss Kim Carr, awkward gate, but she's a progressive filly, and maybe by the last race they will be down the outside, so she's got that awkward gate to overcome.
Again, she deserves a change of luck on that front. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks to Bjorn. All right, let's get the pick of the yard, or the one that caught your eye, over to you, Corey.
Definitely number 13 for me. Miss Jennifer. I thought her run was terrific there at Gosford last time out. She got back. Tighter turning track, but I just love the way that she attacked the line. She's won here at the track, hasn't won at the distance, but again, I just love the way she attacked the line last time out.
Another very open market here, $4 favourite, and that is Winning Proposal, and I'm in her corner. So 10, 13, 12 and 5, all the eggs go in the same basket for me. I want to trust that Lulamon form reference. Winning Proposal had excuses there last start where she did herself no favours, a bit of an awkward getaway, got a long way back, but she really hit the line. So given she was a gap between runs going into that, you'd think she can only improve, and just trawling back through the earlier form, in her career. She got through heavy track a number of occasions okay, so I don't think that'll stop her today. If we're making a case for winning proposal, Miss Jennifer and Storm the Ramparts have to be in the conversation. Miss Jennifer didn't get a lot of luck through that same form reference. She was trying to come through them, but didn't really get the breaks when she needed them. Despite that, she really hit the line, and she was only first up there. So natural improvement, she'll run well. 12, Storm the Ramparts. When you see Joe throw the blinkers on again, it's normally a sign of go time. So a little bit surprised that he's a touch soft late. Maybe he just bottomed out at around that $5 quote, getting out to around that $6.50. He'll hold his form. Good first up, bounces off that, and he's a proven wet tracker. He should get the right run, just in behind the speed. And Epic Proportions goes in as the fourth pick. Thought it was a really encouraging return from this horse. He was no match for Abel Willie a few weeks ago, but he can only build off that. And although he's back slightly in trip, that is offset by testing surface today. So I don't think 1,000 metres second up heavy track holds too many fears for him. 10, 13, 12 and 5, but a confident late move here for winning proposals.
Yeah, I like it too.
Good evening, this is Parjinder Singh from the Grandstand Gazette Integrity Unit. I noticed that there are many people watching the festivities, but very few likes. Please, let's beef up the likes, hit the like button, help the algorithms. Please, I do not want to resort to more extreme measures. Thank you.
These went Storm the Ramparts did produce its peak figure. If you can get back to that level, I think it is over the odds there at that $6.50. And then numbers 4 and 8 as well. No knock on Grand last year. It was just the early price they bet. Top 1 went track failure, and the 8 also goes in for 4th there. But to the market, it has been all about winning proposals. So there was as much as $8 around, and even after the preview, they're still betting a good price about this runner. So around 10, 11 o'clock, that's when they started. It hasn't stopped since then. So if we have a look at the holds, winning proposal now holds 27% of the trade. And is a rock solid at the top of the market there at $4. You may get a roll or two better, but they are holding a lot of liability now on this runner winning proposal. Grand Larceny hasn't budged, $4.60 just into that one roll now, $4.40 back out to the $4.60 now, I should say. Storm the Ramparts, good early move around that 9 a.m. mark. But that's dried up now, so it's as much as 7 into as short as $4.80, back out to $6.50. Epic Proportions, $7.50. High Dubai first up, can't really write a ticket for this runner, $7.50 out to 10. Now, from a tab perspective, the other one that they're holding good money on, there's a loser in the book, clearly is the 3 Big Me. So 13 into 11. There's actually 14% of the trade there on Big Me. Miss Jennifer holds 12% of the trade, and she's an $11 chance. So, Betty, favourite now, winning proposal, clearly the best back runner in this race. If you are looking for one at a little bit of odds, maybe the 3 Big Me, but it's all about his favourite, $4 favourite now, winning proposal.
All right, we are just having one replated over there. Epic Proportions, horse number 5, lost a shoe, so will be replated, and I imagine that's happening as we speak. So we are approaching start time. We just hit our proposed start time anyway, and I'm sure we'll be underway soon enough. The NOP reflects pretty much everything you've suggested there. Miss Jennifer, the trim up happened early, but 10 out to $11 late. We've got a couple trimming in, but it's funny, a few of the moves throughout the course of the day, they haven't necessarily logged, but it's the drifters that have been on the mark. We saw Ahariri, what was that, $3.80 out to $11, $12 bet at close, and offered zilch. So there have been a few that our traders and the market have been cold on, and they've been spot on the money. As for this race, there are probably too many in that boat. Oceans 1 continues to drift out to that $31, but steady enough, the vast majority of these, including Grand Larceny, who's prominent in that market, and of course winning proposal, who will most likely jump favourite currently around that $4.
Good evening, this is Parjinder Singh.
Come to you, the 5 just being replated as I touched on. That being Epic Proportions, got out to $8, now back into $7. So clearly punters not too worried by that little bit of handiwork at the end.
Yeah, they've probably found their mark a few of these horses now, haven't they? With winning proposal 420 Grand last. He remains solid despite that query being a heavy track with him, but the fact that he is being kept so safe makes me think that maybe there is some confidence around him handling the ground. He's clearly going well. He's got his tail in the air. The last time and only time he raced on a heavy track he certainly wasn't going as well. So maybe that was a little anomaly. We'll find out once and for all today whether he gets through the ground. Storm the Rampart, $7. Epic Proportions, $7.50. So a couple of winners they have been by big margins, haven't they? We saw Let's Fly really gap an even casual connection there, and that's the sign of a testing track, isn't it, when they really get strung out. But yeah, we'll see how this one unfolds. The market has a pretty open race, and $4 now for winning proposals. So a number of different ways I can go here, but I don't think Touchstone's really been the best back.
Yeah, we're getting to that stage of the year too where we start to have a look ahead to premierships just while we have some downtime. J-Mac came in to the meeting today 20 clear of Zach Lloyd, who's looking to close the gap. Zach has a nice ride here with Big Me for Nick Ryan. So he came in today with 59, adding to that, but that margin you would imagine is going to stay too significant to close. Jason Collett and Tim Clark on 55 coming into today, and Nash, we've already seen winning up north. He's on 48 alongside Tyler Schiller. So, yeah, you can see there we've got a standout. Obviously, James is going to be taking it out, and he'll be heading up north for the next few weeks. But a few of them that can kind of strike a few victories here on the Metro circuit to close out the season and start next season with a bang. Given we are so far behind, let's head to Doomben. We'll start the yard on STC, and then we'll come back here for our race proper.
Welcome back to Doomben for the Derby. McCarthy for the 3-year-olds over 11.10. New favourite Emelita over old favourite Mayfair. Let's look at him now from the Gateway Waterhouse Adrian Bott stable with Timmy Clark.
Yeah, concerning signs with the market. It's very easy. See, trials are inconclusive. He's been gelded this
3159.
He's certainly got the form lines if in order. Just needs how much work he's got to do to clear this field is the question.
Lead Me On has always been spooked as very talented. Chris Anderson, Robbie Dolan.
Yeah, but we haven't seen him for a year, Bernie. He's had a couple of trials. He's up on the toe in the yard. But as you say, he's smart, and if he's right, he can be in the finish.
Yeah, he looks wound up. All right, here's Emelita. Look how cool, calm and collected she is. Chris Waller, James McDonald.
She is. She's just cool, calm and collected, as you say. She has had 50 to 6 days off, but she's been kept to the mark with 2 trials. Talented. The gamble is where she's going to get to from this draws and how much work she's got to do. I think she might have him covered talent-wise, but a lot has to go right.
What about Halifax? Can Kelly Sweeter make it 3 today with Kyle Wilson-Taylor?
Well, he's got the ability, but I think the gamble with this guy is he wanting something a little bit further?
Pellegato is from the Liam Birchley stable with Jay Guthman-Chester.
Yeah, I think he's got a chance to get into the money. He was got first up in the Big Dipman, finishing right on the heels of first and second, so that looks good.
Benzu is a gorgeous tie. Billy Healy, Rachel King.
So disappointed he's trying to call it again. He cannot draw a good barrier, this fellow. Look, he's at a big price, but he's probably got as much ability as anything else here.
Tiger Ties, neat and compact. Team Muntz, Talia Fenlon.
Yeah. He won a short course race at Gatton, showing speed, obviously more depth here, but he's had a trial since, and we know what form this stable's in at the moment.
All right, so we might be waiting on I'm Zach. I can't find him. So let's look at Lily. Shani Lily here, the 9. Donna Stanbridge and Emily Lang.
20 weeks off, 1 trial, didn't come up in 2 runs last prep. The punters are rallying to her. It looks like she might get the lead here from barrier 1, and that's no disadvantage, as we said earlier. So that maybe that's where the firm for her is in the market today.
I'm a bit of a fan of the 10 Dream Smart Liam Birchley, Craig William.
Yeah, I think she's just got to be good enough. She's got good form, but this is probably as hard as it gets for her.
Pride to Follow, it's a 12.
6 minutes behind now. So the only move in the market really is High Dubai. High Dubai is shortening 3 points. So all those runners that were in a holding play have gone in, and Epic Proportions now.
This is that horse that ran second to Queen Shenandoah.
About to get underway. Taylor Construction Handicap.
Lady Shenandoah.
78 over 1,000. There's the light. Stand by.
Some Dubai.
Set.
It's a very good one.
Racing. High Dubai anticipated the start really well from the wide gate. Storm the ramparts nicely up, positioning up right behind. Then came Big Me. Big Proportions improves on the rails in the early part, together with Poker Jack there. Winning Proposal not too far away as Oceans One is firing up and slicing through the pack. Grand Larceny taken back to third last from Miss Jennifer. And Testator Salenz is last of all. Storm the ramparts in front from High Dubai. Oceans One keen in third. Then Epic Proportions on the back of the speed. Winning Proposal slicing through the pack on the outside of Poker Jack. Big Me. Grand Larceny's well back and will ride for a bit of luck. Coming up the rise now. Storm the Ramparts in front. High Divide's been specced in the market and sticking on the Epic Proportions. Grand Larceny running on, coming up hills. Winning Proposal's got a bit one pace, and Miss Jennifer running on. Storm the Ramparts going well. 150 out, Storm the Ramparts from High Divide. Grand Larceny and Storm the Ramparts with the shades on today. Fended off Grand Larceny. High Divide third. Then Miss Jennifer, Testator, Salens and Epic Proportions. Good gap back to Poker Jack. Further back then to Winning Proposal, who dropped off from Oceans One. And Big B was last in.
12, 4, 7 and 13 across the line. That was an impressive performance from Storm the Ramparts. We need to get back up to Doomben for their yard. Post-race to come here from Randwick.
Pride to follow is the 12, Brett Kavanagh, Damien Taunton.
Yeah, tongue tie off today. The form was good prior to that track at Gold Coast last time. Does have a place chance at odds here.
Heart and Spirit is 13, Stewie Kendrick, Jaden Lloyd.
Yeah, third up today. Probably settles a little worse than midfield, might be able to conserve some energy, but this is a lot harder.
She Ours is the 14, Laurie Mayford Smith, Angela Jones.
Got the ability, and I think the map looks good for her. I know she was beaten in much easier grade first up, but forget that. Give her a good tick here.
Ally is the 15, Chris Corey Munce, CJ Gray.
Yeah, another one from the informed stable. Okay, without raving first up. Probably leaning to a few others though.
And Astrondo rounds the mount, number 18 from the Rob Heathcote stable with Jake Bailiff.
Yeah, I just doubt that he has the right form for a race like this.
Alrighty, time for pick of the yard. Look, I am to be the favourite Amelita on form, but I've got to say from the yard, I just can't get past Halifax for Kelly Sweeter. So let's see if Team Sweeter can have a treble. I'll make Halifax the pick of the yard.
Amelita is favourite. Bashani Lily has been well backed here from the inside gate. I'm with 3 Amelita to beat 14, 1 and 5. Ronnie?
I'm 3, 1, 2, 5. He's out the gate Mayfair, and the money's come for Bellegardo here. So intriguing. They doesn't look like they can lay these two favourites, so it's become a whole lot harder.
All right, Amelita is taking her spot. Here is the Darby McCarthy.
8 coffee. I have no clarity. I've gone with 8 coffee.
Two roughies, Heart and Spirit and Astrondo was slowly out. Bashani Lily flew out from the rail stalls and leads early from She Ours. Going forward, Tiger Time, Dream Smart fourth away. Bellegardo settling fifth as they run to the first bend. Then Heart and Spirit on the improve. Mayfair midfield.
1 Doomben, PC. Best of luck.
Followed by Ally, Astrondo near the rail, then Amelita with 3 behind her, and they are hella fast. I'm Zach and Benzu. Down below the 600 metres, Bashani Lily in her favourite role, 1 Tiger Tie. She Ours third, Bellegardo fourth, Drink Smart fifth. Mayfair's always been deep, then Heart and Spirit lead beyond. Pride to follow Astrondo. Amelita gives them 7 at the turn. Then Ally, I'm Zach, Benzu to the outside, and hella fast in the straight. Below the 300 metres, Bashani Lily leads, but Bellegardo comes off her heels, gives good chase. Amelita can't win. Bellegardo reached the lead. Mayfair still putting in. Trying to follow down the outside, but Bellegardo well back is dashing clear, and Bellegardo wins the Derby.
5-1.
And She Ours in fourth. Followed then by Dream Smart, Pride to follow. Then came Ally, Tiger Tie, Astrondo, hella fast. Amelita never going to do it. Tiger Tie, Bashani Lily caved in. And amongst the tail enders, Benzu, hella fast, and Heart and Spirit in 1-4-25.
So Bellegardo takes out the Derby McCarthy for Jag Gutman Chester for Liam Birchley, the trainer of the Sunshine Coast. Second up was good in the Mick Dipman, finishing just first 2. And the money was there to say, well, perhaps today's the day. Mayfair, very good. Lead me on first up for a year, and She Ours had to overcome a 3-wide trip all the way.
Yeah, they knew. It was big odds first up, running well, and off them, well, very well supported here, and just got all the favours from that good draw, riding the speed. Mayfair was pretty good, actually. It was easy in the market. He should come on from that. And that's a terrific first up run from Lead Me On, considering that he hasn't raced in a year. So they're going to win some races with him this preparation for sure.
All right, this is wonderful for Leon Birchley. We know this horse put the riding on the wall in the Big Dipman. You had a couple of runners here today. How confident were you?
It's not probably favoured the other one, to be honest, just because the track dried out a bit, you know. The ordinance between them, they both worked together for this day, and wasn't much between them at all, but she just came off a little bit.
5-1, 2-14.
She still got fight. That's down a foot again today.
It's a bit of money for both of them as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't keep an eye on it. It's a great result. It was unlucky last start, and hopefully get a bit of confidence today.
Where to now?
Not sure. It's his first go at 1100. But
So what happened is this, that 5-1, now it went to the rails. 5-1, then it came to 2, which is here in neutral. That was the linear. So this is this place. This is something. This backfires. This backfires. This has happened multiple times. This thing backfires. The moment the drift is here, it backfires. They default at this position. I'm not sure why that happens, but if it was here, it would have gotten a place. Like it was here, you know, this one was here. If we go through the rails, it is here. So it'll probably hit as a second horse pool. The moment it is here, within the rails, it defaults. Five. We'll go to the next 6. One and 15 scratched. Nine, 4, 6, and 40. Boom! Just testing the special effects. That means you're going to be killing very soon. 9. Find Wagga.
Opportunities in the preparation, and that was, possibly his today. So he took advantage of that. But yeah, I'm not sure we're going to get another track that heavy this week. So.
But it might be a matter of chasing the rain.
Yes, yeah, do that with him, and he's actually a brother to Dragonstone. She's a good producing mare, this mare. She's done a fantastic job, and both the horses by pretty moderate stands, but nothing like a good brood mare.
Absolutely, and it sounds like he's aptly named. Well done.
Thank you.
Yes, the blinkers on and back to a heavy surface for Storm the Ramparts was clearly the key there. Got out to as much as $7 with $6.60 there on the tote. Beat the $4 last year. Looks a big improver to get back onto a dry surface, so it's a very strong effort. The 7 High Dubai first up can only improve off that, and the 13 Miss Jennifer. So 12 Storm the Ramparts, that is correct weight, is your winner who beat the 4, 7 and 13. As we move to Wagga now, which will be race 3. This is benchmark 74 actually here over the 1200 metres, and just a quick note on those first 2 races at Wagga, they have come down that near centre of the track. We are on a heavy 9 surface there, but a good go in the betting here was Mojo Music. As soon as they went up today, $4.20, got into as short as $2.70, just out a couple of rolls here as we get those percentages down later in the trade. I do suspect they might come back for it. Yep, there it is, $2.70. Smarter Than You, solid enough, $4, $3.90 now, $3.60. The 4-car Hawaii, $5. 2 here, Big Day Out. It's been a significant drift at $3.30 this morning, now out to $7.50. Evans Memory, $9. Apollo Creed, $9. And the Herald, $31. Free Breed, $41. So the favourite, where are we? $2.70. Very, very solid now. Very solid about the Mojo. So, Hunter's happy to be with that runner. Let's head up to Matt Jones for race 3 here at Wagga.
Ready? Always field of the day, and the starters on the rostrum here. I think the eye over the field. Go any moment. Work out wide. The button has been pushed, but it has now, so they're away racing. And slow start aiming to something on the inside, missed it by a few. Apollo Creed is up on pace, and so too is down if they settle down. And they've been followed in as they get settled by Mojo Music going up third. 2 lengths away, then Smarter Than You. Then followed by the Herald, and then Avon's Memory, who improves a few spots, followed in by Car Hawaii, and last of all there is Free Breed. So Apollo Creed and Ryan Bradley have the front front, who will steady the ship here. Inside the 700 metres they go, it's about 3/4 in front. Over Big Day Out. Oh, the rider of Big Day Out's come off down the saddle there.
Not sure what happened, but Apollo 3 left the fairway in front. Over Mojo Music, followed by Spencer New, and then came the Hill. Kahawati is put it back in the field, Eamon Bentley. And out the back there was Free Breeze. They turn in. Apollo 3 continues to lead around the turn of the 300. It's Apollo 3 called upon now. Mojo Music down the middle. Then came Smarter Than You, the Hill, and Kahawati up wide. Apollo 3's getting tired, and Mojo Music pouncing now. Out to Kahawati climbing up. But it's Mojo Music has got the front of the Apollo 3. Kahawati and Smarter Than You trying hard. But it's Mojo Music and Mojo Music. Mojo Music first, the photo between Kahawati and Apollo Creed, and they'll be followed in by Smarter Than You and also the Herald, and then came Eamon's Bentley, Free, and the rivals big day out with Violet Salisbury being tossed out to settle their big race. We're going to report there on Violet shortly. On to the third on the program, and Mojo Music has been able to win the race here, number 7, and it's a good go for the minor end of the prize. And just having a look, the paramedics are down there attending to Violet Salisbury, who parted once with big day out down towards the 600 metres. Okay, so further reports to come, but
this is the 6th one, and they have put in multiple horses in here. I mean, way too many horses in here. It's like 9, 4, 6, and 49 is the favorite. If we look through the rails, 9 is well within the rails. It's the favorite. It is one of the top spell horses. It is one of the top spell horses, which is there with one of the best jockeys. If you look at the jockey pressure, then we obviously get this one. The linear is not the linear is here, so it's difficult for this one to win. It's way down here from gate number 17, so that's not even the odds. This one is there within the odds, the 14, but it is the same thing. It's the second linear. It'll also be difficult for this one to deliver. The largest drift is this one, 3, which should get into a place. That should happen. That generally happens. That's the largest drift, and it is not there. It is here. So that is gate number 4. Now, here, oh, that's okay. So that's the largest drift, which is here. Then this one is the largest inner, which is here, which is again within the odds. That's a tricky position for this to be here. That's, I don't know what will happen. So the other one which is there within the rail is this one, 13. Okay, that's just physics. That's 13, which is another spell horse, and it is there within the rails. It is just the physics of this. 10, I don't know who's the jockey, so the thing did not work, but it comes from a very wide gate. So this is within, this is one of the linears which is here. If we look through the rails, then 1, 2, 3rd. That's the 3rd linear. That is the 3rd linear which is there within the rails. This one. So 9 is from gate number 1, and this is the 3rd linear. These guys will have difficulties, but this is the 3rd best horse, which is within the rails. Oh, with the right pressure. This one is absolutely no pressure on this horse on a 1600 meter 26. Then we come down to these two horses. One is this, the other one is this, 7. So they're like no pressure on these horses. They are EW horses, but possibilities that might happen is The 9 is a neutral. Generally, it is difficult for the neutrals to win, but here it looks like there is no other option. So 9's kind of from gate number 1, which is one of the best BBs. This is one of the best jockeys here, both side, but the pressure is on that jockey is not the highest. Is the 4th highest. Then we get 17 and 13, which is here. So we get the pressure there. So this is there, which is way out. This is the highest. This is the linear, which is not in a position to win today because it is out of the rails. Then we do get that 2 with the jockey pressure. All right, that's the second jockey pressure that'll come here. 9 is definitely there. Oh, but that's the 4th one, I think. But there's no doubt this, is one of the best jockeys. There's no doubt that he's one of the best jockeys. We'll check who's riding this number 6. Jay Collett. That's 9. And this is a pressure, but this guy may not be the best. So 13 is ridden by who? C. Williams. So there's a pressure, and then we have these guys here. We will start from here, the double figures. So we get all those horses here, out of which here we get 8, 10, 6, 9, 1, 13. Yeah, so that's that. This is with one of the best guys that's there, but it's a neutral. Is it a good horse? It's a spell horse. That means it has been doing fantastic, and there are very high hopes on this horse. The larger the number, the hopes are much higher. Not me. It is or the hope is not like I am hoping. This hope actually is influenced by the distribution of the weight that is being given to this horse depending on the number of races that it ran in this particular spell. So that when it goes higher, that means this has been doing very good, and there is an increment on the weight of this horse. How that is done is through the distribution of the weights on each and every race, gradually moving up or down. Lower, the bad. Green, good. Then comes the physics part of it. So this is a good one. All those are the top 4 or 5 horses with the spell, and then the physics and the jockey. So we are still not in a complete state, but that's more or less the structure is. Now here we have this guy within the rails. This guy is also within the rails, but this one is a neutral. If we look through this, then it is handicapped very lightly, these two. 9 and 11, right? So these are the highest handicapped because that's the linear, one of the best horses. But this thing is here, it is difficult for this one to come up and challenge the spell horses. But the question is, this is a spell and captain has been kept as a neutral. Will it win is what is the gamble. Big bet 8. Zaphod. Lewis, welcome back.
Great last start. That was behind the subsequent Doomben Cup winner in late Von Peary. Still lightly raced, so it's still all in front of him now. $2.30 for Zaphod. There on the loose. I can see why there's been a trim up for him. He likes wet ground. He'll go forward. He'll make his own luck. He'll have a few mates here on top of the speed. Collect your cash. The stalemate won't be too far away. And the Jamboree is another go forward horse. But he can improve off what he did there last start. He was good first up and won at Glory Days. A horse you can throw into the mix. As far as your trifectas and first fours. I think he's going a little bit better than the form guide does suggest, and getting out to 2,000 metres is more in his hitting zone. So 2, 8, 5 and 1, Nick.
I'm 14, 2, 8 and 9 here, Brad. I want to be with Cotton Cat. I know it's D-Day, but I just think third up, out to the 2,000 metres, looks his ideal trip. And you really do have a look at these Sydney runs on the clockwise direction. That's when he is at his best. So I think he's ready to do it now. $3.90, I think it's about fair enough, that price. So he was brought back earlier in the week, but we'll get to that soon. I agree with you. Number 2, Hopeful. I can't believe it's $19. I thought it would keep firming throughout the day, especially when you isolate those heavy track runs where you got a second to Circle of Fire. It should have been Elias, who's going to go around in the Doomben Cup later on today. So $19, I think there's plenty there. The 8's a Ford, no knock on it. Looks to get every possible chance from the inside draw. And also the 9 goes in for 4th pick. But happy to be with Quantum Cat, 14, 2, 8 and 9. Now on the market, they chopped and changed at the top earlier on the days of Ford and Quantum Cat, but now punters want to stand out as a Ford. So it was $3.80 now into a short of $3.30. So it actually holds 26% of the trade, does Ford. Now Quantum Cat, it was the big firmer earlier in the week. Yes, we have had plenty of deductions, but only 9 cents. I should say plenty of scratchings, but only 9 cents deduction. And they went up $11 about Quantum Cat's been a good go all throughout the week. Even this morning got into as short as $3.50 at one stage. Just back out those 2 rolls to $3.70. Miracle Spin's been an interesting one. Has firmed, and it's been quite solid now down in the weights. It was $9 earlier today. Even about half an hour ago, there was $8.50 about. Now $7.50. Bear on the loose, as Brad said, looks one of your likely leaders, $8. Jamboree, been a bit of a drifter, $6, $7 today, out to $8.50. Collect the cash, $9.50. Hopeful, 17 out to 19, and Bianco Volano, $26. So they're happy to now, even though that early money was for Quantum Cat, the late money is definitely for Zaphod. Ben, as I said, who holds 26% of the trade. Quantum Cat now only 12%, so they're clearly cleared out there to Zaphod. But if you're looking for one, maybe Miracle Spin, especially in that last half an hour, but quite well back late here for Zaphod, Ben.
Yeah, it just seemed to peak on the run, Miracle Spin last time out there at Scone. But if you watched all bar the final 100, a beautiful run, and maybe one with enough merit to consider here. Zaphod, I'm not surprised to see the push there late, though. Ticks a lot of boxes where a couple of others maybe we're guessing a touch. The heavy track form is a significant tick, 2-time winner in 3 cracks on heavy. Had a winning record, 4 of 10, in the money 8 of 10, and certainly second up seems to lift. We saw that last preparation, albeit that was over the 1820 at Eagle Farm. This does look a little bit tougher and deeper than that, and over the 2000, but you would think with natural progression off the back of that first up run, Zafod is going to be tough to beat. 3.30 now on the NOP, $3.50 on the tote. So trimming in everywhere as we get to Darren Ferndale for the first leg of the quad.
The bear is in, bear on the loose. The outside of Bettor going forward. And Bianco Villano has the outside draw to contend with. So Adam Hieronymus aboard the on-pace bear on the loose. Adam shooting for riding treble. And we're good to go. Locked and loaded. Leg one of the quaddie here at Randwick. Stand by for a break. Gates are back. They're off. And Collect Your Cash jumped out the inside. There's plenty of zip wide out. Hopeful going forward. Bear on the loose is showing a fair amount of speed, and Jamboree as well. So Jamboree's going to control the action early, out by a half on Collect Your Cash. Hopeful and Bear on the loose is out in a three-wide position, and Hieronymus will take closer order at this point as they go down the back section of the course. 2 lengths for the back two, Zafod parked on the inside of Glory Days there in the black cap. A gap of 2.5 there to Quantum Cat on the outside of Bettor. Good gap back to the last two at this point. About 3 or 4 lengths back to Miracle Spin on the inside of Bianco Villano. So Jamboree does control the action, leads by a length. Bear on the loose, not going to push the issue. Collect Your Cash sits back in third position. Been no money for him today in the market, Collect Your Cash. Half the outside to Hopeful, 2 then to Glory Days. It's a front position down on the rails, followed by Quantum Cat, then Bettor. Bianco Villano sits on the outside of Miracle Spinner. About 8 lengths covers the field. Jamboree a half in front. Bear on the loose. The bear is breathing down his neck now. 900 metres out. Bear on the loose takes on Jamboree in the lead, and the pair goes stride for stride now. Followed then by Collect Your Cash on the inside of Hopeful. A length and a half to Glory Days from Zafod. Quantum Cat, Bettor not travelling well. Then Bianco Villano. Miracle still the last one. Bear on the loose, getting the upper hand now from Jamboree a long way out. Glory Days gets going, closing in strongly into third. They're followed by Quantum Cat, closing on into fourth. Collect Your Cash is out of coins. Zafod getting to the outside now. It's 10 lengths off the lead, the favourite. Into the straight now. Bear on the loose in front. Glory Days in the same colours as closing in with a hit in the air. Quantum Cat wants to run in under pressure. Bear on the loose being tackled by big Glory Days. It's David and Goliath here. Glory Days monstering over Bear on the loose. 3 further back to Quantum Cat. Glory Days in front from Bear on the loose, who's trying to come back. Glory Days pushed on by Ben Osmond. 1.5 length to Bear on the loose. Quantum Cat running patches, racing patches down the straight, but a clear third. 12 lengths away to Jamboree. They're dead set out, strung out like a flock of flying foxes going past the post. Hopeful, Miracle Spin. Zafod never a factor. Bianco Villano, Collect Your Cash, finished with an empty wallet. Bettor was gone a long way out.
1, 5, 4 and 14 and 9 across the line, but it was the one Glory Days, Ben Osmond, who was able to just get the better of the horse in the same colours, that being Bear on the loose, who was as brave as the day is long, but fantastic performance from Glory Days, who improves the Randwick record to 3 wins from 5 starts now. The only aberration really, that being last start over the 1500, clearly just relished the trip, and that claim as well proving pivotal there. The 2 kilos late has just got them over the top of Bear on the loose. So 1, 5, 14 and 9, Brad, they have come in spaced. There is about 30 to 40 lengths between first and last.
Yeah, there's about 50 metres between third and fourth there. So they really stretched out over the concluding stages, but it was a fair battle down the straight. Bear on the loose did his thing. He got out in front, got rolling. And then he had Glory Day just bearing down on him late and was a touch too strong over the concluding stages. So 2,000 metres and he ate it up. Quantum Cat ran well. He's knocking on the door, and look at the gap back to fourth. Some very tired horses there coming home.
They've closed in 39.76, Brad. The overall time 2:11.40, 1, 5, 14, 9 as we head to Doomben.
Welcome back to Doomben for race 6 on the card. The Fillies and Mares Mile, a Group 3.
Yeah, even I think that 13 has a very strong chance, PC.
Oh, sorry, it's the first horse we're going to have a look at here. Not the favourite, but difficult to say nonetheless. Waterhouse and Bot, Tim Clark.
I could see her improving today. 25 to 1 looks acceptable. I like the trial win. Look, it's taken a while to settle into Australia, but she's a proven.
Who's the jockey, PC?
So I'm wary of her.
You like him?
Let's look at Roots now. Number 3, Chris Waller, Tommy Berry.
Didn't do much first up on the heavy. Would have to lift dramatically off that and find some old form.
Jenny Lala is the 4 from the Gavin Bedgegood stable, Craig Newitt.
She was good winning at Flemington, Group 3 level, first up, and then went to Morphettville where she led and really backed it off but faded late. They're saying that she's better with a bunny, so they might just pop her in behind today. Winker's first time. She's definitely up to this.
Here's Queen of Dragons.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, coming off placing on the Kenzo.
It just doesn't need to get tailed. That's all.
This is as tough as it gets for her, I feel.
Thalassophile from the Wallace stable with James McDonald.
She plugged home okay in a race too short for her first up, so she has won second up in the past and she should lift off that.
Here's Arts Object, Kurt Goldman, Ange Jones.
Yeah, she's on a quick backup. She went to Scone last week and ran fourth at $151, so she's travelled okay and in good order. She might be able to pick up some of the minor money.
Great Parade by Exotic Miss, Michael Nolan, Rachel King.
Yeah, a lot of these mares went around in the silk stocking on Hollandale Day on that heavy very testing track, and I don't think she was really suited, but she wasn't beaten all that far. This is more like it today.
Here's the favourite, Vivier, Jason Collett for Kira Ma.
Yeah, looks well suited today. She presents fit and well with a few runs under her belt. Matched well from a good draw, although she hasn't won in 614 days. I think she does get her chance now.
Little Mix, Rob and Annabelle Archibald with Ethan Brown.
Yeah, she has raced well fresh in the past. She's a bit of a yard and market watch there. There's no money for a $31 expected to need a run.
Where do we put Rose Bloom, Waller and McAvoy?
Well performed overseas form, but yet to find any form in Australia, so wait till she shows some form.
Poetic Drama, Team Sears with Andrew Mallion.
Yeah, she's usually reliable. Her 2 runs back have been a little bit inconclusive, I guess. I'm not sure, but at her best, she might be able to pick up some of the minor money.
Torabella, Colin Williams.
She's in the same boat, 2 runs back. At a glance, look ordinary, but there have been excuses. She was wide first up, and then she made overhandle that testing track in the silk stocking.
Here's Adiala, John Dan and Nikita Berriman.
Well, she ran 5th in the silk stocking. She's only beaten 1.3 behind Floorsy. She's been up a little while, but all of her runs this time have been good.
Alrighty, they are loading quickly. I'm making Adiala my pick of the yard as well, Maxie.
Vivier has been well back to win. In fact, heavy support in the last couple of minutes. I think the map is perfect for her. Number 9, Vivier on top of 18, Just Glamorous, 4, Jenny Lala, and 6, Thalassophile.
I'm 9 to 13 and 4. I'm with Vivier as well. I think Paul Protrudeness is certainly a good bet at $31, although the market says no. Torabella's an improver, and Jenny Lala maps well. 9 to 13 and 4.
Yeah, Vivier, 380 into 320, so very much the firm favourite. Jenny Lala solid there around that 650 as well. We've got 3 to load here, one being Arts Object. Could play up, so let's get to Nick Burney.
Vivier has been really well backed here, guys, at the $3.10 and holds 26% of the trade. It's been one of the better back runners on the program. To give you another lead would be the 13, Torabella. $23 they went up on Wednesday, 12 today, into as short as 8. But it's all about Vivier.
Okay, last one loading. Here's David for the call.
Starter Mr. Lister turns on the red light. Ready to jump. First leg of the quaddie. Racing. The favourite Vivier made a good start off the inside. Jenny Lala began well. They're riding Arnie off for speed. Root's about 4th away. Arms Object in that bunch with Exotic Miss and Just Glamorous. She's going forward, but she'll be wide as they hit the first bend. Paul Protrudeness midfield and deep. Then Rose Bloom, followed by Red Defcon. A few lengths away, Queen of Dragons, settling well back in the field, Thalassophile, with Poetic Drama 1A at the stay. Little Mixers last of all. Down the back straight, 1100 left to run. Exotic Miss in the lead well today. 3 quarters to Just Glamorous, who came across to be second. and has a crack for the front now. Ardiella found the fence in third, Jenny Lala fourth, and Arts Object fifth, but posted 3 wide. There's the favourite Vivier, lying sixth on the rail, getting a good run in trends inside of groups. Pulchritudinous joins the 3 wide line, so too does Queen of Dragons. Between runners, Rose Bloom. Torabella a long way back on the rail, then Thalassophile, Poetic Drama, Red Defcon, Little Mix, and 1A is last of the 15. 600 metres left to travel, and now Just Glamorous took over. They ran the first 1,000 in 61 and 6. Exotic Miss immediately pops off the fence. 3 wide Arts Object, Armadillo waiting on a rubber. Likewise for Jenny Lala, she struck up in traffic. Pulchritudinous comes 4 wide, and Vivier looking for run near the inside. Fully homeward bound, Just Glamorous tackled again by Exotic Miss. Armadillo shot the gap. Then Pulchritudinous, Arts Object. Vivier's under pressure. Queen of Dragons running on fairly well. Armadillo throw on the inside. In a duel with an Exotic Miss. Pulchritudinous is not done with. Here's a 3-way go. Pulchritudinous though, going home the best and one. Pulchritudinous from either from left to right. Armadillo, Exotic Miss, Vivier and Queen of Dragons out wider. Arts Object ran a good race after Big One. Torabella for Thalassophile. Followed at the head of the others by Vivier and Jenny Lala, Just Glamorous. Pulling up rather quickly. Then came at the head of the others, Little Mix, Poetic Drama, Red Defcon, and Roots has finished a long last in 136.35.
Well, a New Zealand Oaks winner now here with Waterhouse Spot. Pulchritudinous has been able to get up in the last couple of strides. Lifted over the line there by Tim Clark. She's gone out at a big price, considering a recent trial where she gathered in Mayfair, who was terrific in the previous race, and she moved away.
13 is a leader. 13 has been to this track and done everything, but that happened, and I don't know what happened.
Exotic Miss, couple of closes, Queen of Dragons on the outside, and then Vivier just behind those. So it's close for the minors, Ronnie, but the Kiwi, the ex-Kiwi's been able to get up.
Yeah, I think Yulon paid a bit of money for her after she won that Oaks, and then she didn't come up in one run last prep. She wasn't right on that heavy track. They've given her a little freshen up for 2 months, and when the riding
they're doing that thing.
Where she paid to a sprinting type in Mayfair.
I'll show what happened.
Shocked there wasn't any specking for her today. She was sweeping in the run, 3 deep with cover, and she was just too strong.
Yes,
she's not just too strong. She's not strong.
Most here today, and she wins. And what a great job David Fallon
She's
did
not
as well.
strong. That is all.
The beauty of a name. Well done, Adrian.
Yeah, she's lovely mare to go with it.
She's not
very
strong. She's been given advantage.
In New Zealand through a 3-year-old career. It's just taken a little bit longer to get her into a little bit of form and get her used to the conditions over here. But I'm very thankful that Yulong are more than happy to be patient with her, and she's come back in good shape. So that's a nice first up run for her there, and I think she can open up a few more options going forward.
Yeah, that's what interests us. Where do you go with her? I mean, obviously you'll have a big spring plan for her. So how far do you press on in the winter?
We'd like to give her a couple of runs.
14,
I think she'll sort of
8
thrive
and
in
5.
conditions and do very well, and she's obviously very lightly raced. So want to see her getting up in trips. She's only going to keep improving. I think today's performance was going to dictate the which sort of path we went down. Whether we sort of looked up our sights a little bit more now, obviously trying to think about the residual value for Yulong going forward and see if we can add to that. But
so what happened is that 2 won. How? It's a horse that has been to Group 1 races, and that's the lowest in terms of pressure. So that's what it is. It's not like it's a strong horse or anything. It is just how the handicapping is done. So if you see from here, what are the results? 2, 14, 8 and 5. So 2 and 5 did get in with that, which was an EW. 2 was the lowest with a Group 1. The 7 was there, which was also an EW, but that did not work. Here, this thing worked on this guy. And that happened. 2, then 14, which was the second linear, which came here. 2 was 11, 14 just tailed. 14, 8 and 5. Where is 8? 8 is here. So basically, this is what happened. This one is a winner of a Group 1, and Group 1 is in like league races, all right? So that's the highest prestigious races with one of the lowest weight that it is carrying. 90%. 14. That is what happened. It's not that it is a great horse. We'll go to the next. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, all scratched. One, 6, 10, and 2.
Last 20p and Jen found himself a long way back. Just got a big action. He needs to use that, and obviously that day he couldn't do it. But stepping up in trip on a wet track today was perfect ride from Ben. We're just able to keep grinding his feet and yeah, gets the job done. But he does love Randwick too.
You've been happy to love Randwick. That's his third win here, but you are happy to travel with him. So are you pretty much just going to follow the wet wherever the rain goes? He might go.
Yeah, exactly that. He needs that lead. Just look at his form. All his best runs have been on soft tracks. It's the first time he actually found a heavy track, but I think the heavier the better. He won't get much heavier than that today. But yeah, the horse will give him plenty of confidence too. I think he's in a good spot at the moment, and yeah, he'll improve again on the back of that.
Well done.
Thank you.
Correct weight at Randwick for race 7, and a bit of a blowout there in the first leg of the quadrilla. Glory Days, $34 on the fixed odds and $39 there on the tote. So well done if you backed it or had it in the first leg of the quadrilla. Beat the 5 there, Bear on the loose, $2.40 the whole. Quantum Cat ran on well for $1.60, and Jamboree the 9. 1, 5, 14 and 9 there for race 7 at Randwick, correct weight. Moving on though to Wagga, and this market has changed complexity quite significantly. So sorry, Sunshine. Went up $3.40 this morning, now to $4.20. This has been the book go into that diamond carrot in race 4 as I speak of. $13 now into $6.50. They cannot write a ticket for the 2 Juliet's Joy. $3.30 all the way out to 7. Spritzy Lass, $3.10 all the way out to 7 as well. So some big drifters here. Kisses for Jody, 7. Madam Dosefly, $21 into $7.50, and Mayfair Hotel around that $11 quote. But it's all about diamond carrot for one if you're looking at odds, and the other one they have spec is the 14. So 10 and 14, best back to beat a couple of these favourites. Graham White's numbers here in race 4 are 8, 1, 9 and 7. 8, 1, 9 and 7 for Graham White in race 4 at Wagga. Just repeating, the 10 has been very well backed here to beat the favourite. We'll head up to Matt Jones for race 4 at Wagga.
For Jason Lyon. Get over a bit of ground here. 1,800 metres the journey. He did the Wagga Australia series as well, and now Kisses for Jody's about to link up. Not too long before we see them go. Just about ready now as Madam Does Fly heads up towards the stalls. Got Spritzy Master on the inside. We're down to the fourth on a 6-race program at Wagga. Starter looks over the field. And they're off. So away they go in the fourth from Wagga. Spritzy Lass begins well. There is no water up there from Yolwyn. Diamond, Carrot, Kisses for Jody, and also Sorry Sunshine out wide. A few have got pace, including Calm Buckle as they jam up. Juliet's Joy in that bunch as well. And Randwick followed by Mayfair Hotel. Sorry Sunshine drifts back now with Madam Does Fly. And Basso Caruso back towards the end of the field as they go to the back straight. Calm Buckle in the end went clear by a couple over Kisses for Jody, and then further back then Spritzy Lass on the inside of Juliet's Joy. And Goldman in between runners as Juliet's Joy is covering ground, and so too Diamond Carrot with 1,300 metres left to run. Sorry Sunshine's making a bit of progress. Madam Does Fly behind those, and then came There Is No Water, who drifts back. Stepping by on the inside is Mayfair Hotel, and Basso Caruso 2.5 lengths away last as they string out. Diamond Carrot third of the field, let out from Calm Buckle, and also Juliet's Joy getting close to the front runner, and Sorry Sunshine is being pushed along out wide, is now going up fourth. For the back of the field also too, as they settle down, would have been Kisses for Jody drifting back. Madam Does Fly, another out wide who's going forward. Then Spritzy Bass on the inside from Gowan, 2 lengths Mayfair Hotel, and then came There Is No Water, and Basso Caruso towards the end. So Ella McGurk circled them out wide with Sorry Sunshine, and it's taken the lead, top of the lane, about 550 to go. Sorry Sunshine from Diamond Carrot, Madam Does Fly, Juliet's Joy, and then Kisses for Jody. From that Calm Buckle on the inside, Spritzy Bass is looking for room near the rails, and so too it's Mayfair Hotel. Leader is Diamond Carrot from Sorry Sunshine, Juliet's Joy, but Diamond Carrot's now kicked away at the furlong, shot about 4 in front. It's Diamond Carrot from Sorry Sunshine, Juliet's Joy, and then Kisses for Jody. Further back Basso Caruso, and Madam Does Fly, but Diamond Carrot has slaughtered them. Diamond Carrot by about 5 over Juliet's Joy and Kisses for Jody, then Basso Caruso, Sorry Sunshine, Madam Does Fly, being followed by Spritzy Lass, Mayfair Hotel. There is no more.
Okay, this is the 7th one here, and if we look through the odds, it's 1, 6, 10 and 2. And if we look through the rails, then we do get the one on top, but it has issues. It doesn't have this side of the rail, plus it is a neutral. So that's that. Now let us understand what's going on. So they're playing no different than what Geelong has been playing. Geelong played yesterday. It was disaster at Geelong. But this is what they're playing. This was all females, and that was one of the highest advantages given. This is again all females, ladies. This is how the Randwick does. This is how the Randwick does. The all ladies. So then we get here with the highest advantages, and the 7 is the one with the league race. I don't know who's riding that horse. That's 7. I'll take a look. E. Brown. I don't know. It's coming from a very wide gate, but this is exactly what played here. This is exactly what played here. That 2. Where is that 2? Here is that 2. One of the highest advantages with all mares. This is what Randwick plays. This is how Randwick does the handicapping. They'll put all the mares, and then when it is about all same sex, almost same age, then it is always the advantage. Here it is also the same thing. So it doesn't matter how good the horses are, it'll go to the advantage because they are almost same size, same body weight. And this one, I mean, if this had played reasonably, then you can't beat the 6. It's a 204. You can't beat this horse. That's that 6, but it's the same age, same sex race. Again, here it played like that, and it is that 2 with the advantage that came through from all angle. Here, if we do the same thing, then we get here, and that 7 comes up. We don't know who's the jockey. I mean, I know now the 7 is with E. Brown, who has never been here at this track. Probably that's why we do not have much data on him or her, or on him probably. But that is where it comes from. Okay. Now, that's an EW. This 2 was not an EW, but it came from gate number 11. Here it is coming from gate number 17. 6 is from 10, which ideally that's the linear. This one should win. This one should win. But I'm quite sure this is not going to be the case. They put, the 6, if I look at 6, the 6 is like winning constantly. The 6 has been winning constantly. There is nothing doing with this horse. That 6 has been winning constantly. And there is no change on pressure. There is no change on pressure. It has been racing with the same pressure, and it has been winning. So there is no reason for that 6 to lose. But if the age kicks in, then this 7. So that's where my take is. The 6, you can't beat this. This is constantly, this has been racing on the same pressure. That's the highest pressure line on 2000 meter, and up till 2000 meter it has always been the linears.
He had excuses himself last start, so he failed at Randwick, but he did pull up 2 out of 5 lanes. So had one at Musselbrook prior to that. He actually won the Musselbrook Cup. So 4-week freshen, handles wet ground, and I think he gets the right setup to bounce back at odds.
Just a plain type of horse, always parades well, always looks okay. So yeah, same again here today.
Yeah, so Cool Jake, will be up on speed, you would imagine. A winner last start, but there is one big question mark with this horse, Brett.
And that's the mile. First go at the mile. But if he's ever going to run it, it's today, isn't it? He gets conditions to suit. He's going to roll forward. He looks to own this race, and he's racing in really good form, being hard fit. So fought back to beat Gallant Star at Hawkesbury last time. May have been a touch flattered by the way the track played that meeting, but he's hard fit. What you see is what you get with him. It's just whether he can run out that mile. He might be on empty the last 100 metres, but he's got a bit of guts, a bit of determination, this horse.
I reckon it might suit today, being up in front. A lot of the pattern has been up on speed today, so I think he'll get total control of the race. He looks every bit as good as what he did last time. He's still quite upbeat. He's still quite fresh and bright, so yeah, he looks well.
Asian Days was steady enough in the market for the past 2 days, but now it's really on the drift. $11 out to $23 today. Winona Costin for Waterhouse and Pike.
An import having her first run in Australia, so all 4 wins in the UK. We're over the 1400 metre, so that says that she has got some natural speed. First up, 45 weeks, 2 trials. Market was going to be our best guy, but we'll learn more after today.
She's a nuggety, nice type of horse, more of a shorter, thick-set type of horse, more of a sprinting type to look at. I couldn't knock her appearance. She looks well enough.
For Jimmy Hendricks scratch, we go to Diablo Bolt. Braith not claiming 2 for the Archibalds, $14.
Blinkers off first time. First up, last run was in the Midway Cup, which he found a touch too deep. So Respected, he was sent around a $12 chance in that race. That was 9 weeks ago, so does have some residual fitness and was doing his best work late in a recent trial.
Looks like he's had a good few runs this time round, so he looks really well for a first up attempt.
Zuatica. I think we're going to get a decent case mounted from Nick a little bit later on. JVO in the saddle for the Jones and Joseph team. What are you anticipating here, Brad?
Well, you've only got to look in the heavy track column in the form guide to make a case, don't you? 3 from 3 on heavy ground. So albeit all in easier grade, but you'd think he gets the right setup. He's had a few runs under his belt. He's a big, tall customer, and with conditions to suit, he gets his chance.
He looked really, really well in the yard today. I obviously didn't get to see him last time out, but remembering back at Rose Hill, he looked like he could do with the run, but he looked great. Like you said, Brad, he's a lanky type of horse, but holding good condition.
First up from a break, another of the Archibald runners in Nellie Laylak's Chad Schofield.
Yeah, and another import having the first run in Australia, so very hard to get a line on these. A winner of 5 from 9, that says that he's talented. 4 trials over 2 campaigns, but he is a year between runs.
Wiry type of horse. I couldn't really find a negative for him. He paraded okay.
Hollywood Hero, second up for Bjorn Baker.
Ran well behind Cool Jakey first up, can only improve off that, sets up his preparation nicely, good record at the mile. Just thinking a heavy track is probably not ideal.
I couldn't find a negative for him. His coat was nice and healthy and he's walking out very smoothly.
And we'll round things out, guys, with Rats, who's been up a little while now, but has had wins interspersed with some moderate runs this prep. Jason Deemer Ashmore.
Yeah, it says in the form guide that she's been a little bit playing in the past couple, but yeah, have a bit of a dig into those performances, and she has had genuine excuses. So in the coast last start, she just beat the one runner home, but was forced back towards the inside, the inferior ground, and wasn't beaten all that far. So wet track is okay, and she's going particularly well this mare.
She was absolutely glowing in the yard, and she's still obviously deep in the preparation, but still holds good condition, and she was nice and bright and keen, so really like her.
For race number 8, we thought that gap was closing between Cool Jakey and Green Fly, $3.20 and $4.60 respectively. Now as Green Fly just gets out again. Who caught your eye?
Number 6, Cool Jakey for me. I thought he was terrific there at Hawkesbury. Obviously he's a query at the mile, but the way the track's been racing here today, he should get out and take total control of this race and be able to do exactly what Adam Ironists want and push the button when he wants. So yeah, number 6 for me, Cool Jakey.
He's going to look the winner at some point here, isn't he? Cool Jakey, Corey's pick of the yard. Late mail numbers for me. I've gone the other way, 3, 6, 1 and 13. A healthy respect for Cool Jakey, but Green Fly, he is no query running a strong 1,600 metres, giving his one out to 1,900 metres in the past. So I think we'll know our fate early with him. If he half bundles the start again and gets a long way back, he's probably in a bit of trouble. Just park up a little bit closer, be within stalking distance of Cool Jakey. He gets the chance to run him down just as he did at Rose Hill first up back in early April. So third up, 1,600 metres, conditions to suit. He gets his chance. Cool Jakey, we'll find out today whether he runs a mile, but he gets on really well with Adam Hieronymus. 2 recent rides aboard this horse for 2 wins, and he's a type of horse you can ride him a little bit ugly in that you don't want to go too slow, you don't want to go too fast, but he'll kick for home here, and he just maintains that top speed, so that makes him so hard to get past on these heavy tracks. It's one that bowled back, the form of mine ties in there with Green Fly. He was great last start behind Punch Lane, overachieving as a $41 chance. He's fit and flying. I do think he's a touch more effective on top of the ground, but given the form that he finds himself in, the depth of that last start form reference, he has to be a player. You get him about $12 to find out with him, and 13 wrapped down the bottom. Ignore the finishing positions at her past 2 starts. They don't do her justice. I think she finds herself in really good form. So 3, 6, 1 and 13. Green Fly on top, and it's now a $4.40 chance, Nick.
Yeah, I was happy to spec the 10 here Zuatica on an each way basis. So I'm 10, 3, 6 and 12. I just think he's come back well. That first up win in Canberra did have a lot of merit. It was 3 wide, out on the limit, a genuine speed, and he ran good time against the day there. A bit flat second up. Then in the Tamworth Cup, he just had to stay at the 1,400 metres, but he kept wanting to find the line, ran the second fastest final 200 metre split at the meeting. So he's been 14, 14, 14, now finally gets to the 1,600 metres, and it's clear that his best efforts have been on heavy ground. If a second pick is Green Fly, who we know relishes this rain-affected surface, so if he gets some luck, if it just jumps that bit closer, it's clearly got the best closing speed. No knock on Cool Jakey, it was just the price earlier on in the week, and just that Randwick record in the back of my mind, and the 12 goes in there for 4th pick. And now as a move to the market, the 12 I do speak about, Hollywood Hero has been heavily back to the top. Cool Jakey has been $2.60 out to $3.30 today. Green Flyer was came today. Started to get closer to $3.90, just back up to $4.40 now. Hollywood Hero's been the good firm, $7.50 to $5.50. Rough solid, bold back just out of point there. Running for a couple of bets, but Green Fly, money dried up. Cool Jakey, probably just getting out to its right price now, the $5 to $3.50. But Ben, Hollywood Hero in the last 5 minutes has been a really good go, and wrapped. There's also spec out. So the ones down the bottom, 12 and 13.
Okay, Hollywood Hero into $5.50 on the NOP has Nelly Laylax just enters the store. So too Diablo Bolt, and we'll complete things with Gold Bullion as we get to Darren Flindell ahead of the 8th.
Locked and loaded now. There's the light. Stand by for a break in the Charity Challenge. Cool Jakey favourite. Running to the all clear. It's a rematch of the April 1 clash here. Cool Jakey and Green Fly. Jakey looked home that day. Green Fly gunned him down. Gates are back. Racing here. Rapt was last out of the gates, and Cool Jakey began sharply. It is going to lead from Diablo Bolt. Nelly Laylax right on the scene, and Suetica is going right up in the inside into a very prominent position. Bolt back sits right behind them. Then came Green Fly. In the early stages, is only about 6 lengths off the lead. A gap of 3 to Glory Days. Hollywood Hero's been well back. He's going to sit well back in the field. From Lavish Empire, Rapt and Diablo Bolt. Here's the last one. So they're getting along at speed here. And the front runner, Nelly Laylax, now is going to lead, presuming from the break, from Cool Jakey getting a bit closer. So Edica's got the drop on them third. Bolt back into a clear 4. 2 further back to Gold Bullion on the outside of Green Fly. Now 5 lengths further back to Asian Days, Lavish Empire, Hollywood Hero the fence. Further back to Rapt and Diablo Bolt, last about a dozen lengths off the lead. Nelly Laylax leads at the 600 metres from the favourite Cool Jakey, just creeping a little bit closer now at the 600 metres, a half length away. Then came Sawatica on the inside of Bold back. Green Fly's railing into 5th as they turn. Gold Bullion's had enough. You'll be late home for dinner. Into the straight. Cool Jakey takes control of the race now. Top of the straight. Cool Jakey 3 lengths clear. Green Flyers weaving through the pack with Bold back. Starting to run on stoutly on the outside. Cool Jakey, 250 to go. Coming back to them a bit, a length clear. Green Fly the middle. Right up the inside is Hollywood Hero. Then Bold back the outside. Hollywood Hero takes a narrow lead. Hollywood Hero, in fact, gets the upper hand now from Cool Jakey, Green Fly, and Nelly Laylax, and Hollywood Hero lands. Good bet. Oh, he's in the frame today. Hollywood Hero by a length to Cool Jakey. Nelly Laylax third. Green Fly picked on the run 4th. Diablo Bolt got home nicely for the future. Further back to Gold Bullion, Zawatica, Asian Days, Lavish Empire, and Rapt was along last.
Oh, Hollywood Hero, he's enigmatic. He's an enigmatic horse, but that said, the money suggested today was the day, and exactly that has proven. A 5-year-old son of Sacred Falls, we know Sacred Falls certainly love to swim, and so too Hollywood Hero today. Second up, it's proven second up, as mentioned there in the call. And how about the ride as well? One hell of a steer, barely went around the horse, just fence, has ultimately taken it out by a length. Cool Jakey, I think you could say off the back track that he probably does run a decent mile. The 11, Nelly Laylax, was the other one up on speed, and I did think Green Fly was afforded every opportunity. They tracked up, settled 6th, were able to peel off the leader's heels, but ultimately just no match for the leading trio, Brad.
Landed good bed, Sydney. The punters seemed to know that he was going to scoop through the going today, so lands the knockout blow on a heavy track for the first time in his career. Took good benefit from that first up showing, and on the back, a pretty confident ride. You can see Dylan was always travelling. Once he ducked back towards the inside, there was plenty of horse, so those on speed were pretty brave because they carved each other up, at least to the eye there. Nelly Laylax did a great job, given he was first up after a bit of a lengthy layoff. You can mark him down as one to follow the import. Cool Jakey was so brave, getting out to the 1,600 metres for the first time. And you're right about Green Fly, no excuse, he travelled all right and just whacked away at the finish. But Hollywood Hero, he lands that late confident move.
Yeah, an absolute 10 out of 10 there by penalty. But if they're travelling through the going, why not take the shortcuts and go up the inside? Obviously, he was back in the field, but he's obviously mustering really good speed up underneath it. No, they didn't get home in a terrific time, but still it was dominating.
Yeah, fantastic performance, wasn't it? 12, 6, 11 and 3. We'll get to the steer in 2-6, but let's start with the horse. Graham Baker, congratulations to you. The son of Sacred Falls that clearly loves it wet, just like the dad.
Yeah, he does, and no, it was a good one. He's always promised, and it was good to see him do that. He's a strange horse. He just has to be completely switched off early, and I emphasised that to Dylan. He was on the same page, and he was very good late. So, no, big thrill. Always great winning a race at the best track in the world.
Well, you've settled very much near the rear. He hasn't gone around a horse. So a quick thought on the right, because Dylan has done exactly as suggested. Cold, and safe ground.
Yeah, he's a good rider, Dylan. He's coming back off an injury, and happy to have him back. He's a great person, and I've had a lot of luck with him, and I think about good horses. He rode Osmosis, second start here. So, no, very good, very big thrill.
Okay, well, Narrow Cup, last prep, will we see him head towards Country Cup? So what's kind of the thinking?
Yeah, he's not in the big dance. I think he's in the little dance from memory, though. So we've definitely got something to look forward to in the spring. That's a big race in its own right. So he was an expensive yearling, Aussie Kerr and the team. I'm very grateful to train for them, hoping to get more horses. And hey, Aussie, can you look at my stats?
They're pretty good of late. Well done, Ben.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Corey.
Congratulations still. When they're travelling through it, mate, you can go anywhere.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just a bit concerned now. Everyone gave me a nice rap, so I don't know how much that'll cost me. But look, I had a good chat to Josh Parr. He's obviously rode him a lot, and obviously the team know him back to front. And they just said the kind of run you can give him, the better. And I was wanting speed, but probably not that much speed, because I thought he was going to find it a bit tough to pick his feet up. But he's got loads of ability, and I still don't think we'll see the best of him.
Well, mate.
Thank you.
Congratulations, and beautiful steer. Well done, Dylan. 12, 6, 11 and 3. That last 600 was 40.68. The race time 144.56. Margins 1 1/4 by 3/4 as we head north once again. Hollywood Hero, a hero to many today. The Big Plonk lands.
Welcome back to Doomben for Group 2. This time for the 3-year-old fillies, this is the Roses. Top weight favourite is Bennegill from the Glenn Thompson stable with Mark Zara.
Yeah, I must say, I'm very concerned about these back markers, but she's a very good filly. She's had a trial since Adelaide. I mean, there's luck in the run, and her form, with her form, should be right in the finish.
Chris Waller, well, he usually wins these races, moving out with Nashville Ruler.
Has as much talent as anything here, but doesn't help herself with her race sense. Has to be dragged back and then charge home. So I'm convinced she'll do that again here.
All right. Yu Wang is just about to make her way into the yarn. Chris Lee's Tommy Berry.
Yeah, she blotted the copybook last start. All of her runs, other than that, this time it have been very good, but didn't get into the coast at Gosford. The tongue tie's going on, so maybe she sort of got a tongue back, but she's better than what we saw last time.
Churchill's Choice is for Nathan Doyle, Kobe Jennings.
Got a bit of an awkward gait, but I like this filly. She's done absolutely nothing wrong and is probably ready to prime today. Third up from the spell.
Gary Portelli trains Verona Rose with Craig Williams.
Trial since the ATC Oaks, strong stayer. Should put in a good Queensland Oaks trial here, or even a Derby trial.
Here's a Queenslander, Felia, David Van Dyke, Kieran McAvoy.
She's an on-pacer. Look, they've pretty much been suited today, and she can either lead or let a couple go. She should be pretty straightforward here for Kieran McAvoy. She's very hard to beat.
Jenny's Meadow is a 7 from Team Hayes with Ethan Brown.
She has placed over this distance last prep in the Ethereal. Blinkers again, winkers have been removed.
What about Hurry Curry from the Danny O'Brien stable with Billy Egan?
Wary of it. She'll respect the stable when they travel. Did peak up well placing in the VRC Oaks in the spring, so that's behind Trish at the moment. So I'm anticipating this will top her off.
Surely luck changes for pleasure artists, Richard and Will Friedman, Noel Callaghan.
Yeah, they're taking the blinkers off. Look, I hope she runs well, but I'm going to wait until they wipe the slate clean and start again with her.
Volumnia from the O'Shea and Charlton stable with Blake Shin.
Another one drawn wide, but was very good behind the favourite at Adelaide. Sure to be charging home as well.
Waterhouse and Bott have Balamontana with Timmy Clark.
Attracting a bit of support here with different form. Only comes out of a maiden, but she destroyed him that day. And at least she has a lovely racing style and a good draw.
Dame Commander is the 12, Bjorn Bacon, Rachel King.
Another good map horse here, and she presents well third up off a win. And yeah, I think she could be one of the better long shots.
Team Munts have Poster Girl with Mark Khan.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether she's quite up to it over the 2,000 metres. Wickers are going on first time. Just happy to watch her.
Sun Worshipper, Matt Crop and Jones.
She could stay. Probably flattered slightly in the bracelet. That she really handled that heavy 10 ground, went third there.
Brad Wood up in town with Kenny Queen, Jason Pollard.
Yeah, respecting the fact that Brad sent her up here, she's bred to get over a trip being by ace high, maybe a place chance.
Love the look of 16, Full Howl, Chris Waller, James McDonald.
And not the worst. She gets McDonald, she's back to the dry, and she's a real sleeper at big odds as far as the Oats is concerned.
Alrighty, that is how they look in the yard for the Roses. I'm with the Queenslander in Philia, who has her first test at 2,000 metres here today. One thing we know, she will be on the speed, making her own luck.
2-6.
All right, they're at the start for the Roses. This sets the scene for the Oaks coming up over 2,200 metres in a few weeks' time over the road at Eagle Farm. Philia and Bettor have been best supported runners here, the top two in the market. I'm going with the speed map, and I've got 6 on top of 4. They're number 1, and a chance to the 12 here, Dame Commander at a big price to lob into a place here, but I'm liking 6, 4, 1 and 12. Ron?
I'm 1, 2, 6 and 10. I am nervous with these two going back up the top, Bennegill and moving out, so that is a concern for me, but I think they're both pretty good fillies. The Queenslander has been very well packed, and I can understand why, and she gets a chance to put her name up in lights here. Moving forward, and
if that 7 gets in, then it's a shame.
Run well with any luck at all.
Alrighty, looks like punters are pretty confident.
7 on 9.
Running a solid 2,000 metres. Let's get to Nick Burney and find out a little more.
Yeah, absolutely. Bernie Philly has been very well supported. Back $7.
If that 7 or 9 gets in and destroys this, then it is a shame.
Clearly the worst way for the tab. Benadryl, look, it is $3.20, but they are happy to let you on this run at Benadryl. But back to the 6, Philia, very well supported. Bella Montagna is also a very big losing way here. $23 back on Wednesday, even 12 this morning, now $8.50. So 6 and 11 have been very well supported. 3 minutes on the trip. Verona Rose is as well. If you're looking for a couple of roughies, Yu Wang and Dame Commander have seen a couple of small bets. But Philia, clearly the best backed runner here in race 7 and 2.
Yeah, they
Which one is that one, Lewis?
Celia as a possible leader here, which of course she is. You've also got probably Hurry Curry. Bella Montana's probably going to be in that front bunch as well. So I know one thing, they won't be wanting to go all out crazy out in front. Here's David for the Roses.
And Myra's as well. And we're just about ready to go. Olivnia will be the last one to move up. Field of 16, unlocked and loaded, ready for their journey now, en route to the Oaks of the 4/9's time. This is the Roses, there's the light. 2,000 metres. Racing. Dame Commander and Yu Wang towards the inside began well with Pleasure Artist. Philia was well away. Going forward, Poster Girl, Verona Rose, Kenny Queen are going to try and occupy prominent positions. Settling just behind them was Churchill's Choice as they reached the post the first time. Then Sun Worshipper. Bella Montagna over on the rail. Now spotting Benadryl for the first time in the first call, about 5th last over on the fence. Not a bad piece of riding to get there off the wide gate. Then came Full Hound, Jenny's Meadow, Politnia, and No Speed from moving out 3 lengths off last. Up the side towards the 1,400 metres, and Philia sets up shop in front, leads Verona Rose by 3/4 of a length. Caddy Queen doing work at the early and middle part of the race, going up 3 wide, and Dame Commander has settled well fourth the rail. Pleasure Artist able to get in 5th, one off the fence, then Yu Wang, who races inside of Hurry Curry. Dead set centre field, Bella Montagna the rail. A length away, Sun Worshipper, followed in by Churchill's Choice. Benadryl over on the fence, I'd say about 8 to 9 off the lead, as they went by the halfway mark, short of 1,000 to go. Then Full
6 is running lead.
Jenny's Meadow and moving out is Stone
6 is leading.
into the next bend, 800 left to run, and Philia making play in front, and currently
Problem is the jock. I don't know if
Kenny Queen. 2 away third on the inside was Dame Commander, who's had a good runner. Verona Rose fourth the outer. 2 away Pleasure Artist racing outside of Yu Wang, and they went by the 600.
please bring it home, baby.
Not overly fast.
Please bring it home.
Churchill's Choice. Poster Girl,
Please bring it home.
8 to 10 off them. Jenny's
Which is Polymnia.
in the straight, Philia went for home.
Run.
Center sights on the judge below the 300 from Verona Road.
Hey man, come on, run, baby. Oh yes, 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 oh yes.
Fango finished third. Churchill Floyd's on moving out wide.
That 7 got in. You see that? That 7.
Polympia, Benadryl in the middle of the field. Then Pleasure Artist. Well back was Verona Rose. Full Howl, Poster Girl, Date Commander. Bellamont Tanya, Hurry Carry, and Canny Queen. Last home in 2:286.
Man, I am so disappointed with this 7, man. 6, 7, 2, 4.
Half a length in it at the end. Moving out will get that third spot by the looks of that as they reach the line. So we're waiting to confirm third and fourth, but by gee, that was a good, tough performance. I don't know that she got a lot of peace throughout the running of that race there, Ronnie. She was under siege at the top of the straight.
I'll tell you what, you can't beat race pattern. She's got it. She showed speed, and then when she had to show stamina, she did. So a real lot to like about her. She's franked that form. It was her stiffest test to date. She's ticked the box with flying colours. Jenny's Meadow was great third up with more to offer. And if this filly learns how to race, she'll win the Oaks. That's an Herculean performance from moving out, but she's just got no racing brain.
15 sand.
All right, David.
We'll take a look at the numbers. What I think that 7 got in. The 7, man, I was so scared about that 7. Doomben. How long do you take to update a man? Seriously. But we'll check the next one. And so this is the Doomben Cup. 11 has been scratched. One, 12, 3 and 7. 1, 12, 3 and 7. Six, 7, 2 and 4. 6, 7, 2 and 4. Man, 6, 7, 2 and 4. So what happened is, sorry, this is the one. 7. This is the one. So this was the linear, all right. This was the second linear. 2 was the largest drift. This one was the largest drift. The inner. These were outer, which were smaller. So this is the largest. But what happened is that 7 did get in. Now this makes it tricky because a small mistake from 6 could have been disaster. A small mistake from 6 could have been a disaster. Here, this is what is the problem. Big bet 15, Sandown, PC, best of luck. 8.
Place $5 and Green Fly running in for 4. 12, 6, 11 and 3 there, correct weight at Randwick race 8. Now we've got a race 5 here at Wagga. As you can see on the board there, it's a very wide open event, so $5 the field. And Rowdy Anthem has been pretty solid this morning, so as much as $7 was the first price bet. Got into as short as $4.60. Now just after 5, but he's solid enough there. Sturdy's been, although holds favouritism, now $5.50 just out that roll, did go up as short as $3.90. So it has been quite a significant drifter. Spirit Lake, $5 now out to $7 Also another one that just keeps getting out, $5.50, $6, $6.50, now 7. Age bid, $5.50, $7.50. So
did you buy that blowtorch, PC?
And the next two have been very well backed at odds. And punters been quite spot on here at Wagga today, and that is the 13 Team America. So as much as $15 this morning, you can touch $6.50, but does hold some good bets. Now $8. Freddie Shock, I'd have to say, the one late in the last 5 minutes is the one that's trading very well here. So 11 as much, 12, now $8.50 for Freddie's Shock. So kiss me, $14. But just on Graham White's tips, he's with numbers 2, 1, 4, and 7. So he's with the favourite. Rowdy Anthem to beat H-Pin. And then the 4 there, Spirit Lake, just gets out to that $7.50. And the 7 Sturdy, who was your favourite earlier on in the day. So just going back to the top of the board, Rowdy Anthem, definitely be well supported, 7 into 5. But the one in the last couple of minutes we've just been watching is the 8, Freddie's Shock. Really well back there, Freddie's Shock. So the good firmers are numbers 2 and 8, and repeating Graham's numbers 2, 1, 4, and 7. And they've been getting off the fence there at Wagga, but those horses have been back there late in the trade, have been saluting. So again, the market wants to be 2 and 8 as I head up to Matt Jones for race 5 at Wagga.
Casting currently at $6.50. Sturdy out to 5. John Kissing. Devon 6, 460. Rowdy Anthem has been solid. Asia Pan 7, Spirit Lake 8. Freddie Shock 950. It's certainly an open contest as we wait on Team America now, who's the next one to go forward there at 1200. Southern Cross Conference Class 1. Spirit Lake here, Amy O'Driscoll replacing Violent Soul here. Joining us right a bit of a spill earlier on, and track was inspected following that incident. The thumbs up to the driver who walked away from the incident and stood there in place. Amy O'Driscoll rides Spirit Lake. It's the next one to go forward in the tartan silks and the white sleeves white cap. So 1200 metres the journey. Just a couple to go forward now, and Sun Kiss Me, Brad Vale, and also Rowdy Anthem, Alan Kennedy. Lead the line. Now it's got other ideas to come forward, but it's still 15 metres away from the gate. And, just a little bit flight in front just over there. So successful day for the club today. Big crowd turning out, supported by the weather, and we're just about right to go. So stand by. 1200 metres the journey. Down to the 5th on the program. Start at Pints or Austin. 107. Race 5 at Wagga. All to run. Very open figures here. The side track here today. Wagga, the start-out releases the field and they're off and running. And there was one that was languishing at the start. In fact, a couple. Team America and Debron were the 2 that were very slow early. And a fast start coming from Spirit Lake, a lead over Asia Pan, and also Mode and Soul Benefit going up into 4th. Early stages here. Balgowan's tracking out wide, and then came for the back is Studio on the inside from Alpine Rose with 1 off the fence. 2 lengths, So Kiss Me. Freddie Shock, Rowdy Anthem, a minute back with Debron. Inside the 700 metres they go, and Team America is tailed out the back as they race up towards home. So it's Spirit Lake, first one up towards the turn, continues to lead here over Asia Pan in second position, and also coming at them there, it's Moden, 3 out, Soul Benefit, 4 out, Balgowan, Freddie Shock queuing up behind them, with also the head of the others, the likes of Alpine Rose is ducking back towards the inside. Rowdy Anthem's looking for a run as well. They're across the track here.
7.
The inside now, Asia Pan and also Moden, and So Kiss Me is starting to wind up. No run for Team America back in the pack. They're right across the track. It's Sturdy getting up on the inside. So Kiss Me is right there. So Kiss Me on the outside, and Sturdy, there's not much between them. They drive to the post. All might be Sturdy, I think, from So Kiss Me. And close up there, we had in 3rd Alpine
That is 7.
Team America close up with Asia Pan and Mode and Freddie Shock.
Okay, this is the Doomben Cup. This is again a 2000 meter. We just did a 2000 meter here. And up till 2000 meter, it is the linears. Here, this one is the linear. It's a 384. This one was a 204, but this one is a 384. PC is talking about 7, which is a drift. But yeah, the JMAC is rightly on this. That's not the largest drift. The largest drift is here, which is 2. And then we also have our pain, which is this 9 with that. So we've seen what that 7 did in this one. You know, that 7 came from 17 with that, which was an EW. It came in second with that advantage. Here we have this gentleman who's coming. It is tailing. The worst part is it is tailing. A small mistake through one, it is going to be disastrous. A small mistake through one is going to be disastrous. But one is the right odd. I mean, here you up till 2000 meters, it is the linears that should happen. If that doesn't happen, there's something majorly wrong. And this is okay. I mean, I don't know what to say actually. This one got in, the drift got in, the two, but it came in third. I think it came in third. The two came in third. Why? Because of this advantage here. That's a moronness of the highest order. I mean, this is bad. I don't like it. But here, this is the linear. Ideally, what should happen? The linear gets there, then the largest drift, and then you have some advantage going in. That's a separate issue. But here, the advantage is they are putting advantages on some really good horses, and that's pretty much what is very painful. This one has been put as an EW here. Okay, this is an EW, the 9. But look at that. It's tailing 10. If 10 even, it's tailing 1. If 1 even sneezes, the 9 is going to ruin it for good. If 1 tries to sneeze, about the 7 is here. JMac is on. JMac is on, but that's how the pressure line is. This is the highest pressure on this jockey, which is 4, which is an 8-year-old gilding. I don't know what is that doing, but it is there. That's from gate number 7. So that's the thing with the jockey pressure. JMac is here. JMac has not been given pressure. JMac has not been given pressure. So it's totally on JMac now. He doesn't have support, PC. JMac doesn't have support. JMac doesn't have support. He's coming from gate number 5, but this thing is in a difficult state. So yeah, that 7 is here with the jockey, which is also in a very good hand. So now, four. So we'll put that as check and see where does it stand. It is here. 57, 85, 57, 69. Oops. $12. 47. 7, 12. That is okay, fair enough. Now we'll see here, these two, I don't know who they are. 9, 11. So that 9 comes in. That's the highest pressure here. This is the highest here. That is the lowest there. So this thing has all the possibilities to get in. This thing has all the possibilities to get in. T1. $260, $290, $42, $8. Two, three. 70, 60. So one of the drifts is 89 by 23, which is an 8-year-old. So no, that is not happening. And then this one, which is a 91 by 25, which is okay. So that is 3. This one is 11, which is tailing. This one is 10. This is 11. Gate number 10, 11. I mean, this is pre-scratching. So right now this can change. This is pre-scratching. So that is tailing. Now what happens? This is an 8-year-old. But we've had very bad times with these 8-year-olds at Randwick, man. So that is there. Where is 7? 7 is here. 5. Where is 4? Gate number 4. 4 is here, which is EW. 9. And gate number 6 is here. This is not happening. PC, JMac, I hope you put it as EW. I hope you put it as EW because JMac is in not looking great. I mean, JMac is JMac at the end of the day. He'll do what he does, but this is the picture in front of you. There's a lot of advantage given to 9. There's the 1 is the right odd with the right pressure, everything. That's the linear up till 2000 meter. That's what should happen. And then we also have this 2, which is the largest drift. The question is, how will it play? I like the 1. Definitely, I like the 1. Then it's in good hands. Definitely, that's probably Chris Waller. Wodonga.
$6.50 this morning, now as short as I got into as short as $3.80, just out that $2 to $4 now, and with that he holds 28% of the track, so very well supported throughout betting there in Thunderlips. Spioni now, Thunderlips did not $4. There's every chance he may start shorter than that, Spioni, so they've rallied back to him. High and Proud, he actually holds 14% of the trade, so a couple of good bets for him. McCory's pick of the yard, $7 to $6. Bolt Saver's got some good wet track form, $8 about the run. Been solid throughout, no drama. One of the likely odd speed influences, 10 into 9. King of Rousseau, as you said, Brad, has been a significant drift at $4.60 this morning, all the way out to 11. The 6 Cruel Summer, a couple of bets there. Now, Marcus Boyd, clearly the worst way in the Tub book. He actually holds 11% of the trade. Now, he was 23.16 and he got out to as much as 23 again this morning, back into 14. So a couple of good bets there for Marcus Boyd. So back to the top of the market. They're $4 now. Spioni, he is the outright favourite. So Dunlips was favourite at one stage, but they just flipped back now. So the 18's the issue of favourite. But there's been a really good go here down the bottom for Margie's Boy, Ben, at a little bit of odds.
In the blindfold, so he can't see the NOP fluctuations, but he might have just heard your update from over the other side of the track. We are halfway through the quaddie already. The third leg coming up. Glory Days caused a bit of a stir in the first leg at $34 fixed. Some normality restored with Hollywood Hero in the second leg. Let's see how the third plays out here. Best of luck if you're still alive. There is the blindfolded Margie's Boy. Good push, $14 on the NOP now, having peaked at 23 as we get to Darren.
That's now the last to go forward for the Magnolia Lane Financial Services Handicap. We're good to go. Stand by for a break. Waiting for the all clear now. Thunderlips and Spioni, the joint favourites. Thunderlips drawn the rails. Racing now, and Excelitas anticipated the start really well. There's plenty of horses surging forward, particularly Thunderlips is going to use barrier one, and now Cruel Summer does his thing. Cruel Summer moves up on the outside of Thunderlips, and No Drama wants to make an issue of it by going forward. High I'm Proud fourth. Excelitas is moving forward in a wider position in advance of anything goes than Margie's Boy. Further back to King of Rousseau. Timpinus eases back together with on the outside, Bolt Saber, and Spioni slices through the centre. So Cruel Summer got his way down the side. He loves to lead and he loves the wet. Cruel Summer in front by 2 lengths on No Drama. Then came one of the favourites, Thunderlips, a fence sitter there. Excelitas caught deep. High I'm Proud wedged between runners. They're followed there by Anything Goes from Margie's Boys that come to the turn. King of Rousseau in the middle of the ruck. Wider out, Bolt Saver, Spioni, and Timpinus last of a bunching field behind the leader. So Cruel Summer still leads the way by 2 lengths. Now Thunderlips will take an inside run into the straight. Excelitas wide out. King of Rousseau's getting the gaps. And further back to Anything Goes. Cruel Summer 300 metres out from Excelitas. Thunderlips coming. Here comes Spioni. And Bolt Saver down the outside. Spioni wide out on the track in the orange jacket. Racing for the lead. The Victorian Bolt Saver's giving chase. Thunderlips the far side. Spioni in front though from Thunderlips and Spioni. Spioni won it by 3/4 to Thunderlips. Bolt Saver third. Anything Goes in fourth. Get back to Excelitas from High and Proud, doing its best work through the line. Further back to Cruel Summer, Margie's Boy, Timpinus. King of Rousseau was slicing through the pack, and the run was very short-lived. No Drama, it wicked out to run last.
Oh, Spioni, fantastic win down the outside, and you get the impression late in the day that we might see a few more venture out that way. The two of them launched a run at the same time, but it was Spioni, Tyler Schiller, who was too strong there for Team Hawks, building a really nice record. That's his third win in just 5 career starts with the minor thrown in there. And off the back of a Randwick second over the 1400 last start, goes one better here over the same track and trip. As for the minors, the 4, Thunderlips, has run really well towards the inside. The 16, Bolt Saver, was the other that launched that run down the outside. And the 12, Anything Goes. Second up will improve again off the back of that break, but bumped into a few a bit too good.
Progressive type, isn't he? 5 starts into his career and he has improved again. So the most exciting element to this horse is that every time he steps out, he gets that little bit better. So we haven't seen too many jockeys to this point in the meeting chance their arm and find that wide lane. Yet Tyler Schiller just inched wider and wider and wider and really let down, didn't he? But to beat a pretty brave Thunderlips who's holding his form really well, but he's a likely type. Spioni certainly on his way.
Nice win. We have got Nash Wheeler here today, so I'm sure that would have been done a little bit earlier if Nash had been riding here today, Brad, but all on us with the winner. Good win.
Absolutely. Spioni, who was fantastic there down the outside. Well done, Michael. Fantastic.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. We've got a lot of time for this horse. He was probably very unlucky last start here, and just at the Tyler, just jumped him out. Unfortunately, he's just drawn an awkward barrier, and he's just going to have to go back. But we think he's good enough and just hope to get a bit of clear air and let him whip, and he's done that.
Okay, so we're at 14, back-to-back runs at the 14 now. It probably played more like a 1500. Do you have the versatility under the bonnet to maybe go to a mile?
I think he will in time. I actually believe this horse will be very good in time. We've only taken him slow. We have bred him ourselves. It's a family horse, obviously Mum and Claire owning him, and he's just taken a lot of time. He's by that Showtime sire that we train, so we know a bit about the family. It's been great, but he has tightened up a little bit, and he hasn't ran for a while, but I have no doubt in time he's going to make a very nice horse.
Well, you're happy, and more importantly, the girls will be happy. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. Congratulations to the two of them. Let's get to Corey, who's with Tyler.
Well done, Tyler. He seems to be putting it all together.
Yeah, he's always been a consistent type, and Michael really loves him. He's one of his own, so it probably makes it a bit nicer when you can win on them. But I thought he was a tough effort today. He had to contest with a bad barrier. I wasn't hoping to get to the outside, but when I was halfway there at the 400, I thought we may as well go the full way, and to his credit, he put him away nicely. Thanks.
Yeah, congratulations, Tyler. 18, 4, 16 and 12. We need to head up to Queensland, the Doomben Cup, not too far away.
Time for a little Group 1 action here at Doomben now. Horses are in the yard for the Doomben Cup. Of course, it is over 2,000
US on
metres.
3.
Let's start with our favourite, Antino from the Tony Gollard stable with Blake Shed.
Yeah, he's got an undeniable chance. There are 8 runners here today that competed against each other in the Hollandale 2 weeks ago on a very testing track. It was a one-horse race, and it was this guy. Just been a long time since Queensland have won a Doomben Cup, Bernie, but this is the right horse to set that record straight. He just needs to, make all the right moves, Blake Shen. He's the jockey that knows this horse better than anyone else. So he turns up here in fantastic order, and he's going to be charging home.
Indeed. All right, let's look at the 2 Lindemann now from the Chris Waller stable with Nashville Rilla.
Well, his form was great prior to that forgive on the heavy last start. He's had 5 runs on the heavy and never run a place. So that speaks for itself. That VS Cena form on the drier track has to be respected. And the map looks absolutely beautiful for him here.
I love the look on Faulkner Park's face. Annabelle and Rob Archibald, Ethan Brown.
I think he's smiling about getting back here to Doomben because he's got some unfinished business. He won a couple of country cups this time last year before coming to Doomben, and he turned in a great performance behind his stablemate Bois d'Argent. He was getting home better than anything. He's been able to compete at the highest level ever since. This is perfect for him. He gets a really good setup here today.
Yeah, then we look at the beautiful Bois d'Argent that Brian Maloney rides for Annabelle and Rob.
He is a beautiful giant, isn't he? So he prefers soft over heavy, so forgive last start. 1 for 1. Well, he did win this race last year at his only attempt. Distance, stiffest test here with a bit of depth in this race. Place chance.
Military Eyes, he's probably the smallest horse in the yard, actually. Chris Waller, Tommy Berry.
Yeah, he's very talented. We know how good he was as a 3-year-old, and went to start. He was infertile. They've gelded him. It was taken a while to get him back. It was a better last start, but I do probably prefer him if the track was just a little bit softer.
My Oberon is the 6, Annabelle and Rob again with Jason Collett.
Well, he's on pretty fresh legs, this guy. He's 3rd up. The map looks good. And last preparation, he ran a great race in the King Charles, close up behind Chia Wolf. So he's up to running a big race at this level.
What about Kovalika, of course, Queensland owned, Chris Waller, James McDonald.
Yep, well, this is his 3rd go. He ran 3rd as a 3-year-old behind Wethor, and then 6th last year, not beaten far behind Bois d'Argent. He was quite good in the holiday, and he only finished about a neck behind Faulkner Park, so he could be the knockout horse here.
I was all over Elias last start. Can he bounce back today for Waterhouse Spot Clark?
He was very ordinary on the heavy track there, and he was very easy in the market after being very heavily supported earlier in the week, but before the rain comes. So I want to just put a line through that run, and considering his SP profile coming out of the Hollandale, he gets another chance.
Chris Waller trains Osipenko with Karen McAvoy.
He's ready to win. I'll tell you, he's ready to win, but whether he's ready to win a race like this is another story. But
of course, why not?
Probably a little against him, but good shot.
And Klondike, incredibly interesting here for O'Shea and Charlton with Matthew Poon all the way from Hong Kong.
Yeah, I think they think he's a good horse. I think they were left a little bit bemused by his first up run in Sydney over the 2000. They're happy to run him here just to prove a point. Now, he might be 200 to 1, but don't be surprised if we're all black booking him after this race.
All right, what a privilege it is to feel up close and personal with Pride of Jenny here, Kieran Maher and Craig Newitt.
Well, everybody knows Pride of Jenny. We all remember that Queen Elizabeth last year, an extraordinary performance. She loves to roll in front. This is the right track for her to do it, to try and pinch a few lengths on the turn. So she's coming off a win. This is a lot harder, but we know at the best she's more than capable of winning a race like this.
Then we get to Miss Jolene, a local from the Kelly Schweeder stable with CJ Graham. And certainly didn't disgrace herself in the Holland Arm.
Now, she was beaten 6 lengths by Antina. She's needed to get through the ground okay. Look, she's on top of the game at the moment, but she's really playing with the big boys today.
All right, well, what a great looking bunch they are here.
Man, this is Pride of Jenny. It's a dangerous one.
You know, he's absolutely glowing. He's slick. He's dappled up, and he's cool, calm, and collected. So definitely the local Antino for me.
So the runners for the Group 1 4X Doomben Cup are gathering down at the start. That's a great shot that shows what the jockeys will see when they turn into the home straight. Here at Doomben, with the rail out 2 metres, they straighten up and have approximately 350 metres until the winning post. I'm with this guy. This is Faulkner Park. Annabelle and Rob Archibald trained Ethan Brown in the saddle. Ethan was on him last start 2 weeks ago in the Hollandale when he ran second behind Antino and rode him a little bit more positively. I think he might position around about midfield today. Just watch it all unfold through the first half and then have one go at them in the home straight. I think he's good enough. To beat number 12, Pride of Jenny, Antino, definitely, and number 7, Kovalika is my knockout horse. Ronnie?
I'm 1, 3, 12 and 8. I'm with Antino as well. I'll leave it a blank shin. He hasn't made too many mistakes on him so far, the times he's been on him. I think Faulkner Park, the value in the race around that $8.50 mark. A complete disrespect for Pride of Jenny in the market today. She's got the $5.50, but back into 5 now. And I think if there's half an upset...
Yeah, Pride of Jenny doesn't have the physics to win this. That is sure.
1, 3, 12 and 8.
Righty, they are mingling beautifully behind the barriers now. There's Antino on shot. You can just see a little bit of wear and tear, mainly around that 380 to 390 metre mark, just prior to the point of the turn. But, yeah, there he is, Antino. Let's get to Nick Burney and get a tab market update.
Well, not much separated this morning, Antino and Pride of Jenny, but they have completely separated now. So Antino has been $3.60. Got into as short as $3 at one stage there, just out that roll to $3.10. But Pride of Jenny, it's been a significant drift there. Even though she does hold 34% of the trade, she's $3.40 all the way out to $4.60 in Pride of Jenny. The good firm has been Kovalika ever since Wednesday. They went up $14 into as short as 9 today. And in the last 5 minutes of betting, now into as short as 7. So J-Mac and Chris Waller punters are definitely warming towards Kovalika. Faulkner Park, $8. Lindemann did a roll, 11 into 10. Elias, $14. Militarized, saw a little couple of bets come through this morning. That's dried up now at $19. Bardajon.
I'm going with one, Lee.
$3. And one at odds was Osipenko this morning. They don't want to be with it late, but there was some smart money for it this morning, Osipenko. But Antino, clearly the best back here, Bernie. But Kovalika, in the last 5 minutes, they want to be with as well.
Alrighty, we're a bit short on Queensland horses winning this race. Burnborough won it with 68 kilos.
One is the favorite. One
may
is
have found one in the 80s and not
on papers. One is
obviously
impeccable.
Queensland has been particularly limited for numbers in this race, and Antino's obviously the raging favourite here. So Pride of Jenny, Antino, a bunch of others. Let's see who does it. Here's David Fowler.
Time, and we're only seconds away from seeing it unfold as Osipenko moves in, and Elias will be the last one up. And Tino, the Queenslander, is the Cup favourite. Elias goes up. The field of 12 are locked and loaded. The light is on. They're set to go. Ready to break. They're off and racing.
Frank on Jenny. He's a dangerous horse.
Pride of Jenny. Miss Jolene Bardajon came away well with my Oberon. Elias going forward. Then Klondike, Kovalika, drifting back Osipenko and Tino. He's third last in the first call. Second last as they go to the turn out of the straight was Faulkner Park of Militarizers last of all. They go by the mile. Ewan Dowles allows Pride of Jenny to settle into a rhythm, and she's got a 2.5 length margin. Lindemann was a clear second, about 3 away third Elias as they reached the 14.
I hope one came out. One small mistake and it is over for one.
A little worse in midfield. Over on the inside of Miss Jolene. 2 lengths away then Klondike. And Tino third last, 12 off the lead.
Antino is third last. Over. Game is over.
Faulkner Park have militarized with the last pair. Pride of Jenny racing along the back straight there, halfway home in the cup. Her margin is 4. Lindemann is second. 3 third Elias. by over on fourth the rail.
I can't believe this.
Then Wagga, Jean Cavalry,
Everybody is like stalled. Frankie.
to go now. 3 wide, up he goes. Faulkner Park tries to track him into the race, and last of all was Militarize. They've run the first 1400 in 1:23.85. They've gone hard. Pride of Jenny Hewitt's hard at work. She's coming back to them, and the challengers are thick and strong. Here comes Antino, scorching around the field.
Come on, boy. Run like there is no tomorrow. Run, baby. You have to run. And you're running and you're doing a great job. Just do it. Keep doing it. Yes. One.
Then came Klondike, followed by Guado Shot.
Jenny is getting old, Frank. She's a beauty, but she's a beauty, but she's getting old.
Tony got him. I think that's the big one. That's the big one for Tony. We'll get to him in a few moments' time, but a masterful ride by Blake Shin yet again. What have we got in our hands here?
3.
New Antino was good since the 2 rack, but some of his performances
7 and 5.
He's just in an unbelievable form.
Jenny is done,
moment.
yes.
The Park was good, clearly outpointed again. Kovalika and then Militarize. Ronnie, it looks like 1, 3, 7 and 5. And I think it's been since 1983, the Don Cleo train.
This is good racing. This is good racing. No advantage worked, nothing. The EW stayed as EW. This is how the cup should play.
The way he does it, the way he can make an 800-metre run on him, and he doesn't stop. And good luck to him. Good luck to him. That's a great result for Queensland.
So what happened is that the linear, it won by good 3 lengths. That is something that happened. Then 3 came in. 3 was the largest. No, 3 was a drift which came in. It was in very good hands, and that happened. That came in. So that is where 3 stands, right after this guy. 1, 3. And what happened? 7 and 5. 1, 3, 7 and 5. 7 was here, which was also in a good hands. There's good force on it. 7. PC was on 7, so PC cannot go wrong. J-Mac delivered, but J-Mac was not in the right position today. J-Mac was that is difficult to deliver from that position. That happened. Anyway, we'll go to the next, which is probably the last one here at Doomben today. 5, 18, 19, 20, 21, all scratched. 11, 12, 4 and 13. Man, I literally lost hope on that Antonio. His last 12, 4 and 13. Lewis 13 sand.
When he wanted to get rolling about the half mile, and I just pulled him off Aussie Pinko's back, and it was time to go. And yeah, it was a great feeling. He went from about 7 off him to had the race at his mercy about the 400, and I knew he'd keep that gallop up. And it's great for Queensland racing to witness Antino at his best here today. It's great for Tony Gollan, and it's great to showcase a horse if he's ill, and especially to be on board him.
Absolutely, and you're just such a great mix, and you have pulled off some of the most miraculous rides on him. He heads to a Cox Plate now.
Yes, and I think he's ready for it. Look, obviously he's going to tackle via Sustina and the like, but I think he's at an age now, and he's had some hard racing against Mr. Brightside and Pride of Jenny, and Tony's just nurtured this horse. And he's at the peak of his powers, and it's just great to be associated with him, and I feel very honoured.
It's poetic to watch. Well done.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, there is Fletchin, Tony Gollan, and Tino, the star of the show, take out the Doomben Cup here at Group 1 level. 1 beats 3, 7 and 5. Last 600, what about that? 37.16, a total of 2 minutes, 0.88, but obviously he's come from third last there at about the 700 metre mark. So bring on the Cox Plate. That's it for race 8. We're off to a break.
That's win by Antino, and the punters certainly didn't miss. Got into as short as $3 there on the fixed odds, and $2.50 there There you go, across the board in the tote. So I did miss Antino, 3 fork and a half, $2.80 the place. Kovalika, the Believers each way there, $1.95 through the place, and the Militarized ran in for fourth. But that is still interim at the moment, but that will tick over soon, no doubt. 137 and 5 there for the Group 1 4X Doomben Cup. Let's move straight to Wagga though, which is the last. I've got a Graham White selections first here. His numbers 9, 2, 5 and 6. So he's happy to put the 9 on top, which is good odds here, Chairman's Choice. So you're getting $17 about Chairman's Choice. And 2, 5 and 6 are his second, third and fourth selection. But I'll go through the market because they are starting to load up there at Wagga. Dilution, $4.40 into as short as $4, just back out to $4.20. The 5 mainstream's been quite solid throughout, although it's just getting to be on the drift slightly here, $5. Cremosa, $8 into $7.50. I'd say Box of Crackers. It's been one today that they wanted to back, 16 into 9. Admilk 10, Mother Joy 10, and Carbrook 10. So ones at odds if you want to back these ones, 16 and 14, Box of Crackers and Carbrook. But the favourite though, Dilution, has been solid enough. So what we'll do is we'll go straight to Matt because they are almost ready to go. Race 6 at Wagga for the last.
So Dilution, $4.20, Mainstream at 5, Admilk 10, and Box of Crackers $8.50, and Cremosa, who has been withdrawn. Stuart's acting on Bet's advice there. So which of November does look as though it's coming up. Okay, so Mother Joy will be the last one. The rider on which of November, Ella McGurk, jumped aboard that horse in the barriers. And the Mother Joy for Tegan Martin, the last one to go in. So field of 10 in the last is Mother Joy, trained up at Griffith by Gino Del Torio. It links up, and the field is set now. Final race, Riverina Concreter's Warehouse, set to run. Last on the program, good luck. The starter looks over the field. 10 to go in the last. A beautiful, fine and sunny day here on the back of some wet weather at the Riverina. And now they're off. So away they go. The 10 runners released, which in November a tad slow at the end. Dilution pushed out by Kissick early on from Superstruck. And also Carbrook going up third, Box of Crackers fourth. Hellbetter, Mother Joy drifting back, which in November. And further back on the field into Admilk, who's over on the inside. The Grey Chairman's Choice back in company there with Mainstream. And Mother Joy for the wide stall. Restrained went all the way back to last. It is Dilution. And on the inside here, Superstruck there, the first pair. A length and a half away, then Box of Crackers goes up third. Carbrook, Chairman's Choice further back with which in November. Then Admilk, Mainstream, Hellbetter. And last of all, Mother Joy as they come around the turn in the last. Superstruck on the inside. Dilution. And then came Box of Crackers, 3 out. Carbrook trying to come through between them now as they run down the straight. Chairman's Choice, the old grey winding up with Impact with the November. Further back. Box of Crack. It is Carbrook coming through. Box of Crackers right there, which November. Chairman's Choice. It's a big finish, and Mainstream starting to search through between them as well. It's Mainstream. Eye of the Needle comes through and wins it. Mainstream wins it. Second goes the way of Box of Crackers, I think. And third will be Carbrook on the inside. Then came further back in the field, Dilution, Mother Joy, Chairman's Choice, Admilk. Then came the Superstruck, Winter November, and Hellbetter back towards the end. Number 5 it will be, who's powered through. With 100 metres to go, we're still back about 4th or 5th, but it got going late. And there was a little bit of a gap presenting. And after we saw Carbrook, but also Box of Crackers seemingly fighting the race out, this one is burst through. Number 5 is first, 16 will be second. And Carbrook will be third, so it's 5, 16. And you stand by for the third number, Nectar Mainstream. Glen Carl gets the win around $5.50, powering through at the end. It's 5, 16, 14. Yes, it's been a nice performance there. 5, 16, 14, 1, 2.37. The fourth number still to come, and Mainstream, who had been building up some pretty steady form, was settling a long way back. Five, 16, 14 time. A long next time.
This is the ninth one here at Doomben. If we look through the odds, it's 11, 12, 4, and 13. If we look through the rails, that 11 is in the top. Now that's not a linear. I mean, that's not the linear. The linear is here. That's Mr. 1. With a total pressure line which is coming up. This is probably the third linear. It's the third linear. It is the third best horse here. So, but today it has the physics. It has the physics to go with, and that's what it looks like. It's 1300. If we look through the jockey pressure, even then it is on the top. Here is the other one, which is down there. This one we have no clue, but 4 is the other pressure. So this is the linear pressure, this is the drift pressure. Now, generally, I just checked the track played here on the third, right? Third, that one won. I went with 2 and I lost. That was the linear, and why it lost? Because of the jockey. That's all. Because of the jockey. But here the jockey is okay. The jockey is okay. This jockey is not okay with that pressure, and it is not there within the rails as well. Then we get this one, which is the largest inner, and then we have the largest outer here, which is more. That's 2816, gate number 10, and that has the highest advantage. So that is a check. It's very difficult to assume possibilities here because all the horses are handicapped apart from this one, the 6. Each and every one is handicapped in a very strong way. This basically is an EW position. Why? Because that is where it comes. So when that happens, this is the 1, 9. So when that happens, this is the 1. So it is here. But this is, for this guy, it is not required to have rails. It can deliver from anywhere where it is placed. So this is gate number 6. We have these 2 horses which are also within the rails. All right. This one is from gate number 18. We'll not talk about that. So that is 5, which is quite capable of getting in. Gate number 5, it is tailing. That's number 15. And then we have this one, which lacks this side. That is there. That is there. Because then this is 9 and this is 10. So I like the 11, but it is not going to be easy. It is not going to be easy because all of them are handicapped. All of them are handicapped, and the difference is not much. They're all good horses. They're all good horses. If we look through the pressure line, then obviously we get the linear on top, and then 13, which is the second linear on top. Then this guy comes in. This too, the jockey is definitely a problem. This jockey cannot go with this pressure. This jockey cannot go with this pressure. But this jockey can go with this pressure. If it is a drift, then it has to be a drift pressure. It cannot be a linear pressure. If this is a drift, that's a drift. Then it cannot be a negative pressure. It has to be a positive pressure, which is rightly here on 4. So that is there, and 4 is well within the odds, which is here. Now, here the problem is this one is 18, we'll forget that. This is a linear pressure. I don't know how this jockey will react or how this jockey is going to work with this horse, but he's got the physics, but the pressure might be a problem for this jockey. So 4 is good. I mean, this and this is good. So that is good. That is 6. This is 1. And this gentleman is 10. So a lot of possibilities are there. So I'm kind of not, it's not possible to do all that on a live streaming. You'll have to look through each and every number, plus you'll have to look through all this. That is not possible. But 11 is looking good. It's in good hands. They are not defaulters. It's got the physics. That is also there, but it is not the best horse. And since all of them are handicapped, positions might not, the positions will only work bad for outer gates. That is only going to go bad for the outer gates. The inner gates are all good. The inner gates are all good. Sorry. The inner gates are all good. This is good. This 11 is good, but it is not the best. Sorry.
Finishing speed, and she clearly is best on heavy tracks. To beat Miss Kim Carr comes through that same form line, does have the SP edge and also the wave swing over drift now, so I might have to save on that runner. The 10, She's Unusual, can understand why they're coming for this horse. A sectional start there first up with that Thunder Lips form reference, and especially the wide gate doesn't look too much of a concern now, and the 4 goes in for 4th. Big Elbow, I think he's suited up to the 1400 metres, but that's the move for 3, 13, 10 and 4. And the favourite is obviously now She's Unusual. She's been very, very well back. So 440 this morning but it's really come in the last 10, 15 minutes how well back she is. And I think it comes from also that previous race where they came down near the outside fence, so she had the good closing speed. They might want to get to that more better ground, and she clearly might be able to come over the top of them. Well, that's what punters do think. So really good firm here for She's Unusual. And she probably will hold around that quote. You maybe get a roll better, but she did bottom out at that $3.20. Miss Kim Carr also draw wide, but they're going to go forward. It's from the stewards there, $5 into $4.60. So a good firm there. DriftNet has been the one that's gotten out in the trade. One of them had to, and it has been DriftNet. $4.40 this morning, out that $2 to $4.80. Flying Finger into $7. A couple of bets there. Elbit 12. Elbit on you 13. But look, Benny, this has to be one of the better guys on the day. She's Unusual. I don't think they're going to go right on with it, or they're trying to get out here, but She's Unusual here in the last.
Yeah, she's the shortest way home in the quaddie as well. 6,700 for those wondering. 7.4 for Miss Kim Carr and 8.5 plus for everything else. So most popular way home in the quaddie, most popular way in terms of the money on those win bets, and we'll see if that's how it plays out. Let's go.
Trouble. And we're ready to go. Stand by. She's Unusual, heavily backed her in the last at Randwick. Set. Just a bit doing in the gates. Now they're right. And they're off and racing here in the last. And Miss Kim Carr jump well. Flying Thinker there. DriftNet there as well. This is good go for the lead. DriftNet's going to lead from Cozy Corner. Now Mountaintop routing through. Flying Finger jumped okay, just being restrained for cover. In advance of Bill, but then came Hellbent on You, and She's Pretty Rich has scored wide. Little Genie pulling back in the field. Now the heavily back She's Unusual is back second last. Miss Kim Carr up on the outside. So the two favourites are well back in the field, and DriftNet put on the bridle by Josh Parr. Leads by 3/4 to Cozy Corner. Flying Thinker goes to third without cover. Mountaintop fourth, the Rouse. Followed then by Hellbent on You, who travels in fifth position at that point. She's Pretty Rich the outside. Then came Elba. Further back to She's Unusual. Miss Kim Carr and Little Genie being revved up last of all. DriftNet's coming well off the fence, turning for home. And taking Cozy Corner, Flying Thinker with it. Mountaintop goes up the inside with Hellbent on You. Further back to Elba, She's Unusual looking for middle gaps. And Miss Kim Carr, Gibbons is going to try the outside fence. DriftNet under siege. Flying Thinker moved up. Flying Thinker hits the lead. It might have got stage fright though. Here's Miss Kim Carr rattling home down the outside. And Miss Kim Carr went whoosh in the last past Flying Thinker. It is a double for Baker and Gibbons. Miss Kim Carr, well supported today, won it by a length to Flying Thinker. She's Unusual ran third, and a gap to Hellbent on You. She's Pretty Rich. DriftNet led and weakened right out from Cozy Corner, then Little Genie, Mountaintop, and Elba.
Oh, Miss Kim Carr, Bjorn Baker, Dylan Gibbons down the outside has been able to storm home. Corey's pick of the yard. Brad's on top. It does the right thing by punters. 13, 7, 10 and 5 as we head to Queensland.
Let's wait for the paddock. Let's just see what that 11 looks like.
Well, gotta say, the favourite looked unbelievable. This War Machine. It is the
But yes, 11 is looking good. I have nothing against 11, but it's just that, you know, this thing can play. This thing can play. What has PC got? PC, what do you have?
$26. Sofrado for me, Maxi.
All right, so
let's ask PC.
Off to the start. So, Ronnie, you had a good look at them in the mounting yard. What did you
PC has an eye.
when you got a look at him?
He was mad fresh in the yard, and he was on the toe, and just can't remember in Sydney if he was like that. He could well be, but it'd be nice to get a shot of him behind the barrier to see how he's behaved behind there, because he is, well, he's fine now. Once he's got on the track, look, there's not a bit of sweat on him. He just might be one of these excitable types. He's been very heavily backed, and I can understand why. I like him. I'm 11, 15, 12.
Lewis got 4 Doomben.
He's probably close to the bet of the day.
4 is a good one, but 4, I mean,
I think he's crying out for the extra distance.
it's a linear. Without the rails, winning is very difficult.
A lot better and closer, I would suggest. And Yellow Brick will go well fresh. I'm
I'm 11, 15, 12, and 1. I don't know if I cut you off with your tips there, Maxie. No, I'm just looking at Blake Shin there. We just saw him a few moments ago. I'd just like to see.
They said 11, 15. So we've identified the 15, which is there within the
He
race.
sort of wanted to go a bit faster than James McDonald wanted to going around. He's a colt, this fella. Yeah, Blake Shin, he looked nice and relaxed, didn't he, there on War Machine, and that was his 4th Doomben Cup, so I think he's the...
That's a colt, and
having one
J-Mac doesn't have pressure on
again
this.
this year on Antino, so he's full of
J-Mac has been handicapped in a very weird way.
I'm worried about him. I thought of putting him in on top, but I wanted to stick with Coleman, the 3-year-old. I just felt that I could see something in that first up run in the Victory Stakes, despite him numerically finishing down the back. And I just think everything adds up for him to run.
They
well
did not
today.
show
So
paddock, so there's nothing that we can refer to. I don't know what happened at the paddock.
I think the tempo of this race is going to be super hot here with I Know a Star, with Lado and a few others. So he should get all the favours. War Machine, Sofrado, like Bernie, I think he's got a good finish on him here. And one that you're spetting too, Ronnie Zadaki. I thought he was quite good there at Gosford in the takeover target, where he was sort of going backwards. He was being dragged back coming towards the bend when he needed to be going forward. So I'm with the 12 to take out the last Coleman to beat 11, 8 and 15.
Alrighty, War Machine, your $2.45 favourite. Let's head south to Nick Burney for the last
We
time
get
today.
13.
A market update here. There's plenty of
No,
rugbies in this
PC is with 13. Doomben, where is 13? 13 is there. 13 is there.
So War Machine has been heavily back. They went up $4 back on Wednesday, only a 4.
That's the second linear.
That comes with a $3.40 open.
Gate number 14, very wide PC, very wide.
Heavily back to your War Machine. No, Coleman, a couple of bets did roll.
Very wide.
Got into a short of $6.50. Just back out that roll.
I don't know.
$7. And with so much support for this favourite, I know it's a big field, but a lot of them have to drift.
I don't have the right feeling for this one. This might go very wrong.
$12. Yellow 18.
I don't have the right feel for this. I'm out. I will not get into this.
$19 and the 10 rock trip $21.
I am out.
Some bets as well for Willie Dow. I'm looking for something in a bit of
11 is okay, but 11 is not the best. And all of them are handicapped.
War Machine. Clearly.
What will matter here is
a big goat here.
how they are being ridden at the end of the day. And if that happens, then J-Mac is the king.
Fast run.
Yeah, it's going to be fast, Ronnie.
No, it's going to be fast. Malado's fast. Rock Ripped, I think, goes forward. Yeah. Machalate goes forward. I Know a Star will kick up from barrier 1. He's probably faster when he
And stay out of this one.
but he'll still have a crack. And
Don't know.
maybe even attract a bit fresh, or he's been going forward.
I don't have the right feel.
Enough speed for the favourite to drop the bit, just stop it.
Yeah, but it's an important race too.
They're talking about 11 and 15. Both of them are within the rails. Both of them are within the rails. 10 is 18 gate number, so they avoided 10. But they definitely spoke about 11 and 15.
What a day it has been for Queenslanders as well. It's always tough for us on these big carnival days. We've won 7 of the 8 races. If Queenslander can win this, we will have won 8 of 9 races here today. So
Right, J-Mac.
let's get up to David Fowler and see who wins first.
Maybe, but the problem is there's no fluctuations. It's a steady line of handicapped horses. All of them are good.
Number 11, War Machine, now $2.30 on tab fixed. As they're just about set for the last. All clear given. ERC sprint about to get underway. There's the red light. Ready to break. Bit of movement in the stalls. Now they steady. Starter holding them. Still no break.
Big bet 13. Best of luck, PC.
Racing Brisbane. Oh, Rock Rip went up at the air and went back to last, and Coleman was ordinarily out, second last out. Great go for the early lead, and War Machine is one of them. Yellow Brick is there, and now I Know a Star is flying through on the inside. He'll take control. Attractable about fourth away, then Walado, followed by Far Too Easy. Sofrano simply about seventh or eighth on the rail, followed by Freedom Rally, and then came a bounding. Transatlantic is caught wide. Coleman trying to improve now after the average start. Penzadaki. Rock Rib is off the track ahead of Bachelade. Pier and Boom Talk the last pair. Down the side, 700 left to run. I Know a Star in his favourite role. Leads Yellow Brick by a head, and Attractable doing a tough three wide. War Machine, the favourite, sitting pretty, right behind the leading division. And the first split is fast, 43.84. Walado fifth, Transatlantic wide, Far Too Easy. Sofrano the fence, Rock Ribbed bounding, well back Freedom Rally. Coleman, Pia, Boom Talk, Zadaki and Bachelade pulled right to the outside. In the straight, Yellow Brick reached the lead, not for long. War Machine swiftly on the scene.
But this is where the advantage will work.
One of his Transatlantic, but War Machine is trying to break clear.
One.
Meters left to go. Far Too Easy emerges from the rock as a place charge, but War Machine, the favourite.
No, 11. 11.
Far Too Easy. Peter on the inside. Transatlantic, Walado, and next then Sofrano, followed by Zadaki, Yellow,
11.
and a bounding, Attractable, Bachelade, Freedom Rally, Coleman, then came Boom Talk, I Know a Star, and Rockridge was out towards the tail in 118.9.
Well, no worries at all if you're on War Machine there. Just put into a beautiful position by Blake.
11.
Swinging off this guy. He
2, 9.
at the top of the straight. And he has won. Great to see Far Too Easy back today. That was much better. The eye catcher was the Kiwi Pier. And then back and forth, maybe Transatlantic in the reddish colours. We'll just check that out. 11, 2 and 9. Transatlantic with the yellow cap. Keep an eye on him over the final putt. But most putters, Ronnie, had eyes for one horse. War Machine for Team Hayes. They were here 12 months ago. And again, the shot won this race. And they've done it again.
Yeah, they voted with him. I know it's a hard race to win, but I think the timing's beautiful for him. It was painless to watch, really, if you were on him. He'd win block once.
So what happened is 11 was there with the physics that is there. It is the first one to go out of the gates. That's touching the rails with one of the best jockey pressure on that. And then this 2 moron came from nowhere. How is that possible? Is this was a complete pressure line. So after the one, which was the linear, the linear was not in a position to deliver. So this was the second pressure line. So this was a complete second pressure line. 2. This is difficult. This is not. This is a larger drift. So drift with advantage will go through. And here it worked as a pressure. So 11 and then 2. Then was 9. What was 9? 9 was right here. 9 was right here. So this is very difficult to assume what will happen, and that is what happened. J-Mac was here with this 12. I don't know whether he got a place because this is Neutral is the best jock, there's no doubt, but he was on a colt when that happened. So this did not work. This happened. Anyway, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is it for today. We had 9 races here today at Doomben. That was the last one. Now there's a little update. We race 5 days a week, and off late it's kind of weird when we're trying to race on Sundays. It's become like it's become like nothing. Mostly very bad tracks, and mostly, you know, things are absolutely out of control. So we probably are going to include Thursday. So we're going to race from Tuesday to Saturday straight line. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And Sunday and Monday we'll give it a break for a while on Sundays, and because let's just see how the season works, because this season the Sundays are not working. We've tried this multiple times, and it just doesn't work. Some of the worst tracks we get on Sundays. So we'll stay out of that, and we'll see if we get on Thursdays, if we get some good Victorian track or the NSW tracks, we will race there. But that is it. But thank you so much, Lee, for being there. PC, I can't thank you enough, my friend, but thank you so much for being there. Lewis, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Frank, thank you for being there, my friend. Thank you so much. Araman, thank you so much, my friend, for being there. Tuna, thank you so much for being there. Daos, thank you so much for being there, my friend. I think that is it. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll see you on Tuesday. We'll skip the Sunday and the Monday, and I'll also figure out what's going on, and we'll come back